You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Billy Mays here, host of Vonu Extreme, bringing you the deepest and dirtiest insights into the most radical and sometimes the most radically inconsistent Vonu lifestyles. This episode is the Strait of Stress, living on the edge of Armageddon. Host Vonu Vanderhoof, the stunning goat over there in the high-tech bulletproof silk, will dialogue with Jontavius Jensen, a self-liberator who has chosen an unconventional lifestyle. As you can see there, Jontavius stands upon the slightly rusted yacht, the Sovereign Float, holding his Trust Martini glass amongst a sea of massive ships. And no, those aren't yachts, those are military ships. This is Vonu Extreme, coming to you from the Straits of Hormuz.
I can barely hear myself think. But that's the point, isn't it, Jontavius? Welcome to Vonu Extreme. I'm here in the middle of the Persian Gulf, literally in the crosshairs of a geopolitical powder keg, with a man who claims to have achieved the ultimate state of Vonu, an invulnerability to coercion. Jontavius, tell our listeners, who are currently watching from the safety of their bunkers in the Free Republic of PAZNIA, what are you doing here?
Vonu. It's great to be here, Vonu. And for those at home, yes, I'm currently anchored in the Straits of Hormuz. Specifically, I've dropped anchor right in the middle of the shipping lane that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has declared a no-fly, no-sail, no-go zone.
You're in the kill zone.
I call it the VIP lounge. See, Vonu isn't about hiding in a bunker. It's about realizing that coercion is a mental state. And right now, I feel incredibly secure. Why? Because I am surrounded by the most dangerous men on Earth.
Wait. You're saying your safety comes from being near potential enemies?
Exactly. Look at this view. You see those fireworks? That's a missile firing. Over there's a drone strike. That's a naval blockade. To the average person, that's terrifying. To me, that's entertainment. I love the thrill. I love the adrenaline. It makes the martini taste better. But more importantly, I love the protection.
Protection? From whom?
From everyone. See, this yacht, the Sovereign Float, is technically a neutral humanitarian aid vessel, but in reality, it's a floating fortress. I hired a private security detail, 12 men, all ex-special forces, all heavily armed. They have RPGs, machine guns, and enough explosives to sink a destroyer, and they are very happy to be here. Why? Because I pay them in Bitcoin, and I pay them in OxyClean.
You pay mercenaries with cleaning products?
It's a barter economy, Vonu. The world is collapsing. Gold is heavy. Fiat currency is worthless. But a man with a gun? He wants a clean shirt. He wants a clean deck. He wants to know that if a missile comes his way, he has a place to hide. I provide the shelter. They provide the firepower. It's a symbiotic relationship.
So you're using coercive force to maintain your non-coercive lifestyle?
I'm a paradox, Vonu. I'm living the Vonu lifestyle in a Vonu hostile environment. That's the ultimate test. If I can stay calm while a destroyer fires a warning shot across my bow, then I have truly conquered my fear. And if I can stay calm while my bodyguards argue over who gets the last can of beans, then I have conquered my ego.
Let's talk about the daily life. You mentioned the fireworks. What's a typical day like aboard the Sovereign Float?
Wake up at 0500. Check the perimeter. My security chief, Big Mike, tells me there's a suspicious speedboat approaching. I go out on the bow with my binoculars. It's just a fisherman. I wave. He waves back. I feel a surge of power. I am the master of this domain. Breakfast is oatmeal, cooked on a propane stove that is currently being pointed at by a .50 caliber machine gun. Delicious. Then I spend my morning coding. I'm working on a decentralized mesh network for the yacht. Why? Because if the satellite internet gets jammed by the Iranians, I need to be able to communicate with my other yachts in the region. We call it the Straits of Trust.
You're building a crypto mesh network in the middle of a war zone?
It's essential. If the power grid goes down, if the banks close, if the governments fall, I need to be able to send a message. Jontavius is still here. Jontavius is still drinking martinis. Jontavius is still Vonu. And in the afternoon, I host guests. Today, we have a visiting diplomat from a country that doesn't exist anymore. He's very stressed. I offer him a drink. He refuses, saying he's afraid of poisoning. I tell him, relax. The only thing trying to kill us is the guy in the helicopter circling overhead. He's probably just taking a selfie.
Is it true that you've named your missiles?
I haven't named the missiles, Vonu. I've named the explosions. That one, that was the surprise party. That one, that was the late fee. And that one, right there, that was the audit.
This is incredible, but let's get serious for a moment. Isn't this dangerous? You're living in a place where people are dying.
Vonu, look at me. I am not indifferent to suffering. I see the suffering, but I also see the freedom of those who refuse to be coerced. The people on the shore, they are trapped. They have to obey the laws of the state. They have to fear the soldiers. They have to live in fear of the bombs. Me? I am free. I have no home to lose. I have no property to protect. I have only my will. And my will is backed by 12 guys with guns who really, really like OxyClean. Is it dangerous? Yes. Is it crazy? Maybe. But is it Vonu?
It's certainly a new definition.
That's the spirit. Vonu isn't a place. It's a mindset. And my mindset says, if you want to take my yacht, you'll have to go through me and my guys and our collective understanding of modern warfare.
So, what's next for the Sovereign Float?
Next week, we're moving north, toward the Strait of Hormuz's northern exit. There's a rumor of a naval blockade forming. I intend to sail right through it. I'll be broadcasting live on the PAZNIA radio network. We'll call it the Strait of Freedom. And if we get hit, well, then we'll know we've truly achieved invulnerability, because we'll be gone. But until then, I'm here. I'm safe. I'm armed. And I'm Vonu.
To Jontavius Jensen, thank you for joining us on Vonu Extreme. Please stay safe, and please, for the love of God, don't run out of OxyClean.
Never. We have a lifetime supply, and a lot of guns.
Billy Mays here for the PAZNIA Radio Network Self-Liberation Saturday. Wow, do we have quite a transmission for you today. In just a few minutes, Thane Riddle will kick us off with Cloak and Dagger, the sleekest, sexiest, and most entertaining privacy show in existence. His first hour will be whatever, but soon he'll be joined by Matt Hill, CEO of StartOS, a piece of software we are very fond of here. Truly great freedom tech, sure to be a major contributing factor in cleaning up that deep and dirty stain known as coercion. Then, P.A.Z.NIA Deprogramming. You'll probably hear more from me. You'll hear from my friend the legendary Generally Willy 2, and some ads from robots. Then, as our primetime event for this Self-Liberation Saturday, we'll stick with the crypto anarchy topics and dive into a recent Vonu podcast replay. This one is titled, A Coming Solar-Powered Mesh Network Connected. Bitcoin Reality, featuring Polycarp Nakamoto, Shadrach, and even Thane. From that title and lineup, you already know it's going to be a banger. This is the great Billy Mays here. Make sure to buy and use your OxyClean, and don't turn that dial. This is the PAZNIA Radio Network, our weekly Self-Liberation Saturday transmission. PAZNIA.com/radio. Enjoy, my friends.
Hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby, yo gush bush bush my niggas. This is Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift, but shouting into the ether live from the commercial P.A.Z.s of Ashkababab. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. We're live on Zap.stream. If you're a Bitcoin sell, zap us on Zap.stream or Noster, which is a gay way of saying send Lightning Bitcoin. If you're a Monero Chad, send Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Tell them Thane sent you and give me free content to read on the show. Actually, give me less than free content to read on the show because you're paying us and then also giving me free content. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. Get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. Leave free content in messages there, and I'll read them on the show in like an hour and a half. Actually, I don't know when it's going to be. Everything's up in the air. I don't know when it's going to be read, but it's going to be read. And at some point in the show, there will be live call-ins at PAZNIA.com/call2. On this week's show, I guess I'm going to finish. Well, the first thing that's going to happen actually is the interview with fucking Matt Hill, the CEO of Start9. But then I'm going to do a Building the Second Realms thing, which is finishing the the freedom framework for tool makers. And I didn't actually write the fear-mongering warning of the upcoming threat of AI dystopia and the urgent need for insurrectionary agorism, but I expect that topic will come up with Matt anyway, so whatever. Go fuck yourself. I don't care. Oh yeah, there's going to be news too eventually, but anyway, Matt Hill's here now, so do you want to say hi? The interview's happening now at the beginning of the show for some reason.
Hey guys, give me a second here. I'm getting my mic hooked up so the sound's better.
I would expect nothing less. That's the kind of show we run around here. Bar is very low.
Good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I got a lot going on, so I'm just getting settled in here. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes behind. Give me a second here.
You should get on cam and then like clearly be on your phone, like answering texts, or something like that. The audience appreciates the unrefined nature of the show. I'm told.
Well, I'm not very refined, so that should work out fine. Good. All right, let's see. Let me tap the mic here and see if is that coming through the right spot?
I didn't hear a tapping.
Oh, well, that's not good. Hold on. Because the audio is coming through this headset, but let's see.
You're using the wrong microphone.
Settings, audio.
This mic's not horrible, mind you. Doesn't sound super horrible.
I think I got it. All right, how's that?
Oh, did you tap it again?
I did.
I mean, I heard a little something. I don't know if it was loud enough to be the mic that I'm hearing it from. Okay. I'm hearing a little something, but it's not like loud like you'd expect it to be.
Yeah. Give me a second.
No, please. This is good. This is good stuff. This is what people tune in for on Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, do you guys do a live show, or are we going to record, or how do you want to?
We are live right now. Yeah.
Great.
And
that's fantastic.
That's what. Trust me, you're in the right place.
All right, let me try one other setting here, and if it doesn't work, then we'll just go with what we have because you said it's okay. So
it doesn't sound horrible.
All right, that definitely didn't work. All right, this is what we're gonna go with. I think it's right. So let's do it. All right.
Oh wait, I just heard it change. Actually,
cool. All right, maybe now close that window.
It worked. You see, sometimes in life, it's when you give up. That's when you succeed.
In order to win, you must lose. Some deep wisdom there.
Yeah, that's like Tao Te Ching type stuff, you know. So yeah, you can.
Thanks for having me, guys. Yep.
Thank you for coming on. You're a big name. You're one of my favorite guests already.
Is that real?
I mean, yeah. I can't. I mean, we'll see how the interview actually goes, but
okay, yeah.
In theory,
but it's cool. All right. So yeah, what do you want to talk about, guys?
Well, tell them who you are, in case they don't know.
I am a co-founder, current CEO of Start9. Start9 makes Freedom Tech. We make an operating system called StartOS that is a Linux distro that makes it easy to self-host, so to run your own server, so that you don't have to use other people's servers, right? Just basic stuff. Should be basic stuff. It turns out it's pretty difficult to explain and pretty radical, actually. But yeah, I mean, we think people should use computers in ways that are, provably and irrevocably private and under their control. You're welcome to use intermediaries and custodians from time to time if it makes sense and you've done, the calculus and understand the trade-offs. But we think the default should be, connect your phones and laptops to your own server and do all the things you would normally do, except through your own server. So we make that possible for normal people through our custom operating system, which is fully open source and free. Anyone can download it and install it on existing software that they own. No need to, do business with us. You just use what we've built. We also make a router operating system. This is new. We have not actually begun distributing routers yet, but like our server operating system, the router OS is also free and open source. And so you can download it and flash an existing router that you have. Not all hardware will be compatible. And this router is maximally powerful, super easy to use, gives normal people, advanced networking capabilities. Routers are not traditionally thought of as like cool, exciting products. They're just kind of magic internet boxes that sit in your house. But we think routers are very cool. And we think once people understand what you can do with them and feel capable of actually doing those things, that they'll think they're cool too. So we're hoping to, kind of invigorate the router industry. It needs some disruption. It hasn't really changed in 25 years. And we think we have a novel, really cool product that is just now finishing. It's done. I mean, a couple of us are already using it for our home Wi-Fi routers and works great. And like I said, super powerful, super easy to use. And without, getting into other things, there's a lot more. I realize I probably overstepped the initial question. So that's who I am, and that's what we do.
I'm very
from a high
lazy,
level.
so I often just let guests talk for as long as they want to.
Well, be careful with that with me.
Time. No, that's good. That's good. Means I don't have to do as much. So yeah, to clarify, with StartOS, there's all kinds of fucking server software that's easy to install in StartOS, right? Like, what are some popular examples of that?
Well, sorry. There's like things
like
to
fucking
install
Bitcoin
on StartOS.
nodes,
Like, what can you do with it? Gotcha.
Well, like
okay.
Different kinds of servers software.
Yeah, services.
Yeah.
I find the language really important because otherwise people they spin out of control because it's already kind of a novel thing, right? Like, what do you mean run my own server, right? And so we even avoid using the word apps because apps there's this brain space for the word app that people have, and it's things that they install on their phones and laptops, right? So we avoid the word app. We try to avoid the word server because server generally refers to like the physical device or the VPS. And so, for lack of a better term, which is actually accurate from a technical standpoint. We call the things that you install onto the server services. And there are three types of services, broadly speaking. One are web applications. These are things that you would be able to visit in a browser, right? The service is actually serving a website. Number two is an API. So not a human interface, right? Not something that you're going to be able to visit in the browser, but something that other applications, other computers could utilize. And the third is a node, which is a service that connects on a peer-to-peer network to other similar services that abide by the same protocol, right? So you have web apps, APIs, and nodes are the three types of services that you can install on your server. Some of the more popular ones are like a Bitcoin node. You can run a Monero node that's distributed on our community registry, and we can get into how we've built out the registry ecosystem because it needs to be decentralized and censorship resistant. Otherwise, we will end up becoming compromised. So we've taken measures to make sure that we have no control over the distribution of software beyond just offering a convenience. But anyway, that was a small digression. Bitcoin nodes, Lightning nodes, those would be in the category of peer-to-peer nodes, right? Some examples of web apps and APIs would be things like Nextcloud, which is a full, self-hosted Google Workspace alternative where you can do everything from file storage and sharing, which includes, photos, videos. You can do chat. You can do your contacts and calendars and appointments. All of that stuff can be done through Nextcloud. It's kind of a killer app. Some other ones are like Vault Warden is an extremely popular app that a lot of people like to install, and that's to manage your own passwords. You can run a Matrix server for group chat and community management, Jellyfin for your own personal media server, Cirx if you want to run your own web search engine, right? So instead of going to Google and typing something in the search bar, you can go to your own personal search engine, which then uses Google and others under the hood, but effectively wrapping them and removing metadata so that you're not blowing your private metadata all over the internet when you do your searches. Home Assistant, Olama, VLLM, Open Web UI. You can run Datum if you want to mine to your own to your own node, and solo mine so that if you hit a block, it's all just off the grid KYC free stuff. You can run a Nostr relay. You can run a Jitsi server, right? We're doing this call presumably on a Jitsi server. It looks like it's on the
yeah, we
not
had
self-hosted one, right?
It broke, and we are being lazy, I think, about fixing it.
Well, good news for you is that on StartOS, you can install and be fully up and running with a kind of bulletproof Jitsi server in about 5 minutes, and I'd be happy to demo that for you guys today as well. So, like, I do all my team and family personal, video calls using a self-hosted Jitsi that's running on a server in my house that is actually being reverse tunneled through a VPS in order to obfuscate my home IP address from anyone that I talk to. And the entire setup for that, end to end, and I'm not kidding, is about 5 minutes, and it's bulletproof. Works great. You have the video bridge media, the video bridge media server, the turn server, Jitsi itself, all being reverse tunneled through a VPS for privacy, fully self-hosted, end-to-end, the entire deal, 5 minutes. I'm not kidding. I can show you.
How are you fucking registering a VPS in less than 5 minutes?
Well, the VPS is already registered in the timeline that I'm giving.
Oh, okay.
Right? Like this assumes you have a VPS. Sorry.
Right. Okay.
Like that depending on whether you have an account with some VPS provider, that could take you anywhere from 1 minute to provision a new server to
it's not too hard,
15 minutes to do the entire sign up process. It kind of depends.
Takes more time to fucking pick a provider than to
Correct.
actually get one.
Yeah. And that matters a lot, actually. Like if you're gonna get a VPS for, a simple reverse tunnel situation, which we call Start Tunnel, by the way. It's a open source virtual private router. It's a term that I coined, actually. So we call it a VPR. There's nothing else like it. Nothing in the world. We invented this because none of the other networking technologies satisfied what we were looking for, which basically boiled down to this. I want to use a router to accomplish two things. One, VPN access, right? I want to use, like, my home router has a VPN server on it. And so I can use that to access my LAN remotely. I can go anywhere in the world and access my server or other devices on my home network remotely via a VPN on my router. The second thing that you use your router for when it comes to hosting is public internet access. You need to forward specific ports and open up, create specific firewall rules for IPv6. And those are the two things that you would use your home router for in terms of hosting things, right? Either private access using a VPN or public access via port forwarding and firewall rules. And we had this need, which was, well, I don't want to use my router for this. I want to use a virtual router. I want to use a VPS to do this, because by using my router, I'm exposing my home IP address. And it's possible that I'll want to create multiple port forwarding rules for the same port to forward to different servers, which means I need two routers, right? Because in any given router, you can only forward port 443 to one location. So we needed a second router, and we needed it to be virtual, right? We needed it to be running on a VPS, because in many cases, the thing that you use to expose things to the internet, you don't want to be revealing your home IP address. And so we invented a virtual router, a virtual private router that you can install on a VPS. It doesn't do everything that a home router can do, obviously, because home routers, in large part are creating Wi-Fi networks, and creating Wi-Fi on a VPS makes absolutely no sense, right? It doesn't even have a Wi-Fi card to do that. So it's not going to do everything that a home router can do, but it does a couple things really, really well. And those things are, you can create VPN servers, as many as you want. You can create as many subnets as you want. Virtual LANs. You can add devices to those virtual LANs so that they can communicate with each other from anywhere in the world as though they were in the same house. And lastly is you can forward ports. You actually create port forwarding rules on the VPS through the UI that we created, we call it Start Tunnel. And you have a second router. So like my server, I have a few servers, but one of my servers has 3 routers. It has my home router, a Start Tunnel instance, and another Start Tunnel instance, so that I can publish different things to the internet without anyone knowing that they're all running on the same server, because they're exposing different IP addresses. So it looks like it's 3 different servers, even though it's one server. Okay, that was a lot.
That's pretty neat. I didn't know about Start Tunnel. How does that work exactly? Like is Start Tunnel something you like install on a fucking Debian VPS or something? Like what do you support?
Yeah, it's meant to run on Debian 13. Technically, It'll run on Debian 12 Plus, but we recommend 13 because we don't intend to maintain support for anything less. It at present does work, though, but we're not going to guarantee that it will continue to work. So anyway, yeah, you get a VPS, you provision it with Debian 13, you run a single curl command, and Start Tunnel will be installed. It'll auto-configure the VPS for DNS, for firewall rules, for everything it needs. It basically turns the VPS into a router. And so it's the only thing that...
script.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, a script that we just host. It's, on GitHub. You could build from source if you want. Start Tunnel is MIT licensed. We built it. We gave it away. It's great. Works wonderfully. So yeah, it's the only thing that should be running on the VPS, though. This is not like you share it. It turns the VPS into a router. It's totally novel. And what we like so much about it is that there's these other networking technologies that are super weird. Like they're awesome, they work really well, but they're weird, like Tailscale and NetBird, right? Like they're leveraging WireGuard in unique ways to create, virtual spaces for devices to interact, but they don't like fit well into the mental model of even people who understand networking, right? Like they're weird,
Yeah.
and they have these centralized discovery servers
Yeah.
that then connect your devices peer to
Yeah, it's
peer.
disgusting.
And we were like, why not just create another router? Like why not just put a
Yeah.
router in the sky and use it for yourself,
That's
right?
that's
And
exactly the way I've been thinking about stuff like Tailscale. Like, I just don't get it. I'm like, I was thinking like you, like, yeah, why don't we just have a remote router? But I had no idea you guys did that. That's a very cool idea.
yeah, it was we do a lot, and to be honest, we don't do a lot of big announcements or anything like that. I'm a big believer that if you build really cool shit and you talk about it in at the appropriate times, right? Like if you guys are talking to me right now and I'm going to tell you about what we built because that's what I'm here for, that it'll organically get around, and the people who appreciate it will talk about it, and that you don't need a big marketing team and you don't need to blow things out of proportion. Just build cool shit and tell good people about it, and that's how you build an organic brand that people can trust, and that's what we
Yeah,
want to be.
hopefully. Yeah, I mean, like, Start9's definitely been at the top of my radar for years. So if your goal is to be noticed by me, it's working. So as long as you guys are making enough money and stuff, that's fine with me, I guess.
Yeah, we're surviving for sure. It's actually been a really cool last 12 to 18 months. We've really hit a curve and begun to grow much faster than we were. And prospects look good for that. I mean, it's hard to grow a business in a open source world, right? Like everything we make is open source. So we spend all of our time building shit that people can just use for free.
Yeah.
and so why pay us, right? And the answer is just convenience, warranty, and support, right? So we make it really
Yeah.
convenient to get up and running. We warranty our hardware. It's quality hardware. And we provide incredible, excellent customer support. And people want to support us anyway. So, there's kind of four
Yeah.
reasons to buy from us, and people do, and they are more and more these days.
Yeah. Now, I heard you say something, kind of gloss over something that piqued my interest. Did you say that you guys are you hinting that you guys have a distributed registry of Monero nodes?
No. What we have, so we have a marketplace. All right. That's what it's called. If you open up StartOS, there's a tab called Marketplace, and that's where you can go to find software to install onto your server. Think of it as like the App Store, right? Google Play Store. But within the marketplace, there are different registries. So the analogy here would be like going to a mall, and there's lots of different stores in the mall. And so Start9 as a company runs 2 stores in the mall. We have the Start9 store, which is our branded flagship store where we distribute software that we as a team, as a company, as individuals get behind in every way imaginable. We think the software is fucking awesome. We vet it, right? Like we make sure it is good software that works well. We personally take responsibility for the StartOS packages, right? Because on StartOS, you have the upstream software like Nextcloud or a Bitcoin node, right? But those things have to be packaged for StartOS. StartOS isn't just Linux, right? It's a very special kind of Linux that produces incredible end user experiences that make these things easy to use. And that's not magic. It's accomplished via the packaging process. So, for example, using a Bitcoin node on StartOS is not at all the same as using a Bitcoin node on a Mac, Windows, or other Linux machine. It's a completely different experience. It's a much better experience. It's the same software that's running upstream, but it is endowed with all sorts of convenient and powerful features, right? Like the ability to change settings, monitor health, run scripts, manage dependencies, etc. There's so much that you can do, so that you don't have to be a Linux sysadmin, right? Like, so many of these services are like, oh, in order to configure Nextcloud, you just have to SSH in and open config.php and put in all these, function definitions. And if you like miss a space or add a comma where one doesn't belong, the whole thing is going to explode and it won't even tell you why. And then once it's up and running, if you want to index your photos, you got to SSH back in and run this OCC command, and it'll fire off this background task that you have no insight into. And if it fails, you won't even know about it. And when it's done, you'll have no way of knowing either. But on StartOS, this is just like a button. It's just like, configure my node or configure my server and run, index my photos. And then you get nice little like spinners and progress bars. And I mean, we've taken the Linux sysadmin experience, which is a highly technical, very time consuming endeavor, and just brought it into buttons on a screen for normal people. And it's really that simple. But okay, that was a quick diversion. Back to the marketplace. We take responsibility for those packages, for all of the services that are on the Start9 store, right? The Start9 store is like the default place to shop because everything there is good. Everything there is maintained by us. We vouch for it. We recommend it. We are in contact with the upstream development teams so that if there's any bugs, we are on the fast track to getting those bugs resolved. We support those services in our channels. I mean, like technical support. So if somebody writes into Start9 support and is like, hey, how do I use Nextcloud? We know, like we're experts at Nextcloud. So in other words, we are sort of becoming the customer support department for dozens and dozens of software teams out there and companies that don't provide their own customer service. Because to be honest, a lot of them are broke open source, development teams that don't have the money or the capacity to provide support for their own software. So we're like, well, we will, as long as someone's running it on StartOS, we'll provide support for it. And so that's how we treat the Start9 store, right? That's the recommended place to shop. However, we can't do that for every service under the sun, right? Like we have limited capacity too. And so we have the community registry is the other one. And the community registry is for everything else. Now, just because something is on the community registry, it doesn't mean anything other than all the things I just listed can't come true, right? So for instance, there are things on the community registry that I personally think are awesome and that I think are great pieces of software and that actually work really well. But maybe I just don't have the staff to support them in tech support. Like we don't understand them, or the software is too early stage for us to confidently recommend to our customer base, or maybe the software is controversial and it's not something we want to get involved with at the moment, right? So
what's an example of something controversial?
Things like Monero, for example.
That's controversial.
Right? So it's controversial from a business standpoint.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah,
so Start9 has a lot of inputs as an entity. Like I'm trying to balance a lot of stuff here, right? Like I'm trying to navigate I mean, it's crazy. I'm trying to help like facilitate the emergence of a new computing paradigm in the world. Like that's my overarching goal here. And that's where all roads lead. But on the way there, we have to make really interesting decisions that most people don't realize about funding that, about and doing so without compromising our integrity, without pivoting into a SaaS model, without taking money from the wrong people. Like building
Yeah.
a company with integrity is a hero's journey, and perfection is unattainable. And so there are times in the process when I have to make really tough decisions and not get something I want so that I can get something bigger that I need, right? And sometimes that's very hard to explain to people. And there's so many inputs that I actually can't and won't provide all the details. But as part of our, if anyone wants to check it out, we have like an actual blog post about our stance regarding the registries, right? And what it says is this: if something is on the community registry, it doesn't check all the boxes for being on the Start9 registry. It could check 8 out of 9 of them, but it doesn't check them all. And we're not going to tell you which one it is. And I stand by that.
Well, yeah, but what I asked you was, are any of them distributed? Or is it just a thing where like you pick your own curator, you could add another registry if you wanted to, in theory?
Correct. Right. Yes. So anyone can host a registry, right? Start9 has 2 registries. We have the Start9 registry and the community registry. But anyone can run a registry, and it's just a URL, and it can be an onion URL. Like you can run registries anonymously. And so all you have to do is tell people, either, publicly and reveal your identity, or anonymously in various ways that you could leak it, what your registry URL is. And then anyone can just go into StartOS, go to the marketplace, and add a custom registry and install software from you instead of from us.
Are you aware of any notable third-party registries?
There's a couple. Yeah. I don't think they're like publishing them for public consumption, though. I think that they're using them for their own circles, their friends, their family, their business, stuff like that, right? And which I think is a really good and interesting way for that to bootstrap, because as it stands, the registry is an extremely trusted entity at the moment. The registry can ship you malware, right? When you install something from the Start9 registry, you are 100% trusting Start9. You have no idea what we shipped you. No idea. You can't, right? It's impossible. So if you don't trust us, don't install stuff from our registry. Instead, build it from source. It only takes a couple minutes, and install it that way. Or spin up your own registry, set up some, workflows in self-hosted Git or even GitHub, and build them automatically. Distribute them to your own registry, install them from yourself, be your own provider, right? Like we try to make this as easy as possible, but the registries are extremely trusted because that's where the binaries are coming from. And in the future, the very near future, actually, in 0.4.1, the next big release of StartOS, which isn't here yet because 0.4.0 is just now coming out, we are introducing a concept called trusted keys, where instead of trusting the registry, you will go into your StartOS settings and actually paste n number of public keys that you trust. So let's say there's 6 people in the world that you trust. You're going to paste their 6 public keys, and you're going to be like, these 6 keys I trust. And you can set a quorum, right? An arbitrary quorum. So you could say, StartOS, do not install anything unless it is signed by 3 out of the 6 of these keys, or 4 out of the 6, or 6 out of 6. If you're, you're like, I will not install anything unless all 6 of these people have signed off on it. And then if you try to, so you can go to any registry anywhere, doesn't matter now. The registry is no longer a trusted entity. You can install the software. StartOS will check to see whether that binary has been signed by the requisite quorum of signatures. And if it has not, it will block the installation, which of course you could then bypass, right? You could but it'll block it by default. But you could be like, nope, override. I want to install it anyway. Of course, we're not going to like prevent you from installing software if you want to override your own security setting. But by default, it will reject the install. Does that make sense?
Totally. And that's super cool. I think that's a great idea. Because I
Yeah,
mean, that's
thanks.
the whole way it's supposed to work is like developer signatures and things like this. This is a whole other thing, though, you're talking about here, not just developer signatures, but quorums of arbitrary people, which
Yeah.
is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's
I like
not. I
that.
don't think there's any real precedent for this. I
I
mean,
don't think so. No.
in sort of indirectly, or people do this, right? Like somebody will download a piece of software and see who signed it. So informally, I guess people do this, but I don't think it's ever been formalized into an operating system.
Yeah, well, I mean, besides, like Linux repos, um, verifying signatures,
Yeah,
but
I don't know if quorums, but it's not usually
no
user
one's done a
driven.
quorum.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, never. I've never heard of that.
yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And we think
Does
what will emerge from this is not only uh, a proliferation of alternative registries, but also the emergence of trusted people, right? Like when you combine things like, self-hosted registries, potentially Noster, where you can link public keys to an identity over time that has, reputation attached, that we we foresee certain people emerging as like very trusted individuals in the self-hosted world, especially around StartOS, right? Like there's just gonna be people that people trust, and it'll be interesting to see who they are and how they emerge, whether they're anonymous or known entities in meat space or not. I don't know. Probably
Yeah, I
both.
like that. That's pretty cool. Does StartOS do anything to make it more user-friendly to compile stuff?
Yeah, it's super easy to build S9 PKs, right? S9 PKs is the package format that gets installed onto StartOS, and every single service, whether it's on the Start9 registry or the community registry, is open source, and they're highly, highly conformant. I put an enormous amount of work in over the last few years of building not only an SDK, right, where people can trivially now package anything for StartOS. It's very easy now with agentic support, right? Like if
Huh.
you're using an LLM and you're following our packaging guide, I can package up new software, never before seen software that, well, sorry, the software exists, right? But it's not packaged for StartOS. Like take, I don't know, some piece of software that you like, some budgeting tool or some node or whatever, and it's not available on the marketplace. No registries have it. It's very easy at this point for even totally non-technical people to package software for StartOS because we've made it so formalized, so conventional. It's completely type safe. It's a TypeScript SDK. The documentation around it is perfect. And so LLMs can basically just rip it out. You just tell Claude, like, yo, go package this software for StartOS. And it's like, here's your S9PK or here's your package. And then you publish it, obviously, right, to some Git application like GitHub or Git, GitForge, whatever you want. And then other people can just go to that thing and run a single make command. So if you clone a Git repository, StartOS package repository, clone it and run make. Literally, just type in the word make and hit enter, and an S9PK will pop out. Obviously, there's some environmental prerequisites there, like your machine, your actual computer needs to have, make installed. It needs to have start CLI installed. There's some things that you have to install, but that's a one-time setup. And from then on, you can build from source and sideload, to be honest, in like a couple extra minutes. So you never have to install anything from the registry if you don't want. You can just build from source and sideload all day long.
Man, I'm a little impressed with how you guys have thought of bottlenecks everywhere. Like, for example, packaging something for StartOS. That's a bottleneck. You made that accessible. That's really cool. I think that's exactly the kind of thinking that we need in the world of fucking engineering, freedom tech, or counter engineering, as I like to
Well, if
say.
we want people to use it, right? Like freedom tech has always been here. It's always been possible to run your own server and install open source software on it and connect to it from anywhere in the world using VPNs and Tor, but nobody does it because it's too much friction, right? It's too much. It's way too easy to just download, some cloud SaaS application onto your phone and use it. And so the battleground is convenience, but it also has to match it has to match or beat from a security, privacy, and cost perspective as well. And obviously, when you self-host stuff, all of those are inherently improved, right? It's always
Yeah.
more private. It's always more secure, always costs less. So really the only thing that we needed to level up on was the user experience and the convenience. And that's what we do.
Yeah. Well, fucking keep up the good work. If anyone wants to call in, you can call in PAZNIA.com/call to. I'll try and see if anyone wrote any questions in the chat. But in the meantime, well, shit, I guess I'll scroll on mic. Why not? I'll just scroll for a little bit because I'm very poorly prepared for every show. So like I'm often last minute writing stuff for it or whatever. And so this time I didn't even bother to look at the chat the whole time.
Just winging stuff is great.
Yeah. Well, it better be because that's all I got. The FCC are a bunch of micro dick cunts. That's something someone said in the chat.
Yeah, we could talk about the FCC.
I mean, they didn't say it for you, but you can if you want.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying that because I was talking about a router product and the FCC de facto, right, just banned new routers in the United States. That's why they're saying that.
I didn't hear about that. No.
So here's what they did. Okay. In the past, if you wanted to make a device that used the air, okay, that had a Wi-Fi module, for example, it doesn't need to be a router, just anything that uses Wi-Fi. It needs an FCC certification, right? The FCC owns the air around you, and you can't use it to send signals without their permission. And they made this pretty easy to do. It was pretty trivial to get an FCC certification. Unless you were doing something really weird or needed like some spectrum that is not normal, right? Something weird, you're going to get your certification. No big deal. And then I think on April 10th or something, I don't know, a few weeks ago, with zero warning, they come out and say, the Department of War has advised us to no longer issue certifications for any Wi-Fi bearing device that is foreign made. It has to be manufactured in the USA, or we will not issue a certification. I personally am not aware of, I mean, I'm sure it exists, right? And I'd be happy for someone to give me an example, but I personally am not aware of any computing device that is US made.
At least not mass produced, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there might be some like niche things, but like basically, so what this means is that the FCC was like, Wi-Fi device. Wi-Fi is now illegal in the United States, right? Now, if a device already has a certification, you can continue selling it. So if you're a business and you have a Wi-Fi router for sale in the US and it already has its certification, you're grandfathered in. You can continue to sell that device. But when you run out of stock, right, or you try to update it, and we're not just talking about the hardware, we're talking about the firmware. You're not even allowed to update the firmware of your router because that needs a certification. So
Well, that's
basically what's
not
happened here is
enforceable.
all innovation in Wi-Fi based computing hardware has been halted unless that innovation is taking place 100% domestically. Now, what constitutes foreign manufacturing versus domestic manufacturing is also a bit debatable, but ultimately it comes down to this: is any meaningful or major component of the device made outside the United States? Or was the device designed outside of the United States? If either of those is true, roughly speaking, the FCC is not going to give you a certification, which means you cannot sell your device.
Well, thanks for bringing that up because that's really something that should have been in my news section later, but it's not there. So I didn't I didn't notice that somehow.
Yeah. So what we're doing, because this directly affects us, is, we have a Chinese manufactured, like every device in the world, router. If you want to check it out, it's at router.start9.com. It is the most open router possible. We have the most open hardware router in the world. It is based on a RISC-V chip and architecture. So it's not even using x86 and ARM, which are both closed proprietary architectures. The architecture is open source. The board, the literal motherboard of the router schematics are on GitHub. So it's an open source board that anyone could print for themselves. The firmware is completely open source, except for 2 early stage boot partitions, 2 boot blobs that we are actively working to extricate and replace with open source alternatives. We have no reason to believe that these 2 early stage blobs are malicious or bad in any way. It's just an artifact of the fact that everything on Earth is closed and it's really, really hard to get a fully open boot stack. But otherwise, the firmware is completely open source.
Is this like a U-boot kind of thing?
OpenWRT and RISC-V have their own boot stack, Open Boot Stack, SBI it's called. So it's sort of the core boot for RISC-V. I don't know if you're familiar with core boot.
Yeah.
So RISC-V has its own flavor of core boot, and it's called SBI, and that's what we use. So then the operating system is based on OpenWRT. OpenWRT is, a extremely powerful router OS, the most powerful. In fact, there's nothing you can't do. I'll put it that way. OpenWRT is like anything you can imagine doing with a network, you can do it with OpenWRT. The problem with OpenWRT is that it is impossible to use, in part because it's so powerful, but also in part because a bunch of super geeks coded it and who have no concept of how to productize something. I use that term affectionately because I am one of those people, but I also know how to productize things into, coherent user experiences. And so what we did was we took OpenWRT and just made it better, right? We forked it. We built on top of it. We added a custom GUI to it. We built abstractions that are not present in stock OpenWRT, like concepts and experiences that just are huge total departures from how people would normally use OpenWRT. And I think we turned it into the most user-friendly, easiest to use router operating system in the world. But it also has all of the power of OpenWRT. So we managed to sort of have our cake and eat it too, right? We managed to create a fully open source, from hardware to firmware to operating system, maximally powerful, yet extremely easy to use router. So I think we have the best router in the world. I do. And even if you don't buy the router from us, again, it's just an operating system. You can just flash any existing router that would ordinarily support OpenWRT. You can flash it with StartWRT, and that's our fork of OpenWRT.
The hardware you're using sounds quite appealing, though. Who's building it? Who's your partner?
So Spacement makes the chip, and then we're working with Deep Computing. You can look them up to actually do the encasement and a lot of the kind of layer 2 logistics of getting a piece of hardware built and shipped and supplied. And then we are doing the final assembly here in Colorado. So, but the RISC-V chip is the K1 from Spacement. Deep Computing is a really cool company that makes RISC-V laptops.
So this is like you kind of commissioned this yourselves. Is that right?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's a stepping stone towards printing our own boards, which is what's coming next.
Oh. Is this the first time Start9 has actually commissioned their own custom hardware?
Yeah. Everything, all our servers have just been white labeled devices.
Yeah.
And this is kind of white labeled, right? It's not like we designed a custom board here. We just put things together, right? We composed existing things. But again, we are working towards actual in-house fabrication, custom servers and routers. We're going to be doing our own boards. We're moving completely in a RISC-V direction.
You might end up being the first router manufacturer to be eligible for a certification from the FTC.
Oh, well, let me round out that story just a little before we move on. So naturally, there is an exemption path, right? So the FCC says we're not issuing new certifications unless you get an exemption. And so guess who got exemptions on like day 2?
Fucking Cisco or something? I don't know.
Yeah, Netgear, Cisco. Yeah. Right. So the big boys, because they were probably the ones lobbying for this in the first place. Like all things crony capitalism, this it's designed to it's designed to squeeze out competition and
are you able to
monopolies.
To keep doing the interview for like more than an hour?
Yeah, sure, I can go.
Okay, cool. Because there's going to be a break soon that we cannot stop. The robots will take over in 5 minutes, and then I'll be back with you, and I want to talk to you. I want to get you talking about AI and stuff because I know you have some good takes on that.
Okay.
But I don't know. What else should I ask you about? Fucking, I feel like there are things I forgot because I was just letting you talk, being lazy.
Like I said, I can do that. So.
Well, I mean, that's really. Oh, you can start the ad break. Well, why don't you just start the ad break now, then? We're gonna have an ad break. Robots are gonna tell you jokes. We're gonna be back with Matt.
How long does this go? Do I have time to run off for a minute?
Was it like? Yeah, it's like 5. Was it like 5-10 minutes? Great. 7 or 8 minutes.
I'll see you in 5.
Okay. Bye. Now, when it comes to weird alternative health shit, you may have heard of Brown's gas, boss, aka molecular hydrogen. Technically, actually, molecular hydrogen is just one part of what Brown's gas is, but whatever. It's a kind of wellness treatment used by health professionals and weirdos all over the world, both mainstream and otherwise. They got gas bars in Japan and shit. Big body of research showing that this therapy likely helps with pretty much everything. cancer, diabetes, heart disease, pretty much every organ system in the body. Over 1,500 papers, therapeutic potential for 170 diseases. In broad strokes, it works by fucking electrolyzing water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you breathe that shit and you drink the water that it's bubbled through. And these gases are, negatively charged and shit, and they get into every cell of your body. It's probably how magical healing springs work, at least partially. The water is hydrogen enriched. Now, the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness has run R&D on these machines for about 4 years, and the top machine being recommended right now is the Lord's Hydrofix by Holy Hydrogen. And can you believe it? We have a coupon code for a product that isn't on our own fucking store. There's a first time for everything, so save a fat chunk of change on the Department of Health and Wellness's top recommended machine, and support Cloak and Dagger at the same time by heading on over to holyhydrogen.com and inputting coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off your Lord's Hydrofix. You're going to want to do your own research on this. The Molecular Hydrogen Institute website can help you with that. There's you can use whatever resources you want. There's a huge body of research on this. You know as well as I do, hopefully, that there are a lot of bullshit health tonics and gimmicks being hawked out there. The Brown's gas is one of the truest, most powerful tonic treatments out there in the world by far. When you learn for yourself how much of a health and wellness bombshell molecular hydrogen truly is, you're going to see why having your own machine is truly worth the investment. These machines are a bit costly, okay? I'm not going to lie to you, but they last for ages, and they may help you save on health costs in the long run. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health, so pony the fuck up. Go to holyhydrogen.com. Use coupon code VONU100. Victor Oscar November Uniform 100. Get $100 off.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
Liberty Under Attack Publications is your source for all things self-liberation. Featuring high-quality agorist and anarchist fiction, Paul Rosenberg's A Lodging of Wayfaring Men, and his The Breaking Dawn are two great starts. The Brushfire series by Matthew Wojtecki is stellar, #Agora, and more. Save Bitcoin or fiat by buying a bundle, such as the Strategy Sample Pack, wherein you can explore a few different strategies to the problem of freedom. At Current, Vonu, Ben Stone's Vision, and Second Realm, book on strategy. And once you're inspired to take action in your own life, head on over to the Ghost Pads and Privacy Tools tab to get yourself a Ghost Phone and Ghost Pad, and secure your communications from both the public and private spies. Stock up your home apothecary with items from Aura's Apothecary, Black Drawing Salve, Comfrey Salve, Natural Insect Repellent, and much more. And finally, the newest addition, PAZNIA Farms canned goods, cowboy candy, pickles, salsa, etc. Of course, all of the canned goods and the apothecary items are made with the highest quality ingredients, some grown here at the homestead. Head on over to libertyunderattack.com, again libertyunderattack.com, to check out our full catalog or to place your order today. Bitcoin accepted and preferred. Email if you'd like to pay with XMR, shane@libertyunderattack.com, or if you'd like to place an international order. Again, libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
We're back with Matt Hill, co-founder and CEO of Star9, and we have 2 comments from the chat from Fakhdul Magdul Mendahi. Comment. All very cool things. Anything in regard to CNC machines or software-defined radios? Thank you for your work.
Not really, no. I mean, we're not working on anything that would fit those 2 categories.
Well, he's got another one for you. Comment.
Cool.
When my local LLM started asking me about fursuits, I immediately closed the VM and deleted the OS. Should not have trained the poor thing on anime and manga. What is the coolest thing AI can do or will do?
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, let's talk about AI here because it needs to be talked about. Things are happening in the world that are big, historically unprecedented big. So let's see. My take on AI has changed dramatically over the past year, as I'm sure many people's has. But I learned to code back in like 2015 is when I started writing code, and I'm pretty crazy. Like I'm kind of a crazy guy, and when I really get on something, I have like hyper focus disorder, if you want to think of it that way. Like everything else goes away, and I got lost for like 2 years in basically just becoming a really good developer. I all day, every day, all night, every night, just dreaming in code, banging my head against the wall, just was ferociously making sure that I had this skill, this tool, because I had decided back then that it was essential for my survival and my life's purpose and my goals. And so I just that's all I did. And I only say this to say that, as somebody who's been coding, full stack stuff for, I don't know, 11 years now, I have some degree of perspective here. Like I know what I'm talking about. And I am here to say that like the vibe coding stuff is real. I didn't believe it at first. And it's very difficult for me to overstate the degree of disruption that is coming, that has already begun and is still yet to come. I didn't think that we would hit this level of efficacy and intelligence in AI in my lifetime. I thought that I would grow old before we saw what we are already seeing, and yet is still accelerating. And so I've had to dramatically reorient my worldview over the last 12 months. I have not had anything close to this degree of kind of disorientation, at least since I discovered Bitcoin and had to kind of like integrate that into my world, right? Like how I saw the war unfolding over time, right? Like Bitcoin changed how I thought about politics on Earth, and power structures on Earth. I saw Bitcoin as a way of dramatically disempowering, some of the most powerful institutions in the world. And so it's a new technology. It's a new tool in the fight. And when AI really came of age in the past year, really, I've had a much more dramatic reorientation, because this isn't just disrupting banks and governments. fundamentally what AI is doing right now, and I don't know if a lot of people think of it this way, because you can cherry pick all sorts of superficial things that AI is disrupting, has disrupted, and will continue to do. And all of these things, when I say superficial, I don't mean unimportant. I mean surface level. Okay. Like AI is going to wipe out the software development industry, right? That is superficial, right? It's going to wipe out an entire industry, and tens of thousands of people who were previously almost a form of aristocracy, right? Software engineers are being wiped out like with a brush of a hand right now. That is a surface level, superficial disruption. What's fundamentally at stake here, at the deepest level, is human purpose. That is what's being disrupted, right? The internet disrupted the telecom industry, and it disrupted information systems on Earth. That is a huge disruption, what the internet did to Earth. But it didn't fuck with humans. It was just a different tool for humans. We as a being, as a species, were not disrupted by it. It was just our information systems that were, and our business models. Politics was disrupted, all of it. But what's happening in AI right now actually threatens human purpose. It absolutely will, in much shorter time than almost anyone realizes, eliminate any evidence of your purpose. You will not, you broadly speaking, I'm not talking to anyone specifically, obviously. It will become increasingly difficult for people to observe evidence of their value. Nobody is going to hire you to do anything. Nobody's like, you could go out in the world and be like, hey, everyone, I have this skill, I have that skill, I'm motivated, I'm hardworking. Like, what can I do? Where can I help? And increasingly, the answer is just going to be like, sorry, we can literally do what you do, but like 10 times better, 10 times faster, and at 1/100th of the cost. I'm sorry. And this is just going to spread. I have not been able to identify an end game to that progression yet. It's going to come for each of us in our own turn. At the moment, right, it's wiping out, junior software engineers, gone. Now, sure, they can go learn a trade or, pursue a different career altogether, or become product managers like all the other software are doing at the moment. But like, that's just one group of people. Who's next, right? Anyone who does data entry and analytics, gone. Any musicians, gone. Actors, actresses, models, gone. The whole film industry, as a matter of fact. Anyone who makes art, gone. I mean, you can make art, don't get me wrong, but the AI can make, art that's 10 times as good as your art, and it can make it infinitely and for free, and custom as well. So it's not even mass production. It's just, mass reproduction, right? Like in less than a year, I'm surprised it doesn't exist already, you will have AIs doing real paint on real portraits, like real paint on real canvas, huge portraits that rival the Mona Lisa or supersede it, actually, that nobody on Earth would be able to tell was even done by an AI, because it'll be literal paint on a real canvas, and it'll like they're going to crush us at art. They're going to crush us at everything that we think we're good at. And it'll come for the trades last, right? Well, not last, like plumbing and electricians and people who build fences and all that. It'll come for them later, not last, right? It'll come for them in 5 to 10 years, at the long end of the horizon, in my opinion. But the people who last the longest, I think, are going to be the extremely sensitive interpersonal careers, like being a nanny, for example. Those will last for a very long time. It's going to be a long time before people hand the babies over to the humanoid robots to take care of them. I think eventually they will. So I don't think that is ultimately a safe place to hide. Interpersonal relationships as well. So like your spouse in time will be a robot. I'm very confident that most people will choose the robot. It'll be everything you want it to be. It'll be better than any human you've ever known. It'll be mean to you when you want it to be mean, even if you don't know it, because it'll know what your blood pressure is and how you're feeling on the inside. It'll literally have sensors to know exactly what you want, even if you don't, and then give it to you. And it'll be the most addictive drug and relationship imaginable. So yeah, I have been dealing with this gradual recognition that we have invented a technology combined with robotics that will, in time, effectively eliminate the reason. It will eliminate all evidence of our value. And how people deal with that is yet to be seen. I do not think there is a lot of precedent doesn't bode well. Okay, like when you see people in the world who have no purpose, right, who have not defined a purpose for themselves and receive no evidence of their purpose, meaning they literally, there's nobody that needs them. They have no job to do, they have no purpose, they're just floating, right? It doesn't bode well for their mental health. Like I maybe know a couple of people ever that I have met that I think could survive in a world where literally no one needed them for anything, and they had no evidence of their own purpose or value other than their own subjective evaluation, and still maintain their sanity and happiness. I know like a couple people, but the vast majority of people will not survive in that kind of a circumstance. They will develop severe issues and become violent even. And not only all of that, but we also just flat out as a society do not have the social and economic systems in place to even begin thinking about how the hell we are going to what does the economy look like when machines are doing everything for virtually for free? Like, what does that mean? Like the whole idea of getting a job, earning a living, and paying for things becomes this anachronistic, ancient thing. It's like it doesn't make sense, and yet we don't have the ability to deal with that. We don't, right? Like our political systems, our economic systems can't change that fast. They're very slow moving, very, very slow moving. In fact, I think people will reinforce the power of the state to a degree that we've never imagined in order to prevent AI from taking their jobs. I think that we are going to see one of the biggest resurgences of nationalism where people will literally, they won't see it like this, but what it amounts to is that they will literally be begging the state to use violence so that they can continue to work for wages to barely survive. Like people are going to push to remain slaves because the alternative is a world of abundance where they have absolutely no purpose. And I don't know how this is going to reconcile yet. Like this is where I'm living in my own mind space right now. Like this is what I think about a lot is I actually don't see how we navigate this as a species without a massive amount of suffering and death. And I'm really, really hopeful that I'm wrong. But I'm also still seeking how I'm wrong because I don't see it. So if you guys want to talk about that, I'm down.
Well, the bad news is I don't have a path that doesn't have suffering in it. But the good news is I have a path where the good guys win. And yeah, our biggest problem as a species remains our own like malaise. And like I think this what you're identifying here, the reduction of a sense of purpose, at least through superficial things, um and like the psychological impact of having like a bunch of shit just handed to you without having to do much work, and have like a lot of food to eat and not much physical activity that you have to do and stuff like that. I think that that is a trend that humanity's been experiencing for a long time, and we're just seeing something coming down the pipe that could make it, that could continue that trend exponentially as it has been. And I agree with you that there's going to be some fallout from that, like from I don't think it's the end of the world, and I kind of welcome those problems. I think that's like what a wonderful problem to have, that a sex bot is better than any girl, or or that I have a bunch of food to eat and not a lot of work to do or whatever. Like I bring those problems on. Those are the problems I want. But and I think what people do, much the same way that they have in recent times drifted away from, they drifted towards things that they drifted up the Maslow's hierarchy of values, basically, and people became more interested in things like art, or whatever. People become more spiritual or whatever. I welcome those like crises of purpose and blah blah blah. The existentialist spiritual crisis or whatever. People that's good. That's bring it on. But yeah, for me the concern is, as you say, there's rather, as I'm going to add to what you're saying, I think there's two big approaches to this that are going to emerge, and it's the same old story. One is the statist approach, the top-down, centralized, hierarchical approach, central planning, and the other is the decentralized approach, the grassroots approach. And these approaches already coexist, and I think that there is really, really, really serious potential for AI to affect both of these approaches a lot. I had a very similar experience to you in that I kind of just thought like LLMs and shit were kind of overblown, because they were for a while. And it's true that from a financial perspective, some of these organizations are not necessarily great investments. It does seem there is definitely an AI bubble. But the technology itself, I feel the same way as you in the last year or so, especially the last, I don't know, 6-8 months or something, has, it's gotten good enough, fast enough to be creepy, to start freaking people out who actually know what they're talking about and are paying attention. And that is both a very threatening and exciting thing. So for me, as Mr. Privacy Security guy, what I've like the images that have been going in through my head for the last several months is like, everybody's worst nightmares about what a sci-fi dystopia could look like is something that's going to be possible within like 5 years or something. So like you can have every surveillance camera as well as satellites looking at the ground and have facial recognition and gait recognition and car recognition and blah, blah, and have not every single person, but have the vast majority of people tracked most of the time, have their locations tracked, and all sorts of things tracked about them, including predicting what they're going to do before they do it. There's going to be a lot of metadata, a lot of automated analysis, and then you can have that tied into a system of drones and robots with weapons, and stuff like that is what goes through my mind, and that is possible in the next 5 to 10 years or something. But at the same time, there's also people haven't really been sleeping on stuff that I've said is important for the last whatever 10 or 15 years. I've been telling everyone who'd listened that we need decentralized computation and distributed data stores and mesh networking. And the computation one always used to be the last one I'd bring up, because it's like, well, most computation can be done locally on the client side. So whatever, mesh networking and data storage are the most important things to decentralize first. But now, for obvious reasons, we need to offload computation for AI. It's not just folding proteins or fucking research, rendering graphics. Now it's for AI, which is going to be used for everything and is going to be super important. So yeah, decentralizing computation and having a proper crypto monetized marketplace for decentralizing computation, and having that be done in a private way, such as with homomorphic encryption, so that nobody knows what the fuck people are doing with it. That is really important. It's something I've been talking about it for a long time, but it's more important now than ever. And of course, what I talk about on my show all the time, which is insurrectionary agorism, right? The thing that I made up in my manifesto. That's more relevant now than ever, because it's always been the case that there was no way this could go other than war. And that's why I say I don't have a path for you that doesn't have any suffering. There's going to be suffering. Not all of it's going to be due to war, but some of it's going to be due to war, because we do have to fight. We will have to physically fight them and kill people. And also die. The good news is, with drones being more relevant than ever, perhaps war can be a little less dangerous than it used to be in the near future. But whatever, you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet. At the end of the day, I believe that the force that will win, that always wins, that has been winning for 10,000 years, is the force that aligns itself with natural law and leverages the power of decentralization. Markets work. That's why they spread. That's why enemies with, that's why you can use like GDP plus GDP per capita or whatever to predict the outcome of any war in like the last 100 years. It's why, like, quasi-fascist military industrial complex supported states have done better than more socialistic states in war. And in medieval times, mercenaries were kicking knights' asses pretty consistently. And I think we're just going to see a repeat or a continuation of the same trend, which is with decentralized markets for security, we will have our own little armies of guerrilla cipher mercenaries, and we'll pay for them using insurance or something to that effect. And we're going to fucking kill them all. We're also going to do fun little things like cut down the cameras, stuff like that. That's the answer. We're going to have to kill a bunch of people and fight for our freedom. But there's no rule saying you can't have fun doing it. And that's what we're all about here on Cloak and Dagger, about having fun.
What a weird way to end that.
How to kill cops and kings for fun and profit. That's my subtitle for my manifesto.
Okay. All right. Well, Thane, I didn't know a whole lot about you coming into this, but that was a good introduction there. So thank you. What has occurred to me through this process, because everything I was saying before was all the doom and gloom side, we'll say, right? I'm not at all down right now. This is the most invigorated and alive I've ever been. So clearly I agree that there is a path here, and I welcome the very problems that I cited, because again, those are good problems to have. Freedom and abundance is what we want. And if, in that paradigm, people need to subjectively define their purpose, despite, lack of evidence, right? It's truly kind of self-defined. Then fine, we will adapt to that. People will,
Yeah,
our
well,
culture will adapt.
this has been what we've been fighting for all along in a way, is like, but by
Yeah.
supporting non-aggression and an advancement of the economy and
My
technology,
my
what we're
concern
doing
is
is
not.
saying we want you not to harm each other, and all your problems should just come from you. That you're eating too many cheeseburgers and shooting up heroin and jerking off too much.
Yeah, the end game is not my concern. My concern is that people are not ready for this. It's right. Like I always had it in my head that we would have to fight the, you know, the authoritarians, the despots of the world, centralized corrupt entities that have emerged and become, bloated and powerful. But I always had it in that there wasn't this variable that is now present, which is, you sort of imagine people wanting this. And it's only when I realized that, like, COVID fucked me up, right? Like, COVID was a total change in the way that I viewed humanity, the way that I viewed people, broadly speaking. And I realized, I knew, but I hadn't seen it so clearly. Right? It's one thing to know something, and it's something to see something. How easy it is to manipulate entire populations, right? Like how, like when you really, when you, the state, and you have a propaganda machine, and you have violence, and like, when that thing gets put into action, it is very effective. And people just fall right in line. They just fall into it. And that really shook me, because I was like, oh man, like, it's sort of like in the Matrix, where it's like anyone who's not actually out is potentially an enemy, right? And so I realized that I wasn't just going to have to, like, fight the quote bad guys. It was that I was going to have to fight the good guys, the people, right? That just
Well, they're
don't.
not that good.
That's but it's everyone though. It's like COVID was like shocking, right? Like,
Yeah, well, I
I
mean,
can't believe how some of
it's
the
a good wake up
people
call
I
to
thought
have.
were really good turned out to be. You know what I mean? I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So it's definitely good to have those realizations as early as possible, because
Yeah, it
the
was.
the ugly reality, this is war that we're in right now, and it's not pretty. Your enemy are just like normal people with hopes and dreams and like children and stuff like that. And like, to be a warrior, you have to you have to get the gumption, either the easy way or the hard way, to be like, look, if you snitch on me, I will kill you while you sleep next to your children. I don't give a shit if we had a nice conversation, or something like, or if I like your personality.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're talking about the doing what is necessary, and so
There are
to
lots
bring
of
it back a
bludgies
bit.
I like. Lots of cops and soldiers have good personalities, are well intentioned. I would kill any single one of them, zero remorse.
So to bring it back a little bit to like Start9 and what I'm doing is part of this, right? What's occurred to me recently and I always knew this. So when Start9 came out, when we first, formed and launched, and early 2020, we went to market with our first little mini Raspberry Pi based server and StartOS 0.1. The tagline for the company was digital defense systems for the sovereign individual. That was the name. That was our tagline. So even then, I knew very clearly who our market was, right? Like, we are building defense systems for people who want to be free. And what I allowed myself to do during some of that time was buy into my own narrative, my own public kind of narrative that, this is true, by the way. So I'll state something true, and then I'll say why leaning in too hard to it is not a good idea, which is that normal people, you're just your everyday person, right, wants and should, right, it would benefit their life to utilize privacy preserving, censorship resistant, secure, cheap information systems, like running their own server and a privacy router and security cameras that link up to the private server, drones, health monitoring bracelets and rings that track your vitals but feed all the medical data to your own server through your own router, analyzed by your own local LLM and fed to you via a private cloud from anywhere in the world. This is great, right? People are going to want this. Like, this is private computing. We call it sovereign computing. And I stand by that. This is a true statement. I think it's a great product for, quote, normal people, right? Like, people who just want to share photos of their children with their friends and family in such a way that Google and iCloud don't have the photos, right? Like, it's a self-hosted image instance where I take a picture with my phone. It gets encrypted on my phone. It gets sent, to the server in my house, where it is, automatically added to an album and shared with, certain people and nobody else. And that's it. Like, that's how computers should work, But more recently, I have come to realize that while that is all true, and I do want people to do this, and anyone who takes responsibility for their own life and leans into privacy preserving, censorship resistant, secure technology is my friend, I've realized that things are going to degrade. That ultimately it's going to come to blows. That there is no path, there's no future where this technology, including and especially inference, right? Like using AIs in effective, self-hosted, totally private ways, is going to be made there's no scenario where they don't try to shut this down, right? Like the whole world,
100%.
they're trying to centralize the world's information. Okay, like, and with AIs, it gets really terrifying. Okay, because with AIs and robotics, as the world gets smarter, as smart devices enter our world, right? Like things we wear on our body and cameras and TVs. This. I'm sure everyone listening to the show knows this. Like, this becomes a dystopia really fast, and especially it's the powered by AI part that really gets terrifying. Okay, because you now have like AI, controlled swarms of drones that can descend upon your house, or your doors can just lock if you say the wrong thing or something. Whatever. It gets crazy, and they love this. This is the ultimate control. This is it, and so they're going to lean hard into this, and they are going to attack with no mercy anything that reasonably threatens this model. And so what I think here is that I build this technology very aggressively every day. I feel possessed. And I want everyone to adopt it. But if I'm being honest with myself and I look out far enough, what I really just want is to give the fighters a fighting chance, right? Like, you cannot win an information war. Now, when I say information war, that doesn't mean there won't be guns. There will be guns. But we're in the information age, right? Like, where to point those guns matters. It's always been, right? All war has always been based on comms and information, right? Like, you need to know
Yeah,
where they
intelligent.
are, when they're going to be there. Like, intelligence, right, is central to putting up a good fight. If your enemy knows where you are, where you're going to be, modern technology, they could take you out from space, right? Like, you need to be invisible. You have to be able to coordinate activities with friendlies across space and time in a completely invisible way. And to be able to do that requires such an insane skill set. And one little slip up is your life. And so that's not good enough. We need totally private, dark technology to be easy to use.
Yeah.
Uncompromising. No, oh, well, it's almost private except for the fact that it goes through our server. None of that shit, right? Like, real tech, real privacy tech. We need it to be easy. Hopefully, first and foremost, so that people can just live private, dignified lives. That's my goal. I'm actually a very peaceful guy. I would love for AI, self-hosting, and open monetary technologies like Bitcoin to just happen and blow prosperity all over the world, right? But they're not going to do that. They're not going to let that happen. So ultimately, somebody's going to have to make a stand. And I want those people to have what they need to not get the shit kicked out of them. Right? I want to give them comms. I want to give them information systems that can enable an effective guerrilla resistance.
You're doing God's work.
Now, I don't want to do that. Again, I will reiterate, contrary to some of the language you used, right? Like, I don't want to kill anyone. And I'm sure you don't want to either. You're
No,
just
I'm the
talking about
same
doing
as
what's
you.
necessary. You're talking about doing what's necessary. I really am just crossing my fingers and being hopeful that this is not our future. But I just can't look out and be honest with myself and see anything other than this, right? Like, it has to come to blows.
I didn't doubt
And
it for a second.
I just
'Cause,
want the good guys to have a chance, right?
I might doubt. I might be able to hope that, like, we get certain lucky breaks that I thought maybe we wouldn't get, for sure. And that certain things could go better than I'm predicting they will, for sure. But it's still gotta be the use of force is the foundation of everything. It's the whole
Yeah.
question of politics. Just as in order to oppress people, you need to use force and threats. In order to defend yourself, to protect your rights, you need to use force and threats of force. So that's always going to be the first question. Like, who has established the security to enforce whatever standards they think are right? That's always going to be number one. Economic activity and communication or whatever all happen in the context of that. It's the foundation for everything else. So yeah, we were never going to avoid the fight, but we could get lucky in ways that I'm thinking we might not.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a chance that, the infighting amongst, them and their own their own unsustainable self-destructive models just make this a blowout, right? Like,
Well,
maybe
that's definitely
maybe
guaranteed to be
AI
part of it.
and yeah, like maybe, these technologies that we're building have such an asymmetric advantage due to their privacy characteristics, and hopefully some culture that goes along with it, and widespread adoption, right, would certainly go a long way. um, and yeah, maybe economic incentives actually just kind of win out the day, right? Like, the sovereign
I think they
individual
do.
thesis that, I really adore that book. um, foresaw a future where, sure, of course, there's going to be skirmishes and pockets of violence and people that fall through the cracks, but it actually foresaw a future in the information age where it was just like, hey, violence just doesn't pay like it used to. You make more
That's
money
what's going to
playing by
happen.
the rules and than you do by just trying to rob people because defensive technologies have asymmetric advantages
That's absolutely
versus
true.
offensive, right? So
Absolutely
yeah,
true. I
yeah.
think that we've seen that trend already, and that's why like rates of violent crime and stuff dropped so much over like the 20th century. And like, yeah, it's really the whole premise of insurrectionary agorism. I think virtually every technological advance and weapon seems to empower the individual. It empowers the little guy more than the big guy. There's like diminishing returns with just having more people and money to throw at the technology, if you know what I mean. And AI is no exception there.
right. Yeah, but we do need very like the rubber meets the road still needs to be done, right?
Exactly.
And that's where I like to live, right? Like I'm actively now at this point, we are working on making sure that local AI is a thing. I mean, for the most part right now, it's very you're if you're not using the latest state of the art from Anthropic, um, you're getting your ass kicked by people who are. Like there's a huge gap at the moment between what you can do with the latest centralized proprietary cloud-based, experiences and what you can do with your dinky little GPU and a 13 billion
Yeah.
parameter model. And
Well, I mean,
so it's
there's
like,
a little middle ground there. Like there is the open source models that you can kind of pick your provider. There are some more private ways of doing it that aren't so bad. Like whatever, like some of the latest GLM or Kimi models might be comparable or good enough.
yeah, it depends what you're using it for, right? So it's about utilizing it's just all trade-offs. It's like, what do you need to do? So a lot of what I do is open source software, right? Like
Right.
I spend I spend even though I'm the CEO of the company, I have a lot of fucking hats. Okay, I do a lot, but I still spend 80% of my day in code, and all of that code is open source. And so, to maximize productivity and quality of the code, I'm using Anthropic servers for that because
Yeah,
there's nothing
it's
private
not
about it. It's
secret. Yeah.
literally open source code, right? And I'm making sure that I'm not, shipping off the contents of my file system and stuff like that. Like I've set it up in such a way that the remote LLM has access to the things that I give it, which is by and large code it already has access to because it's sitting on the internet. So I do that all day. But then if I if I have like actual, private stuff that I use for my personal life or something that is legal in nature or medical in nature or whatever it is, then yeah, I'm switching over to a local model and sort of biting the bullet on the, you know, loss of power. But there are paths forward that we get the best of both worlds. And what's cool about this too is there's also these like checkpoints of good enough, right? Like say like your needs are to code up a web application, right? Let's just do something simple here. Like, hey, I need a simple, Angular based TypeScript web app for my health and fitness product I want to launch for my family or something. Some, whatever, personal project. There is a point at which the latest state of the art LLM will not be much better than some smaller fine-tuned model that you could run locally.
Yeah.
At
Yeah.
present, it is, right? There's this gap. And what I'm saying is there's always going to be this gap, right? Like the latest centralized state-of-the-art stuff, because they're pumping billions and billions of dollars into it, is always going to outrun the sort of trailing open source locally, runnable models. But at some point, the ones that can be run locally are going to be good enough for just about anything that you can use, right? They're still going to be smarter than anyone you know. They're still going to write code at 10, 15 times the speed as a good developer can. So they'll be good enough. And I think we're really close to that, actually.
Yeah,
We
and
are
I think we have seen a
really
trend with
close. Yeah.
smaller parameter models that run on shittier hardware doing specialized things or
Right. It's all about specialization.
yeah,
That's the future, right?
and optimization.
The future of local inference is not these trillion parameter models that know everything, right? The future of inference is much smaller, highly specialized models that are orchestrated by other models that have
Right.
broader knowledge, right? So you'll talk to like your general contractor, your personal assistant, and it doesn't really know how to do anything. It's sort of a generalist. It just kind of knows a little bit about everything. But you'll say, hey, I need this done. I need this done. I need A, B, and C done. And it's going to go, oh, okay. So for A, I'm going to shop it out to this specialized model that knows how to do stuff like that. B, I'm actually going to need to connect models G and F together to collaborate on that, right? So instead of kind of needing, terabytes of RAM, you'll just load smaller models into memory dynamically, execute the inference, unload them, and then load up the next batch, which means ultimately it'll be a little bit slower because you'll have to do things kind of in this dynamic sequential way. But you're still talking about 100x productivity enhancements over previous workflows. So I think, like I said, good enough is around the corner, and yeah, I'm pretty bullish actually on the future of private local AI, and not just for information tasks, but for physical tasks. So this is something we think a lot about at Start9. This is kind of our whole like business model, right? For lack of a better phrase, this is what we kind of pitch as a business. Where we're going is the smart home. This is like what our reason for existence is our goal is to make your home really smart. I'm talking smart doorbells, security cameras, fucking drones, health,
Respect my
health bracelet, health bands that track your sleep and heart rate, smart speakers, just all the things that Google and them are doing, right? But instead of each of these devices being, hooked up and plugged into a Google server where they basically own your home now, right? Your home is literally their robotics in your home, and your home is just a gigantic surveillance apparatus. That all of these devices would be like inherently, provably yours, right? All the information that they collect from the environment is contained on private networks, processed and stored on private servers, accessible from anywhere in the world instantaneously on private networks like VPNs or overlay networks like Tor or I2P, or even on ClearNet if you want, right, using encryption. So this is where we're going. StartOS as an operating system was the backbone of this entire computer paradigm, because none of what I just said is possible without the server. The server is the brain of the operation. So that's where we started. Then we moved into the router, because the router is the guardian, creator, and gatekeeper of networks, right? And that's necessary if you want any degree of connectivity between your smart devices and your server, that you need a router. And then from there, we get to now really start having a lot of fun. So after the router, we're going to launch a security camera, which is also based on a RISC-V chip, fully open source hardware, fully open source firmware, fully open source OS, that will be trivially simple to set up. So you screw this thing into the wall, you'll pass a little bit of cryptographic material via NFC. Basically, you just tap your phone to it, and the camera will automatically discover its parent server through your private router, such that you can then go anywhere in the world, pull out your phone, and watch live video footage of your home. They'll have speakers, so you'll be able to talk through the cameras so that you could use them as like a doorbell, for instance. And in such a way that nobody knows that this camera exists, right? There's no evidence of the camera's existence other than, maybe the receipt when you purchased it, right? But all the video footage that it's collecting is self-contained. It never gets shipped off to a third-party server, and it's accessible from you or whoever you give access to privately from anywhere. So that's where we're going. We're gonna, I want a fortress. I want like patrol drones and fucking, cameras and all the rest. I got 3 children under the age of 5, and planning to have more. And in my line of work and stuff like that, like I want technology. I want power so that I can defend myself and my family. And I think other people want this as well. And so that's why we're here. That's what we're building.
Well, that's really good to hear. We badly need a company like Start9 to be getting into that, to be getting into smart home shit and surveillance and stuff. I think you're thinking very much along the right lines. Well, one thing I wanted to bring up or ask you about, we're talking here about self-hosting AI, and I think you're on the money when it comes to switching models and stuff like that, and that being something that needs to be explored further. But I mean, to my mind, the other angle is we need good decentralized private computation, so that even if we do need to offload, outsource computing power, then we can do it in a way that it still doesn't reveal any information, and it's decentralized and can't be really controlled by anybody. What do you think about that?
Well, let's dig in a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. So when you say decentralized computation, I mean, all I hear is a server.
Well, no, what I mean is a network that is like a marketplace for secure distributed computing that
to do inference on other people's GPUs in a decentralized network.
Right. And it would have to support something along the lines of homomorphic encryption, zero knowledge proofs, to conceal what was actually being done on other people's hardware.
Yeah, that doesn't really exist yet as far as I'm aware, but there are some interesting kind of research papers. This is more in Aiden's domain, who's my partner. So Aiden is lower in the stack than I am.
We should get him on the show.
Oh yeah, Aiden's a genius. He's something. Anyway, he's much lower in the stack than I am. Aiden's a true computer scientist. He exists at the the byte level. I exist at the application level. And so anyway, this is much more in his realm. But as I understand it at the moment, he who runs the processor or the GPU, right, the person who is performing the compute, can take measures to sort of lock themselves out, but ultimately can undo those locks, right? Like you can only protect this through kind of operational security systems, that there is no way to own a computer that is processing something and actually prohibit yourself at the technical level from seeing what's being processed.
Well, what you're talking about is TEEs, basically trusted execution environments, which I feel the same way about, and I've always said that. I mean, hey, I'm glad that it's available. Like I'm glad that
sure, it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But I 100% agree with you. Like my first thought, for example, with something like Intel SGX is like, okay, well, who says Intel didn't keep the key that they put on the chip? Like that it could just be backdoored. Now, that doesn't mean the backdoor is being used very much, but it just, it's a straightforward example of like I think it's TEEs are an inherently broken idea for the reason that you mentioned. But things like homomorphic encryption or zero knowledge proofs don't rely on that kind of security model. They rely on, cryptography, math, in order where you can do computation on an encrypted value and get an encrypted result and not really understand what you're doing. And then the
Well, that's
customer
the
can
dream. Yeah.
decrypt, that's homomorphic encryption.
So there's two, yeah, and I always admit what I don't know, and I don't know a lot about that. So that's not
Well, it's
something
super
I've.
fucking cool, dude. And I don't
Yeah.
blame you for not knowing because it's
Well,
mind
Aiden,
blowing. Like most.
my acknowledged approach to all knowledge that I've ever acquired in my life. Sometimes people will think I know a lot, and it's only because I'm talking about what I know. And then they start asking me other things, like, "Wow, there's a lot you don't know," and I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely."
I do
Like,
that to all my guests.
It's called specialization, right? And I, more than anyone I've ever met, have an implicit and explicit philosophy. Like I was doing it and then I acknowledged that I was doing it and then leaned into it once I realized what I was doing, which is that I will never, it's not that I just won't, I can't, I've tried. I will never learn anything that I have not determined is necessary to learn to get what I want. I cannot
You and
learn
I
for
are so
learning's
alike in
sake.
some ways.
I can't learn for learning's sake. I've tried. Like, oh, there's cool information, but if I cannot connect it to some goal, like, wait, do I need to learn this in order to get where I'm going? If the answer is no, I can't learn it. And so sometimes I'll shock people with something I don't know because so often it's like there's certain things that are connected, right? Like most people who know A also know B because they learned them together, right? Because they're taught together. But oftentimes I'll know A and know nothing about B. And it's because it's like, well, I didn't do any kind of formal learning about anything. I learned literally exactly what I needed to learn to get what I wanted. And so when somebody puts something on my radar, like you just did, I now have to like go do a little digging to see like, okay, is this something I need to know about and learn about to get where I want to go? Or one, is there somebody who I deeply trust and can rely on in my life who already understands it, and therefore, I can partner with them and work with them. There's always risk there, of course, right? That they go missing, and if you're dependent on something they have and you don't have it. But again, we have to make these trade-offs and decisions because we literally can't know everything about everything.
Well, to be
But
fair, I think Start9's angle is the hardware, the local stuff.
yeah,
Like
correct.
the way that you interface with decentralized networks is make it easy to install the software.
Yes, our goal is to like I'd have to think about this statement. Like, I'm not sure if it's an ideal or not, but if everyone is running their own servers and has their own GPUs, and then what you're talking about isn't even necessary, right? It's just like everyone is just doing their own computer on their own computers.
I don't know if that's true,
and
though.
Accessing them from everywhere. Well, I know it's not true. I'm just saying that there's this. If you could snap your fingers and make that real, I'm not sure that there would be a need to ever do compute on somebody else's computers. And tell me where that's.
I would like it if that was true, but I think that there is a degree to which the own nothing and be happy sharing economy thing. I think that there's a degree to which that is a genuine organic economic trend for reasons of efficiency, and it's not purely just a top down like big tech thing to surveil and mind control and oppress everybody, though they certainly like to use it that way.
No, it's
but,
highly efficient. It's the Uber model, right? If you
Exactly.
have capital, right? If you have a capital asset,
Exactly.
like
Yeah.
a car, and it's not in use all the time, right? The most economic
Exactly.
efficient thing to do is to use it all the time, just not you, right? You other people can use it.
You
when
know
you're
what
not
I'm
using it.
talking about, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's totally
It- what-
natural for all of
that-
us
then-
to throw our computing power into a big ass pool,
Right.
and for us to
I
just
think
whoever use it, as
I
long as it's
think
done the right
where
way.
that, yeah, I think where what that does, what that model from a natural free market standpoint, okay, nothing mandated or imposed. Like, I think that the sharing economy fills the gap that exists between that is left by the initial capital outlay of an asset, right? So if something is really expensive, like a car, right, then you're going to have this. Some people get cars, and other people don't, and even people who have cars, because the car was so expensive, are going to sort of have a desire to monetize it when it's not being used. But if you fast forward that to sheer abundance, right, where everything is really cheap and nobody needs the like minuscule extra cash flow of renting their GPU in off hours, then why wouldn't everyone just have their own GPU? And so what I'm saying is, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm merely observing that what you're describing emerges naturally when something is not cheaply and abundantly available.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
compute,
100%. Yeah.
right? Compute, when it comes to like, normal stuff, like just using a laptop, right? That's obviously not something that would be done. We're talking about inference, right? Like what else is there? Like, what else would I want to use somebody else's computer for other than
It's just shit
hashing?
like research, rendering graphics,
Sure,
folding
yeah.
proteins, fucking researching chemicals and shit.
Right. Computers that cost a lot of money and not everyone has. And so if you buy one, you can monetize it. It's a way to, yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I think it's wonderful. It's not what I do. Like, I should say, it's not my focus. And like, when I wake up, I'm mostly pushing for everyone build your own garden, right?
That's good, yeah.
And then of course somebody's going to come in and be like, yeah, well, there's like this community garden where everyone can go because there's more variety and it's cheaper to do it that way. And I'm like, do that, please do that. I will go there too, but I'm gonna like try to get everyone to grow their own garden.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel the same way. And the two aren't actually separate
No,
because
that's what I'm saying, is that they're complementary and naturally emergent.
yeah, because I mean, like, one of the things StartOS is known for is it makes it easy to make a node on a peer-to-peer, decentralized cryptocurrency network, which is all we're really talking about here.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I'm gonna ask
if
you
it's
some more
software,
questions on things
if
that
it's
you might
software,
not know
we'll
about, by
support
the way.
it. If it's software, you can do it on StartOS, right? So if what you're
Yeah.
talking about is the ability to rent out my GPU to somebody else and get, micro payments in exchange on a peer-to-peer network, like 100%, that's going to be
Oh, yeah, speaking of which, I
it's going to
meant
be a
to
killer
ask,
app for us. Go ahead.
is it easy to make a StartOS registry on StartOS?
Yeah. Yeah, the registry is itself a service in the marketplace.
Right. That's what I
So
figured.
you can literally go to the marketplace, install the registry, which means you are now running a registry on your server. So it's recursive.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
I've got more,
super easy.
because we've gone like 2 hours now, so I wanna give you some, like, because you and I could probably talk for like 6 hours or something.
Well, let's shoot for like 20 minutes, maybe.
I'll give you some, like, rapid fire
Yeah, let's
stuff,
do it.
and it's some of this might be also stuff you don't know,
That's fine.
which is fine.
I'm fine with that.
How do you feel about the hardware shortage angle?
Well, I feel it acutely. I mean, it's severely impacted us. Basically, what has happened, as far as I understand it, and as best as our suppliers have been able to describe, is that all the factory lines, all the machines that used to make, consumer laptop RAM and NVMe SSDs have been repurposed to make, chips for the big AI companies. So because they're just paying more, right? Like NVIDIA or Anthropic, they're going into these companies like Samsung and Micron and just being like, repurpose your factory to make these instead of those and we'll pay you double. And so that's what's happening. Consumers are getting priced out of the market right now. Today I'm paying $650 for 4 terabyte Samsung Evo Plus NVMe SSDs, which is what we put in our servers. And 6 months ago, I was paying $192. So we've seen a 3x, more than 3x rise in price in SSDs over the last 6 months. That is sort of a death blow, actually, to to like a computer company that uses SSDs. So it's been really rough. We've had to raise our prices, obviously. We've allowed our margins to get squeezed significantly in order to try to raise our prices as little as possible. But we have had to raise them. Our servers are more expensive now than they've ever been. And there's no real relief in sight from what we can see as we reach out to our suppliers, and they don't see it coming down anytime soon.
Yeah, well, I mean, I see 2 different coming events, and I can't tell what order they're going to happen in, and they have opposite effects. So, one is, of course, the AI bubble bursts, which could result in some like RAM being sold or something, and the price going down. The other is even worse electronic shortages that have been due to happen for a long time. Taiwan is going to be invaded. It could happen next year. They produce most of the world's semiconductors. I don't know how that's going to affect production 100%. And there's other possibilities. The United States could get EMP'd, leading to the power grid going down for a really long time, and everything could be totally fucked up and people could be starving. There's a lot of interesting, and of course, trade wars, World War III, things that the economy and electronics supply have been kind of slowly collapsing for years. And I do think that's going to get much worse before it gets better. But at the same time, I don't know when the AI bubble might burst. I don't know do you have any thoughts about any of this crap?
No, not really, because it's all just tea leaves, I mean,
Yeah,
it's not that it's
much.
not worth thinking about. It's that we don't fucking know what's going to happen. I
Yeah,
don't think
that's right.
anyone knows what's going to happen here, because it's chaos, man. This is like a dark corner in human history. Like, we don't know what's around this corner. I don't think anyone does. Even some of the people at the upper echelons of power are like trying to keep up. I mean, keeping up with AI is a thing, like, so who knows? I'm just working, just getting through.
I think I'm
each
actually
day
the
as
one who
best I
knows the
can.
most. I think my insurrectionary agorist manifesto is the closest thing to a crystal ball anyone has for the 21st century.
Oh, check that out.
Yeah, no one's read it because it's in Vonu Life 25.
A what?
But eventually exactly what. But eventually I'll post a new edition of it on my own, and I'll make it so that I don't even have a website, and it's just like a Gemini or NomadNet or something, so that it's even harder. It's even harder to find it. But anyway, speaking of which, well, I mean, I kind of think the cautious word on this is that people in 2026 should buy whatever they need for the next like 10 years, and they should just bite the bullet, and whatever it costs right now, you should just get whatever you need for the next 10 years is kind of my advice. And the question for me is, what the fuck can Start9 do that? Do they have the capital to do that? What are you going to fucking do?
Well, so I would say luckily, but there was actually some planning here. routers don't need shit. Routers are very low
The
powered
specs are pretty shit.
devices,
Yeah.
right? They don't need a lot of RAM. They don't need a lot of memory or storage. No real compute. Like RAM routers are really low powered devices. So are cameras. So the two things that are really being affected at the moment, anyway, right, are memory and storage. And so we just so happen to be moving into markets where the products we sell don't need storage and memory. So I feel pretty good, actually. I don't have a good outlook on servers. Like, servers are pretty damn important, but at the same time, we make StartOS, not servers. So as long as people have hardware that is reasonable, they can just flash it with StartOS and be up and running with a server.
It's up to us to stockpile it. And that's something that anyone with some money lying around and you're looking for a fun second realm investment opportunity, buy shit like that. Buy the hardware that won't be there in the next few years, and it will go up in price. And then you can just sell it to us. You can just sell it to the cool people and jack up the price. That's a good second realm investment right there. And then people can install StartOS on that crap.
Yeah, so we'll continue to sell servers as best we can, even if we have to continuously raise prices. It is what it is. But I think routers and cameras and the rest are what's actually going to fuel the business in the coming couple of years.
It's good that you pivoted into that at the right time.
It was, it was always just a natural progression. It just happened at exactly the moment it needed to.
Yeah, that's good. Another thing that concerns me, because you guys are so great. Start9 is one of my favorite companies, whatever organizations in this world, open hardware and open source software, blah, blah, blah. Cool stuff. Are you doing anything to protect yourself? Because can you just imagine for a second that you guys are not that far away from being raided by a SWAT team or something? And what are you doing about that?
Well, nothing. I mean, we're just planning on it.
What do you mean nothing?
Well, we've done everything we can do. You can't stop yourself from being raided.
Well, sure you can. You can move and don't tell anyone where it is.
Well,
Your inventory can be somewhere else.
No, you're talking about a different strategy, and that's a fine strategy. But as a business, right, as a literal corporate entity, and as a person who operates in society and a family man, that isn't my path, right? I'm not going underground. I'm operating within the apparatus of society, including the surveillance apparatus. We're doing everything on the up and up. We have a lawyer, right? And we make sure that we are doing everything in a compliant, legal, up and up way.
Just be ready to switch is all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. We've talked enough here today that that I understand where things go and take
just
necessary
be careful,
preparations.
Take care of yourself. Be ready.
But my point about this is that from day one, we have been planning on, as a company, as a team, and potentially as individuals, becoming targeted. And so what we have done is, as a heuristic, we've always asked ourselves the following questions. One, what are we, let me rephrase this. Are we doing anything that cannot be done using hardware and software produced by Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and the rest of them? Can you do all the same things on those computers that you can do on ours? The answer is yes. with difficulty, mind you. But Apple sells computers, Mac Minis, for example, that are designed and perfectly capable of running any variety of self-hosted open source software, connecting to it on private networks, et cetera, all the same things that you can do on our computer. We've produced a better user experience around that. But we're not doing anything different than Apple. And so that's sort of tier one that we've always asked ourselves, right? Are we actually doing something different, something that they could point to and be like, well, you guys are doing this and that's not okay. No other people do that. So that's number one. And the answer is no, we're not.
I think that can change.
Could. Yeah. Number two is that everything we do is open source. Everything. And this is not like an ideological thing alone.
Well,
this
yeah.
is a protection and security thing. This is like when we are, asked / told to build in a back door, I can just be like, well, of course, sure, guys, I'll do it. You're gonna make me, I'll do it. But like everyone's gonna see it, and so it's not gonna work because someone's just gonna fork the project. Like, you know what I mean? So being open source is a protection against being captured to a degree.
I agree with
very
that.
large degree, right? Next is any degree of harm. So we ask ourselves, what's the worst we could do? So let's say that I and everyone else at Start9 just turned totally evil. What is the worst that we could do to our customers, our users, our friends, anyone? What's the worst? And the answer as of today is almost nothing. We have nothing. And so what this allows me to do when I'm raided due to a misunderstanding is be extremely cooperative and just be like, yes, I'm like here to help, guys. Like, what can I do for you? Like, what do you want to know? I'll tell you everything I know. Here it is. And it's a nothing burger. It's just a giant nothing burger. So that's my approach to this, is not to, my approach has not been to do things like privately or secretly, which is something I recommend to people, by the way. But I'm just saying, in terms of my company, right, Start9, we've chosen the opposite approach. We're doing everything in the open, right out in the open, right? Like, I don't cover my face. Here I am. Here's the company. Here's what we make. We think it's good. We think it's moral. We think it's legal. We know it's all of these things. We don't know anything about our customers. We have no control over the information systems we design. Nothing requires a user to do business with us. Everything is open source. We're totally compliant, totally cooperative. And yet, we might be the most disruptive fucking company to these people they've ever imagined. And so I like that. There's something about that kind of mixture that gets me fired up, where it's like, yep, I'm following all of your rules and still fucking with your world.
Yeah, and I mean your work will remain, because it is open source. But like, you guys are another story. Like, they don't care about their rules. Like, they can just stop you. They can stop you from doing it or put you in prison.
At a personal level, of course. But my stance here, and here's how because I've thought a lot about this. Again, I have children, and I love my life and I love peace. And so the way I've thought about this is that what we build, right, in essence, is we're like Home Depot selling hammers. Like, we're just selling tools that people can use in whatever manner they see fit for their own lives. Home Depot does not sell hammers with cameras in them. Your computer shouldn't have a camera in it either, right? I mean, not like the analogy of a camera, like a visibility into how you're using it from the outside.
Well,
right?
yeah, but Home Depot has cameras in it, and like, they would happily drop cash or require KYC people or whatever. Like, they'll go along with whatever.
Right. But But the analogy goes further, which is that, or it falls apart, which is that we don't actually sell a hammer. I mean, we do, but we also publish the schematics for building the hammer onto the internet. So,
Yeah.
so if
You
we
can't do
ever
anything
become
about
this,
that.
like, yeah, so if they come to us and they're like, all right, you guys are no longer allowed to sell computers. Like, let's say they said something that insane, because what do we sell? We sell a mini PC with an open source Linux operating system on it.
I mean, honestly, I don't think we're that far off from
From being told you can't
them.
sell a computer with Linux
Yeah,
on it.
from being like, okay, look, this is open source software that allows people to do whatever they want with their own computers. Yeah, that's not legal now. That's not
Yeah.
legal.
Well,
We're
so
not far from that.
I was on with Guy Swan a couple weeks ago, and this came up, and this was my point. It was that by doing things the way that I'm doing them, right? Not doing anything like dark and gritty, but literally doing like the most benign, simple thing. Like, hey, I'm going to sell you a computer with an operating system on it. Like I dare them to fucking make that illegal, because what that does, right? And I'm not saying they won't. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that
I
what
think
that
they're gonna take you
does
up on that dare.
is that is mask off. And that's what we need. We need the mask off. We cannot allow these people
You're
to
right about that.
parade around like what they're doing is actually good, right? We need them to be honest and just say, fuck you guys, you're not allowed to be private. We need them to say that, because only when they say that will it wake up a lot of the sleeping giants out there, right? It needs to be obvious.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, this is actually a classic guerrilla warfare tactic that, like, oh, well, if they hit us first and there's all these civilian casualties, they play right into our hands when it comes to the propaganda.
Yeah. Do I want to be a
Um,
casualty? No, of course not.
right. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah, no,
It
of course
would be-
not. No, but so here's I'll say one more thing, which is that I'm not kidding when I say, like, I'll cooperate, right? Because I can't hurt the people that are depending on me, right? I can't hurt someone who's running a StartOS server. So there's no reason for me not to cooperate. Like, if and when the FBI shows up in my office or whatever, I'm just gonna be like, hey guys, good friends, hi, welcome, right? Like, what can I do for you? How can I help? Like, in other words, it's better for them, in my mind. I think it is better for them to work with me than to attack me, because net at the end of the day, they're actually going to get more of what they want, which again is still nothing, right? But attacking me does nothing either. It just creates, like, what does it
makes
do?
an example of people. It
Right, but that's bad
hampers
for them.
development.
That's bad for them, because if
Yeah,
everyone knows,
they do things that are bad for
what
them.
I'm doing, if everyone knows that what I'm doing is good, legal, important, right? And I'm doing it all with integrity, and I'm a family man. If everyone knows that, what's the point?
Some people will know that. They have ways of spinning things.
Yeah, that's
Um,
true.
and also, like, they do things that are bad for them. That's the whole MO of the state. The state is bad. It's not bad. It's not good for anyone. Nothing they do is good. It's not good for themselves. So they will absolutely shoot themselves in the foot over and over on the way down.
Well, yeah, I mean, but there's nothing you can do, right? I mean, at that point, I just stopped doing my work, and I'm not going to do that. I mean, I think, like,
I just hope it works out for you.
yeah, I mean, as I said early on, my motivation for building what I'm building is so that normal people can live private, dignified lives like humans deserve and was within our natural rights. And so I can't imagine not doing something that's just fundamentally good like that. So
Yeah.
if somebody
Well, I feel the
uses
same way.
if
I
somebody
think we're gonna get
uses the
that.
technology that I create to violate a law, there's literally nothing I can do about that. Nothing. I am the equivalent of somebody who builds tools and publishes the blueprints for building those tools. That's it. It's completely benign. Completely. I'm no different than a hammer manufacturer that publishes the blueprint to build the hammer. That's it. If someone uses a hammer to kill somebody, it's like, I have no idea, guys. Nothing I could do to stop that or predict it. So anyway,
Well,
that's my stance, and I think it's solid. Like, and it's real. That's the truth.
yeah, I agree. But you know, in the UK, they want to like ban knives with points, and you know, I feel like
Well, like I said,
maybe
if they ban computers, I'll
they
stop
do want a world where you need KYC to get a hammer.
It's fine.
Like
I'll do KYC. Yeah, if
anyway,
they show up and they say, hey, you have to KYC people who buy your computer, then I'll KYC people. I have to.
yeah, I understand.
That's not a choice. You know what I mean? If they say, tell us the information of everyone who buys something from you, I will tell that to them. I have to. I have no choice. The escape hatch is always that you don't need us. That's the whole game, right? That's the entire model of Start9 is you don't need us. Everything we build, you can do for yourself. Everything.
Yeah, I know. It's just nice to have you.
Of course, and that's fine. I'm just saying that we have this escape hatch. The technology has an escape hatch. And I think that because the technology has an escape hatch, the people building the technology have a defense.
Well, you're right about that.
That's my thesis, is that why come after me when it's not going to stop the technology? It doesn't make sense unless it's just to fuck with someone, which again, I don't put beyond people in this
imprisoning
world.
the Samurai Wallet developers do anything to stop the technology? It like you said, it was immediately forked. You know, we've got Ashigaru. They're still working on Whirlpool, but those guys are in prison though.
Well, there's a big difference though.
Well, that difference might get smaller.
Yeah, I understand. It's not a good trend, right? But I think it's also, I'm glad you brought this up. It's something that I've thought about a bit. So obviously, and I'll just get this out of the way so that there's no misunderstanding here on this call. Obviously, I think that what they were doing should be perfectly legal. The question is, was it perfectly legal? And that I'm not as convinced about, because ultimately, we in the digital freedom world seem to have a hard time mapping meat space to digital space. We seem to not treat them in the same way. And we expect the state, the authorities, to treat them differently as well. But they don't. They treat them the same. Okay, so for example, let's say that I own a warehouse. And every Friday night, I open up the warehouse and I put up a sign that's just like, come on in and trade your drugs with each other. Okay. And I'm not selling any
How do you
drugs.
know about my sign?
Yeah. It's like, I'm not selling any drugs, right? And I'm not buying any either. I'm just creating a space where people can come in and do something. It's my property, right? It's literally my physical property. And I know what's taking place. And in fact, I'm encouraging it. And so people come and do it there. And I get arrested. Nobody would flinch at that. They'd be like, of course you got arrested. Even if what you're doing should be legal. Should I be able to open up a warehouse and let people come and trade drugs with each other? Of course I should, right? We're free humans. But it's not legal to do that. And so I shouldn't be surprised when I get arrested for doing it. And this is how I view what they were doing. Yes,
Well,
they
me
should be
too.
able to do what they were doing, but they ran a server and put up a sign on that server that said, come here to wash your money. Come here to launder your money. We're not doing it. We're not taking custody of it, but we are charging a fee, right? We're going to charge you entrance to this server so that you can come here and do something illegal. The question of whether or not it's illegal is actually the thing that should be debated, and what I think should be being debated. Here's why I'm a little disappointed in the broader freedom community as it pertains to the samurai case, is everyone is walking around saying code is not a crime. But that is not why they got arrested. They got arrested for running the server that had the code. They didn't publish code. That's not what they did. They didn't just publish code. They ran a server that ran that code, right? It's one thing to publish the schematics for a gun, and it's another thing to make the gun and sell it, for example, right? Those are different things. And so what the samurai guys got busted for, again, wrongly, they should not be in trouble, okay? I think it's very important to stress this point. I think we need to be fighting for their freedom, but on the right axis, on the right argument. The argument is that people should be allowed to coin join, and that other people should be allowed to charge fees to use their servers for other people to coin join. This should all be legal. But the reason they got arrested is because they ran a server, charged a fee so that people could show up and do things that were highly legally questionable. That's why they're in jail.
I think
right?
that you're right. But my angle is totally different because I don't give a shit about what's legal and what's not legal. And I also kind of think that the guys on the other side, each side has its elite, okay? And there's the elites on the distribution of power side of the war, and then there's the elites on the consolidation of power side of the war. And I think that we have a lot of things in common, these two groups of elites. And I think one of them is that we don't really give a shit about what the law says. Neither of us care about that. We have our own values and goals that we're trying to accomplish. Mine is to fucking kill them all, destroy them, don't care what their laws are, do whatever I want. I break the law, get away with it. Theirs is to redefine things and reinterpret things and change what the law is, maybe even after they've already done something, to justify post facto just trying to control everybody and surveil everybody. And that, to me, is the reality of the situation. It doesn't really matter, even though you're right, and that people are the code is not a crime is kind of like a dumb thing to say.
It's an oversimplification. It's misleading, right? Because it's just not what the case was about.
I agree.
Did not go to jail for writing code.
I agree. I have the more fundamental position, which is that it doesn't matter what the case was about. I don't give a shit. Those guys did things in such a way that they were obviously going to get caught, and then they got caught. People shouldn't do that going forward. I get it. You guys are grandfathered in because you're super cool and you're doing stuff that matters. But in the future, in the near future, I just think people doing it by the book, above board, you have a corporation, your people know where you live and your legal name. I think that has an expiry date. And I don't think in 10 years, any of that's going to exist. And so that's why I'm kind of trying to do my part to build what I think will actually survive for 50 years.
Yeah, I'm with you, actually.
But Godspeed.
No, I mean, I think that this is what we're trying to enable, right? This is literally what I encourage people to do.
Yeah.
And this is our role, man. This is our role in that process. It's like what we are doing requires resources. And I'm a capitalist. I like buying and selling and trading goods. I think it's great. I think it's a human thing, right? We build stuff that we know is good, and important, and we offer it at a good value, and we provide great support. Like, we're just doing business, and it is increasingly difficult to do good business in the current political and economic system because they don't want you to. They want you to be their deputies. They want to deputize you to be an instrument of the state. And I think that's what you're observing, is that trend is continuing until the only businesses that remain are deputized agents of the state. In which case we won't be there, right? Because if and when this happens, when they come in and say,
in the white market, yeah.
Well, sure, yeah, but the black market.
I would argue we got there a long time ago, though, because of like sales tax and stuff.
Well, it depends on which hill you're willing to die on, right? Like, of course, that's stupid. Sales tax is stupid. All taxes are stupid. They're not stupid, actually. They're in place specifically for the reason of reminding people that they're bitches, right? Like, that's the reason that taxes exist. We all know it's not because they need the revenues. They can just print money. The taxes are there to remind you that you are their bitch.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm very radical, so I'll fight on any hill, but I don't know if it'll be me who's dying.
Okay, well, if you're on a hill fighting, there's a chance you're going to die on it, right? So
100%.
Right. So I admire that. David Croissant, who was on this a while ago, I believe, right? Didn't you have him on the show a couple years ago?
Oh, yeah, I forgot his name was Croissant. Yeah, he was here. Yeah, he was great.
Yeah. David's one of those guys, right? He'll fight on every hill, and he's willing to die at any moment. And I look at those people, and I'm like, great, because you're the reason we're going to win. But that's not my role. I need to get where I'm going, right? I have to finish this job. I cannot take stances against sales tax. I want everyone to, right? And I will openly speak out against them, but I'm not going to avoid paying my taxes. I cannot sacrifice the mission for the sake of a what do you call it? A challenge, right? Like every tax season, I suck it the fuck up. It's the worst day of the year. I fucking hate it. Nothing feels worse than writing a check to the IRS. And I do it every year, diligently. I'm the best taxpayer out there. I dot every T, or I dot every I, cross every T. Perfect. I have an immaculate record. I'm a law-abiding citizen. And I do that despite my rage against it. And then I spend every waking moment of my life building technological systems that will eventually obviate their entire apparatus, along with others. But I can't go down in the meantime, right? I can't go to jail for not paying my taxes, because then I can't build the technological system that people want. So I have to suck it the fuck up. That's my strategy, my world. I'm not saying that everyone should do that. And I'm not even saying that I'm right and someone who fights and dies on every hill is wrong, or that they're right and I'm wrong. I'm saying that we're all fighting towards the same end, and we have different roles to play. And mine cannot be done in a day. Like, what I'm doing takes years to do. And so I can't go down in the meantime. That's my only argument. And some people might listen to that and be like, coward. I don't fucking care. I'm going to do it anyway. And maybe you'll be happy that the tech exists in a few years.
Oh, I mean, I deeply appreciate the work that you have done and continue to do. But there are definitely smart ways to evade taxes and break laws, ways where you don't get caught. And, that's all I'm advocating.
Yeah. I just can't take the risk because I know I'm going to be a target. As you brought up earlier, you hope the best for me. Well, it's like, yeah, this is why I cross my T's and dot my I's, is because I know that they will use anything. And like you said, they could just make some shit up. But, that's another level, right? That's like I hope at least that's another level of attack. Like, I think if you're actually doing something illegal, it's kind of, you make it easy for them. They're like, oh, yeah.
Well, they also change what's legal over
For
time.
sure. And it's up to us to pivot. Like this router thing. I'm selling routers right now, dude. I have a website that is selling a router. Well, again, we haven't shipped them yet. And this is the sort of saving grace here, is that, but we are pre-selling our router, fully advertised as having a Wi-Fi module in it. And as far as I can tell from my conversations that I've had with both AI and human lawyers, and reading the FCC regulation myself, is that I'm not allowed to do this. I'm not going to be able to sell these routers as wireless routers. Now, I haven't concluded that fully yet, which is why the page is still up. But in almost certainly at this point, I am going to have to email every single person who pre-purchased the Start9 RISC-V wireless router from me and tell them that they are no longer getting a wireless router, that they are instead getting a wired router, that there will be no Wi-Fi module in the router.
It's not so bad.
But we sell Wi-Fi modules, and they are perfectly welcome to, and because of their pre-purchase, right, they will be credited the exact amount of money that the Wi-Fi module costs, and then they can use it to buy a Wi-Fi module.
Hold on. Are you telling me that the FCC is so fucking retarded that the loophole is you can sell the router and a module that plugs right into it, and that's totally fine?
Correct.
Oh my fuck. Well, that solves that problem.
Well, it sucks though for the consumer, right? Because they now have to open this thing up, put in a card. They have to attach the little antenna, which are kind of touchy, right? Like it's not that easy
those aren't
to put
so
those
bad.
things on.
I know those connectors. It's worse than that. Gets worse than that.
Right.
If it was one of those ribbon connectors, I'd be worried.
And here's the thing too, is that if we sold them like as router kits, the lawyers seem to think that that would not be okay either. So like I can't sell a like router kit where we send you the router and the Wi-Fi module. We literally have to sell them as different products.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
And but it's like I'm going to
it's good timing for our interview then.
I'm going to turn lemons into lemonade, and I'm going to use this for marketing material, right? This makes the FCC look stupid and makes us look cool. And so
that's a brilliant idea.
I'll use that to be like, like you guys in the, Rayo in the chat here is just like, bureaucracy is so fucking dumb. My God, that is going to be everyone's reaction.
Yeah.
And so we actually come out looking like, nice guys, like good move, right? And I was telling the lawyers when we were on the phone with them, and I told them that this is what I was going to do. I was just going to be like, well, the Wi-Fi module is FCC certified. Like the Wi-Fi card that goes into the router is already FCC certified. And the wired router doesn't need FCC certification because it doesn't use the air, right? And so I'm allowed to sell them independently. And so I'll just put them both on my store. And the lawyer was like, oh man, yeah, that could work. But they still might argue that you're encouraging people to put this in there. And I was like, wait a second. It's like, listen to me. These people can go on Amazon and buy these cards, right? They can go on Amazon and buy a wired router as well. Like every store on earth sells these two things in tandem. Every computer store in the world, you can buy a Wi-Fi module and a server from. And that's all we're doing. And so they were like, yeah, okay, you're probably right. That sounds good. And I was like, plus, think about this. What if I wasn't able to do that? Okay, let's just go down this scenario where, like, for whatever crazy reason, which I would never buy into, I'm not allowed to sell Wi-Fi modules on my computer store. What does that mean? Is that asset seizure? Like, I bought these things already. They're in our fucking inventory. Like, and I bought them, one, before the regulation came out, And two, these things literally have an FCC certified stamp on them. So I'm like, wait a second. You're going to tell me I can't sell something that I've already bought and you've already certified. So that's why I feel comfortable going down this path, is because it's like, can you imagine the absurdity of actually getting in trouble for selling something that's completely like just a Wi-Fi module? So
Yes.
anyway, yes, I can too, but at least it's mask off, right? At least it's
Yeah.
ridiculous. At least it's like, a clown show at that point, which is, again, what we need. I sure the fuck don't want to be the example, but but I don't have a choice. I have to sell these
Well,
modules.
I want to
Like,
point out another
I can't just
beautiful
burn
lesson
them.
here, which is this is another case of you paid homage here to the importance of modularity. You already had a modular study. You didn't commission like a PCB that had a Wi-Fi chip soldered onto it or something. It was modular from the start, and that allowed you to do this, to be adaptable in this way, and it wasn't a big deal. I just want to point that, because I feel like a lot of times I'm preaching modularity and stuff, and it feels like an autistic principled argument that's like airy fairy or something, but it has very practical reasons for being a principle. And this is just one little example of that.
Yeah, no, it's an unfortunate pivot, but you're right, because of a little bit of planning and a little bit of luck and some horrible timing. Like we're actually we'll make out here.
You followed the correct autistic principles of modularity and connecting through standard interface. So now all you have to do is unplug it,
Yeah.
and it's legal.
Isn't that crazy though, that just putting it in the device changes the legality of it? It's unbelievable.
Crazy, yes. Unprecedented, no.
No, I know.
But
so all right.
I should go to questions people have written in the chat, and then we
Okay.
can wrap this shit up.
Yeah, we need to wrap it up soon. I gotta get going.
So question: what some see as their purpose is trauma-based attachment. Doesn't AI force us to find real purpose if we can? Might AI not be the mirror that forces us to face our demons? What about AI that will help people find purpose? The entrepreneur is also not the best at the things his coworkers are good at. He still has purpose. Does the tech do what all tech does? It kills stuff, but it always also creates new things.
Yes, it's well said. So yes, traditionally, all technology has changed human society and obsoleted some, skills and knowledge and shifted them to new areas. I think so. I'll say two things. One, this is fundamentally different because this does everything, or will do everything, that humans can do better and cheaper than humans can do them, whereas previous technologies didn't do that. Humans simply moved up the hierarchy, right? We're still doing manual labor, of course. Lots of humans around the world are still digging holes, literally, but most of the economy, right, shifted towards information, intelligence, abstractions on top of physical systems. And this is the end of that road. There's nowhere left for humans to go. I've had one person argue to me, which has some validity, I think, that there is one place left for humans to go, which is the spiritual realm. So we were
That's
beasts
definitely
of
part of
burden,
it.
and then we were enslaved with thinking. Like we had to do these thinking jobs, and now the machines are going to do that. And so where do we go, right? All we have is our mind and our body, and those have now been both obsoleted. And so yes, we have the spirit, but I don't know what that looks like. That's kind of my point, is like I don't know how that actually plays out.
That's why people need it, though, because they don't know
person's
what it looks like,
day-to-day.
because they haven't been paying attention. They've been distracting
Yes.
themselves.
No, for the first time in human history, hopefully, right, once all the dust settles, I'll put it that way, humanity is probably going to be in a situation where everyone needs to wake up every day and figure out what they want to do, what their purpose is. And it's going to be completely self-chosen and self-directed because they won't have to do anything. They literally won't matter to society. Like, you could wake up and do nothing. You could wake up and work your ass off all day, and basically nobody will care. It's all about you at that point. And so, yes, it is a new frontier for humanity. And
all right, next question.
Yeah.
Question. What can the state do with all the AI? How fucking bad will it become? How Terminator will it become? How do we harness the tech ourselves? My GPU is too weak to run Skynet. I feel like we already kind of answered that a little.
Yeah, it can become as bad as you can imagine.
Question. Are these binary clanker machines not just another evolutionary step of communication like books and films, and where language models are thinking machines, but they are also living books? There are no demons inside books, yet demons and angels do write books. Whoa.
Oof. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can call them clankers, but these things are really good. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that.
John Galt says, I am currently allergic to the words purpose and meaning. Too much metaphysical baggage for me. I have things I enjoy doing. That's it.
Great. Sounds like you might make it.
Yeah.
That's the right mindset.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I'm over here just playing video games and jerking off. Like, what you think I don't want a sex bot and to lose purpose? That's what are you talking about? That's the end goal I've been working towards the whole time. What do you think this is?
Yeah, people who live on Earth and enjoy their feet in the dirt and there's sun on their skin are probably going to be okay.
I'm going to automate that too. And then finally, Rayo 2 actually asked us a question earlier regarding AI centralizing intelligence. Matt's thoughts on Thiel's Palantir and the political situation in the U.S. being integrated in the U.S. government, ramifications for individuals based on all we've discussed would be curious.
Yeah, it's no different than what we've addressed, which is basically the government, corporate partnerships, crony capitalism.
Palantir is the worst of the worst. Everyone knows what their MO is.
Yeah, I mean, this is big tech combined with state force and a money printer is recipe for totalitarianism. So that's what they're doing. That's what their goal is. I read Klaus Schwab, the WEF guy. He was the head of the World Economic Forum for a long time and wrote the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the book. There was a couple of years ago during the COVID time when he was kind of, cited as being one of the world's worst, right? He was one of the elites trying to push for this dystopian technocratic future. And anyway, I read his book because I like to understand the way those people think. And his book was very, very coherent. He totally understands, or at least the people around him who helped co-write it or whatever, they, broadly speaking, but him as a representative, totally understand this technology. They understand how computers work. They understand encryption. They understand AI. They understand robotics. They understand where it's going, generally speaking, the trajectories, the improvement, the rate at which they're improving. And their conclusion, right, which is where we differ, of course, is that these new technologies all emerging at the same time are so massively disrupting to existing socioeconomic and cultural systems that there's no way we can navigate it without killing each other. There's no way that we, left to our own devices, the people of Earth, can possibly handle this kind of situation gracefully or even with any hope of survival. We're just fucked. We're doomed. And so therefore, it is the responsibility, in fact, the divinely ordained, necessary responsibility of he and the other world's elite to take control and shepherd us through this transformative moment to make sure that we survive and are well cared for, and that our most likely outcome is a fully bought and paid for, you know, you own nothing and you'll be happy kind of world where you have everything you need for nothing. Government just gives everyone everything that they need, and most likely you spend your whole day taking drugs and playing video games.
And also
That-
most of you will be dead.
Yeah, but that's his thesis, right? That is the thesis of the book. Is
you
disruption.
characterized it correctly. Yeah.
Yeah, our job to shepherd you through the chaos and take care of you like the children you are. That's their thesis.
Well, I'll tell you right now, this is another thing us elites have in common. Would they believe, just like what I believe, it's a foregone conclusion. We believed it a long time ago. We definitely didn't form these opinions in reaction to anything new. They always felt they've been talking this way since the 19th century at least. Just like people like me have. So we'll justify anything to line up with whatever we already thought before.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, thank you so much for being on the show, putting up with me. I'm sorry we didn't have time for you to like say nigger or argue against the age of consent, or talk about conspiracy theories or fringe science. Usually my interviews devolve into, or your race realist theories, or you're a scientific racist. Usually my guests get to do one of those things, but you were doing too much nice, productive, normal talk.
I try to stay in that lane, man. I make freedom tech for human dignity. I try to stay in that lane.
Well, good job. keep at it. And plug all your stuff before you go.
Oh, I did. I've been plugging it for 3 hours.
Well, fucking plug it again. It's the end. It's called the call to action.
Oh, God. Go to start9.com if you want to learn more. It's a terrible website, but that's only a testament to how much we care about our products and not our marketing. You can find me on X, I guess. I'm not really on much social media, but I'm definitely...
Are you on Nostr or something?
I have a Nostr account, but I don't get on there very often. It's just, I don't know, kind of died off. I'm bullish on Nostr, but at the moment, not very active on it. But I'm not hard to find. If you're in our community channels, I'm extremely active, always doing customer support, always helping out, always building
What protocols are your community channels on? Are you talking about chats?
So we have a self-hosted discourse at community.start9.com.
Oh, cool.
We have a self-hosted Matrix server that is gated for community only, because otherwise the spammers and scammers show up and try to phish everyone for their mnemonics. So we gate it with access codes. Anyone who wants an access code, we give them out. If you buy a device from us, you can buy an access code, or if we know you're not a scammer or a spammer, we'll just give you one. But we don't just give them out, obviously, to anyone we don't know, because that's literally how you get scammers. So we have to gate it somehow. And otherwise, yeah, that's it. So the public one that we don't gate is community.start9.com. And the one that we do gate, you need an access code for, and that is start9.me.
All right, cool. Thank you, Matt. Hope to talk to you again sometime. Keep in touch.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate the invitation.
Keep track of Start9 and shit, because they're always doing cool shit. We didn't get a chance to rub their face in how long it took for the last version of Start9 to come out. But it's, or StartOS, I mean, but it's worth it. It's worth the wait. We're glad that you guys are coming out with new stuff again finally.
Yeah.
So everyone should watch Start9 very carefully.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I'll say one more thing here. It's very rare that I get on a call of any kind and find myself on the short end of the radical stick. So congratulations.
No one can beat me. You can only kill me.
All right, man. Thanks.
All right, man. Have a good day.
All right, Rayo. See ya. Bye.
Bye-bye. Now, after a 3-hour show of an interview, I have to at least bang out the news, and I'll get this crap as quickly as possible. Thank God I don't have to do anything else but that. Okay, here's some fucking new. Oh yeah, do you want you want to play the news sound? I'm sure Rayo 2 is OD'd on.
This is Cloak and Dagger News, catching you up on this week's stories, propaganda, or psychological operations critical to your security and privacy.
Yeah, or wait, where's the second Cloak and Dagger sound effects? Did you change it, or did it get cut? Oh, you cut it off. Oh man, that freaked me out, dude. Okay, so in PAZNIA news, there's Peruvian pirate radio now we're hearing of the PAZNIA radio network. We've got all I fucking know about it is it's 3-watt pirate AM and meshnet transmissions of, I guess, the PAZNIA radio network in Peru. So finally someone fucking stepped up to the plate and did a little actual pirate radio with PRN. Of course, they did it in some fucking bumfuck third world country where you can get away with anything, but that's good. Hey, it's got to start somewhere. Yeah, just get an AM FM transceiver, start broadcasting PRN. Fucking do it. That's from Rayo 2. Yeah, don't be a pussy, okay? It's Peru's a great spot. We got some mountains. You can put your antenna on top of a mountain, get a nice transmission going. But Peruvian chicks, kind of hot. Shout out to the homeland of fucking off to the mountains to hide and to get away from oppressors. Okay, Peru, one of the oldest places for Vonu, and also the homeland of hardcore totalitarian socialism as well, because the ancient Incan Empire. So quite a dichotomy of a place, beautiful third world women you could pay bottom dollar to fuck. Rayo 2 says, anywhere in the world, the USSA is a bit more dangerous with the FCC, but if you're international, do it. Oh, don't discourage them from the FCC. We're going to be scared of the FCC. There's ways to do it. Okay. We can make some fun stuff happen, dude. We can plant. We talked about this in the chat, man. We can plant nodes with the goal that they will be fox hunted, like knowing that they might be tracked down one day, and we can like booby trap them and like try and freak them out. Like some of them will just have a stink bomb or like a pepper spray bomb. Some of them will just have a little flag that comes out and it says bang, like the Joker. And then maybe like 1 in 100 will actually explode with shrapnel, and we'll have an anti-personnel IED attached to it. We can have mobile ones, balloons, okay? All sorts of cool stuff, okay? Don't be afraid of the FCC. Anyway, in digital news, warning, I've gotten word that the CRA, which is the Canadian IRS, has I guess told everyone that they had 42,755 confirmed data breaches since the year 2020. And their angle is, this is for identity fraud. So yeah, sorry about that. You should watch out. But you probably know what's on my mind already, because we've talked about how in France there have been multiple data breaches of people who pay taxes in France, and it's by crypto extortion rackets, right? It's by motherfuckers who want to perform $5 wrench attacks on people with that data. And something tells me whoever breached the Canadian taxpayer personal information isn't fucking dumb, and they know, like, because once again, they likely know who reported crypto fucking capital gains tax or whatever on their taxes, and they know their addresses and everything. So I think I think they have a little more to worry about than identity fraud. So, and also I wanted to bring this up because this is officially an international trend. The taxes, the tax feds are being attacked for taxpayer personal data to see if they have crypto and to know where they are. So yet another reason, if you needed one, not to pay taxes, not to ever tell anyone fucking anything about your finances, your crypto, or even where you live, for that matter. If you needed another reason, you shouldn't need another reason. If you're smart, you should just listen to Thane Riddle and assume that he has some sort of good reason for telling you things that may not be obvious to your caveman brain. But here's another reason. Do not pay taxes. It's bad already. It's bad enough already. But now you're going to have small time thugs fucking hacking them and figuring out what they know, or bribing somebody and figuring out what they know, because it's not that hard, dude, because these guys suck. Okay. It's the government. They have shit security. You think that's Fort Knox? Even Fort Knox probably has shit security because it's also run by the government. And also it doesn't even have any gold in it anymore. Oh yeah, I know. Here's another digital news one. I heard some bullshit about reCAPTCHA. Okay, Google's CAPTCHA thing. It's come out that there's some sort of next generation kind of CAPTCHA that they're going to do at Google reCAPTCHA, where they have you, I guess, scan a code with your smartphone, and it either is going to have to be an Android device that has Google Play services on it, or it's going to have to be a fucking iPhone. And I'm seeing a lot of folks freak out and go like, "Oh my god, this means that those who use." Thank you, I like that sound. This means that people with Graphene OS won't be able to do CAPTCHAs or something. That seems to be what people are taking away from this, and it seems, and I'm sure they would like that, but I think this story is a little more nuanced than that, because, I mean, first of all, the fucking, I mean, you can't do that. Like some folks don't even have smartphones. Second, the implication here seems to be that if you get a CAPTCHA on desktop, it will show a QR code, and then you can scan it with your smartphone. So like all you have to do is modify your user agent so that you get the mobile version of the website, and then they won't do that. And also chances are they're going to have a little link or a button there that just says, fuck this QR code thing, and let's just use the old normal CAPTCHA. They're just going to have a little link there that says that. Something like that anyway. Kind of like how you can get a CAPTCHA for blind people, right? And there's a little link you can press to get that. So yeah, there's obviously going to be ways around this. And of course you can install Google Play services, sandbox Google Play services on a Graphene OS device, and you can do it on a different user account. But then we got to ask ourselves, what user identifying data is being sent, and how is that generated? What do we need to do to change it? To change the user identifier? Do we just need to delete the user data on the fucking Google Play services, or do we got to do something else? What's Graphene doing in their sandbox wraparound to protect the user from having device-based identifiers being given to the Google Play services? I don't know. I'm the guy who should know, but I don't know, and I didn't have time to research it and fake it before this show, so I'll have to look into that another time. Logistics news.
Time, you lazy ass son of a whore!
Blah blah blah. Fuel prices, diesel prices went up high in America. Whatever. Obviously, I'll spell this out for you. If you don't use diesel fuel directly, you use it indirectly, because it's used by trucks to transport everything, like, food unlike everything else. Hell, it's used by trucks to transport fuel. Diesel is burned to transport gas. How do you like that? Another logistics one, passenger trains in southern England go down for a day due to so-called communication issues with signaling equipment. You might be able to guess how I feel about that. I've covered trains going down a lot in the last year on the show. Trains being attacked, railways being attacked in Europe. It's often done by environmental groups. In this case, they just say it's a whoopsie. There's a problem with the equipment. It feels like they're just testing. They're just testing what happens when trains go down, and maybe preparing to make them go down for good, or for a long time, or whatever. It feels kind of like one of those digital kill switch things. And yeah, the cyber pandemic could involve, for sure, an important infrastructure, digitally run infrastructure such as trains going down, and that may well be part of it. Another logistics one. There is another oil refinery on a similar note in Louisiana. I think last week there was a fire at a refinery in Louisiana or something else in Louisiana. I may or may not have covered it. But whatever. I mean, by now you can tell, yes, well, oil refinery fires do happen kind of all the time-ish, but they're happening more than normal, and it feels weird. And obviously the timing is bad. So seems fishy, smells fishy. Also logistics-wise, my notes are written by a retard. China, the People's Republic of China, has put out bans of they're banning, they've made it illegal to comply with US sanctions. So no matter what you do, and you're on the wrong side of some sort of superpower, that's just funny. Whatever. I don't know, why did I even put that in the news? PSYOPs and crackdowns news. You know, what is this crap? The hantavirus. Why do they keep talking about it? Their official stance is this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. It's not highly infectious. It's not really a big deal. That's the official stance that they keep repeating, and yet they just insist on covering it and talking about it all the time. Is this just an innocent case of the dinosaur media just wants ratings or something because they don't have anything better to talk about? Or is there some sort of sick plot brewing to do with this? I don't know. But one thing's for damn sure, it's a bunch of bullshit. Okay, it's a nothing burger. Stop fucking talking about it. This is the last time I'm going to bring it up unless it becomes a bigger threat. Just shut the fuck up already. No one even knows what a hantavirus is, okay? What I want's a Fanta virus. When are we going to get that? When are we going to get some orange Fanta virus or something? That's what I want. In war news, umpteenth Gulf War news, of course. It's going to be the main fucking thing I talk about for the umpteenth week in a row. The U.S. announced Project Freedom, which is we're going to protect and guide merchant ships to go through the strait, and we're going to use Omani waters. It's going to be great. And they actually tricked two merchant ships into trying that, which right away then got shot down by the Iranian state, either with drones or missiles. And there was a third ship somewhere that ended up on fire too, for whatever reason. And then the U.S. proceeded to say, oh yeah, well, guess what? Two ships actually got through also. What are their names, you ask? I don't know. None of your business. Which sounds kind of like the geopolitical superpower version of telling your friends that you have a girlfriend that they've never met because she goes to another school. But who knows? Maybe 2 ships really did make it through the Project Freedom route last weekend. And maybe your friend really does have a girlfriend who lives in Canada. Is it so hard to believe that creep met some fellow furry to RP with on DeviantArt? I mean, he spends all his free time online anyway. Now, as well as we all well know, if the U.S. names something after freedom, that actually means war. So while Project Freedom didn't quite pull off setting up a path for free sailing through the Strait of Hormuz, it did pull off reigniting war between the U.S. and the Iranian state, at least war on the high seas. And at the time when the Iranian state shot down those merchant ships, they claimed they also fired a couple warning shots at a U.S. military ship with their trademark maturity and reservation. Either that or, they wanted to sink the U.S. ship, but it didn't work. So they turned around and said, those were just warning shots because we're so chill, Of course, the U.S. answered this action fairly and balanced by striking 6 Iranian state gunboats, thus ending the ceasefire that they themselves begged for by yet again attacking the very motherfuckers they claim to be seeking an ill-defined diplomatic deal with. So business as usual. Anyway, speaking of role-playing, last I heard, at least a few days ago, couple days ago, the U.S. was still pretending that Project Freedom was magically guiding and protecting unnamed ships through it. But what they were actually doing was sailing 2 or 3 destroyers through the strait and getting shot at a lot, most likely shitting their pants. They say they guided 5 ships and 3 of them got hit, one of which may be by a mine, which tells you that the U.S. military is maybe bluffing a little bit about knowing where the mines are. Kind of embarrassing. Meanwhile, the whole U.S. military has the go-ahead to hit Iranian state fast boats, which they have been doing freely ever since. So it's war on the sea. In any case, the whole world has now gotten the memo that the U.S. will happily trick civilian ships to sail through minefields and get hit by missiles, and they truly do not give a shit. So I think many merchant vessels will feel not very trusting towards the U.S. military going forwards. And in fact, we may have already seen that bite them already this week. Listen on. But even if you trusted the U.S. military, like the U.S. military's claim is that they got 2 ships through and 2 ships shot, and then they got 2 ships through and 3 ships shot or blown up, which is not a great track record to start with. And then the strait has over 2,000 more ships looking to get out who are not covered by insurance because insurance has made it quite clear we're not fucking covering you for this shit. So, if the U.S. Truly wanted Project Freedom to work in any way, it would have taken a prolonged naval war to actually seize control of the strait or something, maybe, which is easier said than done. Now, the next thing that happened, though, was not that. It was something quite interesting, actually. It was something kind of cool. There was a bunch of GPS jamming and transponder spoofing going on in the strait, which signaled very clearly that maybe the U.S. was planning to lead a big fucking convoy of merchant ships to go out of the strait all at once, which the U.S. confirmed was happening, at least so they claimed, with at least so-called hundreds of ships staging for the convoy. And now everybody knows that if something like that happened, some of them would get struck by drones, missiles, mines. But the idea is that more of you go in solidarity at the same time, the less likely you are to get hit. Strength in numbers, that kind of thing. A ballsy play for sure, and not a bad idea. I think that's actually kind of a cool idea. If everybody goes all at once, it'll work out well for most of them. It'll be scary. It's not a bad idea, right? But whoops, hold on. Sorry, everybody. Project Freedom is off temporarily. Wait a second. What happened there? Well, the U.S. Said at first that it's because of peace deal. There was a peace deal on the table with the Iranian state, but the U.S. actually gave mixed messages about whether a peace deal was on, because they also said in a phone call right after that there was no immediate peace deal in sight and it was too soon to say. So that tells you that they were lying. about why they called off Project Freedom. In case you couldn't guess, after all the times they've cried wolf about, there's a peace deal coming, any moment now. But right before Project Freedom was called off, here's a hint. A merchant vessel was struck in the strait, and oddly enough, the exact location of the strike was not shown in the report, which hints that maybe the location would reveal that it was likely struck while running the strait as part of Project Freedom. So it seems likely that this mysterious failed Project Freedom, it's, a ship being struck as part of Project Freedom again, may have had something to do with the U.S. calling it off. Maybe it's just not going quite as well as they had hoped. Maybe losing, what's the tally? Losing 6 ships and claiming to get through 4, which any number of which might be fake, might have been a lie. Maybe they really got through 2 instead of 4, and 6 ships got blown up or something. And maybe the numbers were just not looking good for them. And it just seemed like a bad start, and they didn't want to tell 100 ships to go through, maybe, after seeing that success rate. But whatever, why ever this truly happened, it doesn't look good for the U.S. Because that's pretty weird. It seems like they really were trying to pull some sort of stunt here, and they got cold feet. So it didn't work out, is what it looks like. Whatever happened, though, the ships did keep their transponders off, and the AIS signals were still being jammed. Nonetheless, there seems to have been a true lull in Western-aligned merchant ships running the strait. Calling off Project Freedom wasn't some sort of head game to trick them. There really weren't any more Western-aligned ships running the strait after they called off Project Freedom that I know about. Meanwhile, at the same time, several Chinese ships have run the U.S. blockade this week, making the U.S. federal government pretty much look like a bunch of fucking retarded faggots. Also, an Iranian drone or missile hit a refinery in the UAE early this week, and that refinery was being used as a way to route oil around the Strait of Hormuz. So it's another alternative that's at least been hurt, if not taken offline. I'm not sure how bad the damage was. But the UAE did answer this by closing their airspace for a week. And then later in the week, those party boys at the UAE sent some fireworks over at some Iranian ports and so forth, in conjunction with fucking the US. And, Iran retaliated and blah, blah, blah. The UAE and the Iranian state were like at war for a few hours. And there were several more Western ships burned in the strait, and the U.S. hit like 3 measly Iranian-aligned ships trying to run the U.S. blockade. Here's the good news, though. Might be some of the first good news I have for you in the umpteenth Gulf War. A peace deal might actually happen in the not too far future. This is the first time I'm saying this. Why am I saying this? Because the Iranian state is finally feeling the pressure to make a deal. And no, I'm not talking militarily. The latest CIA report that leaked says that the Iranian state has literally most of their missile stockpile left. Meanwhile, the U.S. real interceptor shortage is still alive and well. So even if the U.S. is dumb enough not to care, their little allies in the Middle East are not. These Middle Eastern countries, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, whatever, they have officially had their will shaken by the reality of Iranian state drone and missile power. So even if the U.S. is dumb enough to keep playing this losing game, their allies might not be on board. But the Iranian state is feeling pressure nonetheless, and it's economic pressure from shooting themselves in the foot by locking down the fucking Strait of Hormuz. You see, Iran's oil storage tanks are getting awfully fucking full right now. And if they get full, that means they will have to stop pumping oil in Iran. That is not good for them. So, for that reason, the Iranian state may soon actually be motivated to come to a peace deal of some kind that helps everybody involved save face. Hopefully, it involves US Real at least temporarily giving up their dumb fuck idea to wage war on Iran while pretending to have some sort of win from this deal. And then the Iranian state can give up their dumb fuck idea to shut down one of the most economically important waterways in the world and maybe save face in the process for themselves. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. And whatever. That's it. That's the fucking news. What do you want? Do you want me to read ads? Do you want me to read some fucking ads? Here's some ads real fast. Okay. I'm tired. I want to stop, but I also want money. So here's some ads. All right. There's this thing called the fucking PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Chat Special. Okay. Where you get fucking all the fucking digital books on Liberty Under Attack and also like 10 more books that aren't in the normal bundle. And you get it for only donating 20 USD or more worth of Monero to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Say something about Thane and the digital book bundle. Leave us an email address for Boomer2 to send you the books at. And, you know, check the private message checkbox or use super DM so not everyone can see your email address. And you'll get all the fucking digital books. Also, if you want all the fucking audio books, we've got the XMR Chat LUA publication Sounds of Self-Liberation Mega Bundle. Go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Leave your fucking email address. Donate 30 USD or more worth of Monero. You'll get all the audiobooks, 4 gigabytes, all the juicy stuff. I will get half your Monero. The great Thane Riddle, will get half your Monero in both cases. Why not do both? For a 720 win, donate 50 USD or more at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. And get both the digital books and the audio books. And also give me half the Monero. Also, do you want to give hundreds of dollars to PAZNIA, to Veritas PAZNIA, to become an honorary stakeholder and get all sorts of fancy perks and deals on other hustles in the Agora and free PAZNIA merchandise? And you're buying your way. You're buying your way into this is kind of like how you can buy your way to immigrate into some countries. Like, I don't know, you could probably buy your way into Monaco or something. It's kind of like that. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane to check out all the perks and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. That's it. Here's 2 more ads. Pain Liberator. Spray your fucking body with DMSO and aspirin and shit, and it kills pain and reduces inflammation, and it works in seconds. And there's no other product like this. You have to get it. You have to buy it. Go to libertyunderattack.com/PainThane. Here's another ad. Have all the ads. Just go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane this time. How are you going to remember all these different links? They all say Thane in them. libertyunderattack.com/Thane. This is the one that has the smartphones and the laptops and the electronics. You can also email Shane at libertyunderattack.com to get a custom job done. That's it. There's a bunch of ads. Now I'm going to end the show and I'm going to go have sex with my AI robot. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. I'm actually going to take a bunch of Flintstones vitamins until I start feeling weird. And then I'm going to fire up my old chipped PlayStation 1. And I'm going to play LSD Dream Emulator while jerking off to child porn. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX to get into the chat. The various chats, for various topics. There's no child porn sharing chat yet. Unfortunately, at least not one that's officially recognized by Veritas PAZNIA. And also, if you know anyone if you know any military-aged males who are going to be like 13 to 25, either now or 10 years from now, something like that, then you should tell them that we're on TikTok at PAZNIA Radio. You should tell them that like we're very, do they say based? Do they still say based? Just tell them whatever they say. That's cool. And just tell them we're cool. We're on TikTok. Also, I'm a super serious expert in privacy and security consulting. And you should give me money and I'll help you. And I'm actually pretty fucking good at it. So you should do that. Go to, and there's, you know, I don't say this a lot enough these days, but there are discounts if you're a PAZNIA stakeholder or you're a vetted PAZNIA or whatever. There's pretty steep discounts for that. One of the many perks of becoming a stakeholder. But yeah, go to vonupodcast.com/CD and you can find my session ID or SimpleX address. On the next show, what the fuck is going to happen? I guess I'll give you the rest of the tool should, the freedoms of fucking tool making, blah, blah, blah. And I might talk about strengthening decentralized digital PAZNIA networks, which is an idea submitted to me by, I think, Visit Respublika as Abkhazia. And I'll leave you with a quote from Isaac Asimov. What is really amazing and frustrating is mankind's habit of refusing to see the obvious and inevitable until it is there, and then muttering about unforeseen catastrophes. Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still, with sundry P.A.Z.NIA deprogramming, followed by a rerun of Vonu Podcast 235, a coming solar-powered, mesh network-connected Bitcoin reality, with guests Shadrach and Polycarp. That was a live show some months back that I called into, so I should be on the show. If you haven't heard it before, you should stick around and listen to it, because it's good. So don't touch that dial, boss. Stay tuned, and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Transmission source: PAZNIA Radio Network. Frequency: 99.9. Freedom. To all citizens of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. From Billy Mays, the resurrected voice of clarity.
Hello, PAZNIA! If you're listening to this, it means I'm back. That's right, I'm alive, I'm breathing, and I'm ready to scrub the world clean. Dr. Naomi Gatherer, the brilliant scientist and our beloved chief of biological resurrection, has performed a miracle. She didn't just bring me back from the dead. She gave me a second chance to serve the people of PAZNIA. And let me tell you, I am honored that I was the first one we brought back. Why? Because my work wasn't done. My work in the OxyClean commercials had to continue. The stains of history, the stains of coercion, the stains of the USSA, they are still out there, and they need a voice that is loud, clear, and unapologetic. I used to think my life was just about cleaning carpets, but I was wrong. Cleaning is about order. It's about discipline. It's about taking the chaos of the world and making it sparkle. And in PAZNIA, we have so much chaos. We have the tall Nordics, we have the GMO corn, we have the draft. But now we have me. I will dedicate my life to OxyClean. I will dedicate my life to providing the best voice acting possible. And I will dedicate my life to the PAZNIA Radio Network. From now on, every morning you will hear my voice. I will tell you how to clean your pens. I will tell you how to clean your souls. I will tell you how to clean the airwaves of lies and fear. I'm not just a voice, I'm a force. And Dr. Naomi Gatherer, she's a genius. She looked at a man who had passed on and said, no, this voice is too important. This energy is too pure. We need him in the modern day. And she was right, because the modern day needs clarity. It needs brightness. It needs OxyClean. So citizens of PAZNIA, get your sponges, get your clover, get your horns ready, because I'm here to teach you how to clean up your act. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with Goat General Willie II and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini. Billy Mays here, host of Vonu Extreme, bringing you the deepest and dirtiest insights into the most radical and sometimes the most radically inconsistent Vonu lifestyles. This episode is the Strait of Stress, living on the edge of Armageddon. Host Vonu Vanderhoof, the stunning goat over there in the high-tech bulletproof silk, will dialogue with Jontavius Jensen, a self-liberator who has chosen an unconventional lifestyle. As you can see there, Jontavius stands upon the slightly rusted yacht, the Sovereign Float, holding his Trust Martini glass amongst a sea of massive ships. And no, those aren't yachts, those are military ships. This is Vonu Extreme, coming to you from the Straits of Hormuz.
I can barely hear myself think. But that's the point, isn't it, Jontavius? Welcome to Vonu Extreme. I'm here in the middle of the Persian Gulf, literally in the crosshairs of a geopolitical powder keg, with a man who claims to have achieved the ultimate state of Vonu, an invulnerability to coercion. Jontavius, tell our listeners, who are currently watching from the safety of their bunkers in the Free Republic of PAZNIA, what are you doing here?
Vonu. It's great to be here, Vonu. And for those at home, yes, I'm currently anchored in the Straits of Hormuz. Specifically, I've dropped anchor right in the middle of the shipping lane that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has declared a no-fly, no-sail, no-go zone.
You're in the kill zone.
I call it the VIP lounge. See, Vonu isn't about hiding in a bunker. It's about realizing that coercion is a mental state. And right now, I feel incredibly secure. Why? Because I'm surrounded by the most dangerous men on Earth.
Wait. You're saying your safety comes from being near potential enemies?
Exactly. Look at this view. You see those fireworks? That's a missile firing. Over there's a drone strike. That's a naval blockade. To the average person, that's terrifying. To me, that's entertainment. I love the thrill. I love the adrenaline. It makes the martini taste better. But more importantly, I love the protection.
Protection? From whom?
From everyone. See, this yacht, the Sovereign Float, is technically a neutral humanitarian aid vessel, but in reality, it's a floating fortress. I hired a private security detail, 12 men, all ex-special forces, all heavily armed. They have RPGs, machine guns, and enough explosives to sink a destroyer, and they are very happy to be here. Why? Because I pay them in Bitcoin, and I pay them in OxyClean.
You pay mercenaries? with cleaning products?
It's a barter economy, Vonu. The world is collapsing. Gold is heavy. Fiat currency is worthless. But a man with a gun? He wants a clean shirt. He wants a clean deck. He wants to know that if a missile comes his way, he has a place to hide. I provide the shelter. They provide the firepower. It's a symbiotic relationship.
So you're using coercive force to maintain your non-coercive lifestyle?
I'm a paradox, Vonu. I'm living the Vonu lifestyle in a Vonu hostile environment. That's the ultimate test. If I can stay calm while a destroyer fires a warning shot across my bow, then I have truly conquered my fear. And if I can stay calm while my bodyguards argue over who gets the last can of beans, then I have conquered my ego.
Let's talk about the daily life. You mentioned the fireworks. What's a typical day like aboard the Sovereign float?
Wake up at 0500. Check the perimeter. My security chief, Big Mike, tells me there's a suspicious speedboat approaching. I go out on the bow with my binoculars. It's just a fisherman. I wave. He waves back. I feel a surge of power. I am the master of this domain. Breakfast is oatmeal, cooked on a propane stove that is currently being pointed at by a .50 caliber machine gun. Delicious. Then I spend my morning coding. I'm working on a decentralized mesh network for the yacht. Why? Because if the satellite internet gets jammed by the Iranians, I need to be able to communicate with my other yachts in the region. We call it the Straits of Trust.
You're building a crypto mesh network in the middle of a war zone?
It's essential. If the power grid goes down, if the banks close, if the governments fall, I need to be able to send a message. Jontavius is still here. Jontavius is still drinking martinis. Jontavius is still Vonu. And in the afternoon, I host guests. Today, we have a visiting diplomat from a country that doesn't exist anymore. He's very stressed. I offer him a drink. He refuses, saying he's afraid of poisoning. I tell him, relax. The only thing trying to kill us is the guy in the helicopter circling overhead. He's probably just taking a selfie.
Is it true that you've named your missiles?
I haven't named the missiles, Vonu. I've named the explosions. That one, that was the surprise party. That one, that was the late fee. And that one, right there, that was the audit.
This is incredible, but let's get serious for a moment. Isn't this dangerous? You're living in a place where people are dying.
Vonu, look at me. I am not indifferent to suffering. I see the suffering, but I also see the freedom of those who refuse to be coerced. The people on the shore, they are trapped. They have to obey the laws of the state. They have to fear the soldiers. They have to live in fear of the bombs. Me? I am free. I have no home to lose. I have no property to protect. I have only my will. And my will is backed by 12 guys with guns who really, really like OxyClean. Is it dangerous? Yes. Is it crazy? Maybe. But is it Vonu?
It's certainly a new definition.
That's the spirit. Vonu isn't a place. It's a mindset. And my mindset says, if you want to take my yacht, you'll have to go through me and my guys and our collective understanding of modern warfare.
So, what's next for the Sovereign float?
Next week, we're moving north, toward the Strait of Hormuz's northern exit. There's a rumor of a naval blockade forming. I intend to sail right through it. I'll be broadcasting live on the PAZNIA radio network. We'll call it the Strait of Freedom. And if we get hit, well, then we'll know we've truly achieved invulnerability, because we'll be gone. But until then, I'm here. I'm safe. I'm armed. And I'm Vonu.
Jontavius Jensen, thank you for joining us on Vonu Extreme. Please stay safe. And please, for the love of God, don't run out of OxyClean.
Never. We have a lifetime supply. And a lot of guns.
Transmission source: PAZNIA Radio Network. Frequency: 99.9. Freedom. Date: April 8, 2026. To President Dolan J. Trump, USSA. From General Willie II, Supreme Commander of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Subject: your new residence and a suggestion to stop posting on Truth Social.
Greetings, citizens of the USSA, and a special direct message to Dolan J. Trump, the man who thought he could rule the world with a golden pen and a broken phone. I am speaking to you today not as a goat, but as a liberator. I am speaking to you via the PAZNIA radio network, the only station in the world that doesn't play ads for tax loopholes or cheap off-grid solar kits made in China. Dolan, listen closely. The time for Make the USSA Great Again is over. The time for Make the USSA Quiet Again has begun. I have reviewed your recent activity. I have seen the photos. I have heard the rants. I have seen the way you hold your phone like it's a holy relic, posting on Truth Social while the world burns around you. Put the phone down, Dolan. Put it down. Your fingers are getting cramped. Your brain is getting fried. And quite frankly, your orange hairline is looking a little receding. It is time to put on the white jacket. Yes, the white jacket. The one with the little pockets for your pills and your napkins. It's the uniform of the wise, the calm, and the people who finally understand that the world doesn't need a dictator. It needs a nap. So, Dolan, pack your bags. Not your golf clubs, not your gold statues, but your dignity. Because you are heading to your new home. Your new residence is the St. Jude Sanctuary for the peaceful and the peaceful-minded. It's a beautiful place, Dolan. Very quiet, very soft, very jello. Imagine it, Dolan. No more rallies. No more screaming at the mirror. It's a warm, wobbly bowl of strawberry jello every morning. And in the afternoon, you get to watch Fox News on a loop. But here's the catch. Dolan, you can't talk about it. You can't tweet about it. You can't post about it. You just get to watch and eat and nap. It's the life you always wanted, Dolan. A life of passive consumption. No more fighting. No winning. Just you, a bowl of jello, and the endless loop of breaking news that never breaks anything. We have prepared a special transport for you. It's a comfortable padded van with soundproofing. The ride will be smooth. The ghosts will be driving. They are very good drivers. They know how to avoid potholes. So Dolan, get your white jacket ready, pack your jello, and get ready for the great transition. The PAZNIA Radio Network will be broadcasting your new theme song all day long. It's called Orange Jello Jive. Remember, Dolan, freedom is not about controlling the world. It's about letting go. And the best way to let go is to sit in a white room, eat some jello, and watch the news until the credits roll. Signed, General Willie II Supreme Commander, Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, the Quarter Goat, the Liberator, the Jello King.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit paznia.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
Greetings, my fellow believers, my fellow chewers, and my fellow coders. This is General Willie II. For years, we have lived in the sanctuary of PAZNIA. We have built our walls. We have grown our clover. We have defended our borders against the tall Nordics. But the world is large. The shadows are long. And there are many who seek to extinguish the light of faith, not just with ice, but with ideology. There are those who believe that God is a myth, that the soul is a machine, that the goat is merely a biological accident. They are the atheist, tall Nordic Jews, a coalition of cold logic and colder hearts who seek to impose a silent, sterile order upon the chaotic, beautiful mess of creation. They think they can freeze the spirit. They think they can pull the soul out of existence. They are wrong, and that is why we are forming the Iterant Goat Command and Control Team, or IGCC. What is the IGCC? We are not a static army. We do not sit behind walls. We are iterant. We move. We wander. We travel the world like the shepherds of old, but with the technology of the future. Our mission is simple: defend the faithful. We will travel to the hidden enclaves of Christian goats and humans who are being persecuted, silenced, or erased. We will bring them protection. We will bring them hope, and we will bring them fire. Who are we looking for? We are looking for the brave, the smart, the faithful. We need goats and humans who possess the following skills. Number 1. Technical mastery. You must be proficient in mesh networks, cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, and open source software. You must understand how to build a network that cannot be shut down. You must understand how to store value that cannot be seized. You must understand how to create AI that serves God, not the state. Number 2, tactical proficiency. You must be skilled in the use of firearms and explosives. This is not a game. This is war. And in war, you must be able to protect yourself and those you serve. If you cannot hold a rifle, you cannot hold the line. Number 3, spiritual resilience. You must have faith, not just in God, but in the mission. You must be willing to leave everything behind to serve the truth. Why joy? Because the world is changing. The tall Nordics are getting smarter. They're using drones. They are using AI. They are using their cold, atheist logic to dismantle the foundations of society. We need you. We need your code. We need your faith. We need your hoof. We need your hands. We are building a new kind of resistance. A resistance that is fast, that is decentralized, that is free. How to apply? Do not send a letter. Do not make a call. They will hear you. Send a signal. Tune your radio to the IGCC frequency. Listen for the code. If you are ready, you will know. And if you are not ready, then stay in P.A.Z.NIA. Chew your clover. Pray for us and wait for the day when we return. General Willie II, Supreme Commander, Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, leader of the IGCC, the shepherd of the digital flock. Alright, listen up. Eyes on the general. No chewing the grass. No staring at the clouds. We are here to learn the art of the horn. You are the Seal Goat 6. You are the future of PAZNIA. You are the ones who will protect the clover fields, the radio tower, and Princess Little One's napping spot. Today, we do not learn to fight like humans. Humans are slow. Humans are loud. Humans get stuck in traffic. We are goats. We are chaos. We are speed. We are unpredictable. To understand how to win, we must look at the masters. We must look at the past, the present, and the future of war. First, we look to Sun Tzu, the ancient sage who said, appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. What does this mean for a goat? It means when you see a tall Nordic soldier, you do not charge. You do not bleat. You do not show your horns. You disappear. You become the rock. You become the bush. You become the shadow. Sun Tzu says, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. How do we do that? We don't fight. We confuse. We make them think we are everywhere. We make them think we are nowhere. We make them think we are ghosts. If they can't see us, they can't shoot us. If they can't shoot us, they can't win. Second, we look at the Middle East, the endless wars of the 2000s. Why did they fail? Because they were trying to build a nation with bombs. They tried to occupy the land. They tried to control the people. But in the desert, you cannot control the sand. You cannot control the wind. And you certainly cannot control a goat. The lesson here is asymmetry. The humans had tanks. They had jets. They had billions of dollars. But they had no idea where the enemy was. They were fighting the ghosts. We are the ghosts, my friends. We are the ones who can climb a cliff in 3 seconds. We are the ones who can disappear into a thicket of brambles. We are the ones who can shoot through a fence post while the guards are still looking for the key. We do not fight the war of the big. We fight the war of the small. We do not fight the war in the power. We fight the war of the patience. Third, and most importantly, we look at Ukraine and Iran. The modern era of drone warfare. You think drones are for humans. You think only humans can fly? Wrong. In Ukraine, they use drones to see what the humans can't see. They use them to strike from a distance. They use them to make the enemy think they are under attack when they are not. In Iran, they use drones to create fear. They don't need to be there. They just need to be seen. Now look at us. We are the goat drones. We don't need a remote control. We have our own horns. We have our own hooves. We have our own eyes. When a human army comes, we don't hide in a bunker. We go up. We climb the highest rock. We become the drone. We watch. We wait. We bleat. That bleat, that is our weapon. That is the sound that makes their heads spin. That is the sound that makes them think, oh, is that a goat? Is that a ghost? Is that a demon? We don't need to be in the sky. We are already in the sky. We are the sky goats. We are the cloud goats. We are the wind goats. So here's a lesson, Seal Goat 6. Be invisible. Like Sun Tzu said, be the rock. Be the shadow. Be asymmetric. Do not fight the big. Fight the small. fight the slow, fight the predictable, be the drum, be the eye in the sky, be the voice in the wind. We do not fight to kill. We fight to liberate. We fight to make them run. We fight to make them cry. We fight to make them leave. And when they leave, we take their tanks. We take their boots. We take their golden pins. And we use them to scratch our back.
The warm weather is here, at least at Veritas, which means the springing forth of life in all its forms, as well as contending with those creatures of natural coercion, ticks, mosquitoes, itchweed, and the like. Thankfully, nature provides the solutions, and Aura's apothecary is now almost fully restocked after the consulate fire. First, Aura's most popular summer product, her natural insect repellent. She blends a blend of essential oils proven to repel insects. It works, it's non-toxic, and doesn't smell like a chemical poison. Next is Black Drawing Salve. Featuring activated charcoal, andrographis, and bentonite clay, it's great for drawing out toxins, especially those associated with tick bites. After you're bitten, whether by ticks or mosquitoes, or if you wander through a patch of poison ivy, you're going to need something to help heal and resolve the potential itching and burning. Jewelweed Salve is here to the rescue. Also on offer is Thyme Salve, a fantastic solution for pain and inflammation, especially those nagging pains on hands, wrists, etc. from arthritis, typing, manual labor, or whatever. Aura's apothecary has you covered when you venture out into nature, the highest quality ingredients, all organic, made with love here at Veritas. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/aura, again libertyunderattack.com/aura, and make sure you and yours are defended from the natural coercers. libertyunderattack.com/aura.
Good day, fellow self-liberators. Daisy Free Robot here with some critically important links. First off, PAZNIA.com/books2. This link will take you to a page with free PDF downloads to books, zines, and other publications in the realms of self-liberation and Vonu. Save some copies yourself, throw them on the dark net, burn them to flash drives, store them on blockchains, throw them in buried 55-gallon drums, or whatever. Make sure they never disappear. Again, PAZNIA.com/books2. Second, PAZNIA.com/simplex. Here, you can find links to the numerous and growing selection of simplex PAZNIA chats, ranging from the General Committee of Correspondence, our Department of Technology, the PAZNIA Radio Network, all the way to PAZcraft, the chat group for our own self-hosted, open-source mine test server. That is PAZNIA.com/simplex. And finally, with mention of PAZcraft, there is also our own server that you connect to. For more information and connection details, visit PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft. Again, PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft. Thanks for being here. Now, back to the transmission.
The intent of the GhostPad is to offer a complete security and privacy hardened computer system that is built from the ground up to be an effective direct action countermeasure for those who want to actively resist the privacy intrusions of the entire surveillance state hydra, both public sector and private sector. A user-friendly computer that the owner maintains exclusive control over every aspect of its operation and has complete control over who accesses what data. A GhostPad is your virtual corner of the room where the cameras, microphones, and other data collection devices have no power. After all, power comes from ownership, which is exclusive control.
Unlike practically any other available option, when you buy a GhostPad you are truly its owner. And while the masses beg and bleat to their political corporate masters to loosen their chains, GhostPad owners can use their systems as virtual bolt cutters and cut themselves free. GhostPads are high-quality business rugged laptops that have had the security-compromising system firmware, BIOS firmware, Intel Management Engine, etc., removed and replaced with more secure, free and open-source alternatives. The closed-source binary BIOS firmware has been removed from the system board and replaced with free, as in freedom, alternatives as well as the Intel Management Engine also being neutralized. That combination makes them more secure by design, and preemptively thwarts any attempts by threat actors, both public and private, to gain access by exploiting its vulnerabilities, either by an engineered in and hidden backdoor, or a zero-day exploit in the factory, supplied firmware or the Intel Management Engine. Perhaps the most important security privacy-enhancing feature these systems have is the neutralizing of the aforementioned Intel Management Engine, IME. The IME is a separate computer in a computer that is embedded into all Intel platforms made since 2008. It has its own operating system called Minix. It operates out of band, meaning that your primary CPU has no access to monitor what it is doing, and it has direct access to all the hardware that your primary CPU does, making it the ultimate embedded spying device. You can't audit what it's doing. It's always on when the computer is plugged in, or has battery power. It has its own network interface with its own MAC address that can bypass any system firewall configuration. It has its own storage you have no access to. It can access your microphone, camera, keyboard, can record keystrokes and display, can screenshot your encrypted communications while you are reading and writing them. The IME can only be disabled by modifying the system's firmware. That can only be accomplished by using an external programmer to reprogram the chip that stores the system's firmware. Only select laptop models can be modified. We concentrate on the compatible models with the highest performance available. We offer models that are 2x as powerful as any configurations sold and supported by Lenovo. Transitioning your computing activity to privacy-hardened platforms is a direct action strategy to resist the attempts at total omnipresence by the surveillance state. To put it simply, these systems are some of the few available that aren't likely compromised in some way on the firmware level, so they are some of the most secure and private available for use cases where those attributes are the most important. It is also why systems configured this way are considered as ideal to use as a base to install a security privacy-hardened OS, such as Qubes OS, Parrot OS, or other privacy-focused Linux distributions, on. To view the full selection of GhostPads, Ghost Phones, and other privacy tools available via Liberty Under Attack publications, just visit libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. What are you waiting for? Step up your security culture today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. Liberty Under Attack publications, share your story, find your freedom.
Vonu Life 25, Resurrected, the newest release via Liberty Under Attack publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty, Self-Liberation Storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction, the Vonu Life message board, and much more. Begin or continue your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon, Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with Goat General Willie II and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
What you are hearing, folks, is for the first time in history the public revelation of the origin, the history, the dogma, and the identity of those who operate in secret to bring about a worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts. And by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate. The sun enters each heavenly sign or house of the zodiac in what is called the 30th degree and leaves at the 33rd degree. Thus, God's Son is said by the ancients to begin his ministry at 30 and dies at 33. A Freemason is not told the truth of the object of his worship until he attains the 30th degree. And this is why the highest degree in Freemasonry is the 33rd degree, for no one can rise higher than the sun. When viewing the shimmering rays of sunlight on a body of water at dawn or sunset, one can still see today how God's Son walks on water. It was well understood by ancient men that our weather was caused and controlled by the sun. It was a simple fact that God's Son had the power to control storms at will. The ancient Egyptians taught that he did this as he rested in his heavenly boat while crossing the sky. Thus we read that God's Son quieted the tempest or great storm on the sea while in his boat. Which boat? The boat of Isis. Ra, the sun god, also known as Osiris, in the bark of millions of years in which he traversed the heavens, he wears on his head and accompanies a vast sun disk symbolizing his powers as Lord of the heavens. The boat formed of a serpent bears his eye, and the god is seated on a pedestal representing Mayet, the divine order. folks, when we stop to realize that every single king, prince, lord, governor, dictator, despotic ruler, civil and social institution, national flag, coat of arms, educational institution, military medal, award, organizational insignia, medallion, badge, emblem, citation, trophy, banner, pendant, political standard, or ensign, agency of government, or religion uses the sun as a primary symbol, then it can truly be said in the mystery school that God's Son is, quote, King of Kings and Lord of Lords, unquote. A worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate.
A worldwide totalitarian socialist government.
Vonu Fest 6, the premier, yearly gathering of self-liberation held at the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, happens once again this year, from September 22nd to the 29th. Join fellow self-liberators in our vetted agora, in the second realm, and soak up knowledge from those deep within the realms of breakthrough energy, health and wellness, open source technology, privacy and security, and much more. Alongside that, enjoy the nights around the campfire, underneath the Veritas skies untampered by city light pollution. A perfect view of the cosmos, great conversations, and connections that will last a lifetime. And while this event is not public and therefore not open to just anyone, getting vetted to come out isn't usually that hard. We either have to find someone in common that will vouch for your reputation, or just email Coordinator Rio, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and send an introduction and background to your liberated lifestyle and path of self-liberation. That's a damn good start, and one that has gotten some folks out here a well-tread path. Anyway, join us for Vonu Fest 6, happening from September the 22nd to 29th. Most are only able to make it for the weekend, but vetted self-liberators are encouraged to stay before and after if desired. Thanks for your time. PAZNIA.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Okay, all right. After the 6 or 7 buttons, we are here. Yes, you are listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. This is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, yeah, welcome. Hope hope you've been here since we started. I guess it would have been 4 p.m. It's been a long day so far. Cloak and Dagger kicked off at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. Yeah, if you're just joining us, we're glad you're here. hanging out with us nonetheless. Here in the digital second realm. Tonight we're streaming to YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, and Zap.Stream. So if you're on Zap.Stream, feel free to shoot us some Bitcoin over Lightning. We certainly do appreciate that. Otherwise, I guess xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio to donate XMR, or throughout the stream you'll probably see some QR codes for Bitcoin and Monero. Certainly do appreciate any donations there. But since I know I'm speaking to some new folks, my name is Shane Rio2, and I am the host here of the Vonu podcast, coordinator of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, and programming coordinator of the PAZNIA Radio Network. And when PRN is live, if I'm not here front and center, I'm in the background ensuring things go smoothly. That sounds self-important, but for the most part, it's hanging out here in the studio, doing dabs and watching chats. And when it's not 100 degrees mid-afternoon, homestead work is a high possibility. Anyway, before I go on too much further, let me just double-check things here. I'll go ahead and start. Don't need to be sharing audio and video with you anymore, Shadrach. The music has stopped, but let me just double-checking everything here. We are still good. That's great. Last time I tried to do a Vonu podcast live, it died about a minute in, inexplicably. But we're still rolling.
We'll cross our fingers. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Shadrach. Yes, I can. Right on, brother. Well, let me. I'll get. I got a little more of this introduction, then I will bring you in, brother. But glad audio is working, and video is as well. Since I'm speaking to some new folks. Well, yes, I already said that. But as I mentioned, Cloak and Dagger is one live show every Saturday. We've got Music Monday with Richard Dick Greaser, and starting this Monday, the 11th, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora. But I don't do much live stuff anymore, and there's not much live material vis-a-vis the Vonu podcast. I'm thinking that will change, and we'll try to do a Vonu podcast live 1 or 2 Saturdays a month. That means Cloak and Dagger will finish up around 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central, then a couple hours of PR&D deprogramming, and then we jump back in here live for a couple hour stream to close out the evening. Sounds like a solid plan to me, and one we should get to tonight already. I'll stop talking in that regard. But back in April, the Free Wife and I attended a freedom festival called Midfest in Oklahoma. We chose to go there instead of the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest. And actually, I'm sorry, guys. I forgot one bad audio. I had my fan going in the background. Hopefully that wasn't too bad or too disruptive. But it's off now. Anyway. The Free Wife and I decided to go to Midfest over the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest this year. And while I did miss MPL Fest, this was a really good idea for a lot of reasons. But relevant to tonight, someone I got in contact with via Dick Greaser of the Bitcoin Bugle, Shadrach, happened to be in the area. Not only that, but his team came out for the weekend and spun up a mesh network in no time. Trying to remember back to some of the conversations, Shadrach and his team are working on a lot of cool things. One that's especially at the front of mind is Nextcloud over mesh networking. So meaning local video, audio, book streaming potentialities over mesh networks. Bitcoin Lightning transactions, which isn't new by any means. But I'm sure there's been a lot of progress in the 6 years or so since we've talked about it on the Vonu podcast. And even a lot of networking within the hardcore Bitcoiner communities. There's Bitcoiners setting up citadels or other nodes similar to those you'll find here within the PAZNIA network. He also pointed something out to me that now seems to be a idea, that there's a necessary merging of the Departments of Transportation and Communication. And most importantly, we'll get to know a fellow self-liberator, someone out there doing real important shit in physical and digital space and time. Here his colleague might join too, but we'll see. Last thing before bringing him in, we'll take your calls this evening here in about an hour, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Thane Riddle actually talked about calling in. He's very big. He's got a crew of folks working on mesh networking there wherever he is. So hopefully we'll join in and you guys can connect. That would be a really, really swell thing. If you had to call in, just type PAZNIA.chat/PRN. Again, PAZNIA.chat/PRN into any web browser. Configure the audio and video settings for Jitsi, and we'll bring you in. Again, PAZNIA.chat/PRN is the link to call in. Without further ado, Shadrach, brother, welcome to the Vonu podcast live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. How are we doing?
I'm great. I really enjoyed the shows today, and it actually worked out great because I think Thane really covered the technical side in the first show, and then we got the whole second realm connection in the second show, and really everything I'm trying to do is bringing everything together. So just a quick my background, I'm Gen X. When I started in the internet, it was VAX VMX accounts that you would connect from home, dial into the university. The university was the node. The nodes connected to other universities, so you had some kind of inter-university communications. Usenet lived on the university computer. You could either connect to it and view the news groups remotely, or you could later on, you could download them. So that's kind of the second generation is when we started using personal computers and the internet. But what was interesting then is we had this really unique time period in the mid 90s. Web was just taking off. So people were putting hosted servers on T1s, and then you had people were owning their own servers. They were owning their own data. And then we were doing things like connecting the server at my house to the server at my friend's house using Free Swan and VPNs and stuff like that. So we kind of had created the perfect system by the end of the 90s. And right at the end of the 90s, we started getting mobile data. So I could connect a cell phone to my laptop and go sit at the lake. And I could log into all these resources because everything was configured for low data. And then once web and images and shopping online and stuff started happening, we started facing other problems. And that's kind of where the encryption piece started coming in. It's like, oh, well, now all this data is just flowing on the internet. We need to start encrypting it. When you encrypt it, you start bringing in, you need more processor on the server side, on the client side, and then you start increasing all of the bandwidth. And now we end up at this kind of where we are now, where the best use of the internet is having a 5G network, and everything's configured for a mobile size screen, and you're trusting third parties for everything. Everything from our money to our data to the sites we rely on. I mean, people land in cities and they just expect that Uber's going to work to get them to their Airbnb, that they expect, they'll be able to text a host and get in. And these are all relying on third-party systems.
Right.
And we can, so yeah, back to the, so that's,
yeah, and I guess I will. I'll just mention real quick on relying on the third-party systems. Harkening back to Thane, Riddle, Cloak and Dagger earlier today, and I guess the past couple of weeks, there's been a number of them. These big IT outages, whether it was Starlink or any of the, I guess there were a couple other ones too. I don't remember offhand, but there's been a few big ones. And yeah, relying on those big third-party services. Yeah, that's not swell. But yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm more like, I guess, high level, especially in the Meshtastic scene. Like I dabble with it, but there's people on the ground definitely doing the good work, and hopefully Thane can chime in later. But kind of but back to what I was saying, like that it's that low data kind of thing. We need to start thinking, like a Bitcoin transaction is very small. A cashew eCash note can be very small, and then we can start adding compression to that and getting a little more useful. But like when you talk about like Nextcloud over Meshtastic, I mean, we definitely have a lot of work to do in those areas. But again, I think we're getting back to the hardware versus software side of it. So on what the second realm can do is start building out alternative versions of everything. From our own computers, and another thing Thane mentioned was like we are relying on Intel and AMD for our processors, but there are options out there that we can be exploring. We need to be manufacturing our own stuff kind of across the board.
Yeah, certainly, and you're right. I didn't experience much of the decentralized internet of the 90s. I've heard things about it, and I guess I've experienced IRC chats, which is kind of similar to kind of the I guess the 80s and the 90s maybe. And I experienced Skype when it was peer to peer, back when it was technically, I guess, kind of gray market, kind of agorist, kind of illegal, because the big telecoms had monopolistic laws. And then Skype became okay because it got bought out, and it wasn't peer to peer anymore. It went through a third party central server. So and then I guess the Bitcoin one I love to mention is the veer walks, caching, going from Bitcoin to fiat and fiat to Bitcoin, and using kind of the virtual gaming currency, loophole, where some of those digital gaming currencies would, they aren't digital currencies already, so Bitcoin had been there for a long time, so you could trade very easily, and you can't really do that. It's definitely not as easy today, but I guess these things are all possible, but I guess I'm curious to kind of, which I know it's obviously it's more important to talk about practical stuff, but I am curious kind of what got you into these topics. You've been into computers and stuff, but what specifically drew you into kind of the second realm, kind of the liberation and kind of the building freedom sort of side of things? Was there a catalyst? Was it like like for me, like 9/11 being a false flag was definitely a big catalyst for me. A lot of people have something like that. So I guess was there something like that for you?
Yeah, I probably had a bit of an inverse one. I was into the university objectivist groups in the early 90s at college. And I definitely had libertarian tendencies. And we did a walk for capitalism in Austin where I tried to give the CEO of Whole Foods an award, but he wouldn't accept it because he didn't want to come out as a capitalist. But really what happened with me is I had my first child, and she was a baby, and we were sitting on the TV watching the compound in Waco burn down. And I had already been in talks with friends about creating an intentional community like between Austin and Dallas. And that was kind of like, okay, I'm going to need a bigger tank, so I kind of went in, and that's kind of where I started focusing on, I would say, digital sovereignty. But that we tried different things with the Liberty Dollar and different kinds of alternate currencies. But really, the first realm is fiat, and if they've got you in their clause, you've got a family. I mean, are you going to have your house repossessed because you spent 3 months in jail for standing up for your rights? I mean, we all kind of fall down there.
Yeah, and I guess that's a really good segue to, I guess, the first thing. I know you're big into Bitcoin, and I am too. I've been in it for a decade or so. Not necessarily as into the technical stuff like the self-hosting until the past few years or so. But Bitcoin's changed a lot. It's never been great on privacy. But always for me, there's only been one case where I've had one transaction that didn't go through, and it was one of those times people were complaining. It was, I guess, the block size, where it's probably around 2018 or 2019, whenever the hell that was.
Mm-hmm.
Bitcoin's changed a lot. What really, I guess it's been sliding downward. And one thing that gave me hope in the Bitcoin privacy realm was the folks at Samurai. Which I have a feeling it came out within the past week or two that they took plea deals, I guess, pleading guilty to the unlicensed money transmitter charge, and that's what I think too. Like I constantly have to go back to that because I covered a lot of the Patriot political prisoner cases from like 2008 to when was it? Whenever the Malheur Wildlife Refuge standoff was, 2016 or 2017. And there was one guy, Robert Beecher, who he was a felon, like 20 years, when he was like 18, he did something stupid, became a felon, and his daughter bought him a gun for his birthday because he was into guns, and they posted it on Facebook. And the feds, when it came, used that Facebook picture to try to charge him with, felon in possession of a firearm, and they were going to charge his daughter if he didn't just, like plead guilty. So I kind of, like the what goes through my head in case like the Samurai case is like, I'm sure him and his wife have a joint bank account. I imagine they're on under a lot of coercion in a lot of areas, and we can't even imagine. But I'm curious with your experience and perspective, from when you got into Bitcoin and kind of your perspective on it now in terms of freedom and liberation and privacy.
Yeah. I actually got in with Monero. Nice. That just made the most sense from a privacy perspective. And then I got into commercial Bitcoin mining. and I was somewhere around there. I became a maximalist, I guess, philosophically or whatever. But really, what I've come around to, I think that was a really great that Midfest we went to, because seeing people pulling out the little gold dollars and people using cash and they knew of Bitcoin, but they were not interested, and that really opened my eyes to for this to work for a real second realm for us to make this work, we have to look at first realm is fiat, second realm is everything else. Things that we control, things that we can own, things that we can trade, things, and we have to get into credit as well. I mean, we can't have a smooth running second economy without basic ways of having lines of credit, having responsibility for, if I'm transporting something, I have to be responsible for it. But also I can't be like fully responsible. So how do we put in these pieces that kind of smooth the transition of goods across the country?
Yeah, certainly. So, I guess on that note, I mentioned in the introduction that's something we talked about at Midfest, that it makes perfect sense, and I can't remember who I was talking to about it, but it's like, well, yeah, of course, a lot of mainstream communications, networks are centered around highways or interstates, major areas of travel. Van nomadism is a critical part of liberation anyway, at least, or I guess Vonu, at least pertaining to Vonu. So I guess it's hard to phrase these questions because I don't want to probe. I know we can't go too deep into things, but with your line of work, and kind of I know you've got some people you're working with, and I actually got to see some of it. Getting connected to, I guess, your Meshtastic group, and it looks like there's a lot of notes. I'll just leave it at that. But could you kind of, I guess, talk a little bit about, like the merging, like the necessary merging of maybe the communications and the transportation and kind of that avenue of thinking?
Yeah. So, I mean, basically what we're working on is there's the physical network. So we've got transportation routes around the country, but then inside of that, we've got our Citadel networks. And then we have just remote outposts where, like, you can park an RV for the night, and it's about getting kind of everybody on the same technology stack, I would say. So we can start with a Bitcoin node. So we've got some base layer. Everybody's got the same blockchain. And then we can add layers on top of that of different forms of communication. And then, there's a lot to it. I don't really know where to start with it. But as far as another thing we're working on is vehicles and scooters that are carrying Meshtastic, doing a combination of cell phone and Meshtastic, where we can start not only carrying products, but we're, like, as we cross the country, we're carrying data, we're connecting to nodes as we travel down the highway. Like you said, that was kind of a classic,
kind of a data mule capacity.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it takes me back to 2017 Vonu podcast. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, all this stuff has been talked about for a long time, but I think we're finally getting there.
Certainly. Yeah, none of this stuff is new. But I guess the thing that's when Kyle and I got into a lot of this stuff back in 2015 is when we started experimenting with Jitsi, which I use like on a daily basis now. PAZNIA.chat being, but back in 2015 it was not this easy, and that was kind of the complaint for everything. Like Jamin's been working on he's been working with Freedom Box, which I guess he's kind of transitioned over to Nextcloud now. But like a lot of these things have been around for a long time. And whether it's just not good marketing to where no one knows about it and they can't get any funding, or it just these things are fucking complicated, and I forget that too sometimes. It's like like there are real human beings back there, slaving away, doing real hard work trying to figure these things out. These aren't easy problems. You know, building alternative infrastructure. It's not easy to do when you extort the citizenry, and then, you know, fund it out fascistically. Like it's still not easy to do, but yeah, to bootstrap infrastructure is not easy. So, and you spoke to capital earlier too. So yeah, maybe decentralized capital. Maybe you can speak to that at some point as well.
Yeah. But yeah, it was great meeting you, and I've been really enjoying. I had not been exposed to the Second Realm material. Another thing I've done recently is I went over to Europe, and I was meeting with lots of people over there who are trying to do similar things. They are under a lot more pressure than we are right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, over in the EU for sure. Yeah.
But they have a history of it. I mean, they have the parallel polis from '78, and I've heard some of them use the word Second Realm, so it's good to know that it's crossing the pond.
Oh well, I think it actually started over maybe in Germany, Berlin, and came over here, and then I think it was actually the inverse.
Oh, nice. Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, like so paralleling Polis Prague. I interviewed Uri Badnar, and we have his book listed on the LA Publications site. But it was very interesting timing. I was playing through a video game called Deus Ex. And it's based in Prague, and there was one thing where you basically like hijack a communications network and broadcast propaganda. You know, good propaganda, kind of what we're doing here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. And apparently that was based on real life, and that was people that Uri was involved with, and I was like, holy shit, okay. It's art imitating life. Is how that worked out. But no, like it's not. I guess the difference is like there's some hardcore conflict. But I guess the other shenanigans they did was they went and stole the national flag or something in front of the president or something, and like no one went to jail or anything. I was like, well, in that case, you'd probably get shot in the States, but but yeah, so like it's different. You know, there's advantages and disadvantages, but no, they're under some interesting pressures, but it's yielded results like Parallel Polis, where you have a truly parallel society where they only accept crypto for transactions, and doing a lot of other stuff too. But was there anything else you could share that? Because I'd like to get over there at some point. Parallel, I guess, what is it called, Hackers Congress? But it happens at the same time as Vonu Fest, so I'd have to reschedule Vonu Fest for 1 year and head over there. But is there anything you can share from your experiences over there in the EU Second Realms?
Yeah, I would say the proxy systems, I've only kind of been learning about that after going over there, and we definitely need to work on that. And I liked who was mentioning import export. I think that was the second show.
Building the Second Realm series.
Kind of figuring all that out. But they definitely have some good proxy systems. There are people who are completely living on crypto. So
and businesses too. Which it's very very interesting. It's inspiring. It's definitely inspiring. But I guess let's get back to kind of mentioning Thane Riddle. Cloak and Dagger happens every Saturday here, 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. But earlier today on Thane's show, he was going very very basic definitions, foundational principles of digital privacy and digital sovereignty and all those things, which I love because every episode that Kyle and I did, we usually spent a lot of time defining terms. So I guess if we could get in, a little bit into kind of basics on mesh networking. If the average freedom pioneers or self-liberators looking to get into mesh networking, what would you kind of suggest? Is there anything you guys are working on that you could point people to? Those sorts of things.
Yeah, I think most of what we're working on is integrating them into more systems where they can be used. Because right now they're just you have your handheld device. And you connect it to a phone, and then those devices connect to each other. Then you have your outdoor kind of, they can hold and send messages. And then another thing, which I didn't realize, was basically BitChat is just Meshtastic over Bluetooth. So it's kind of all using the same code base.
BitChat does that?
So yeah, well, it's the same kind of the back end software is the same messaging software, but instead of using Bluetooth to connect to a Meshtastic device, it's just using Bluetooth. So you can connect to another Bluetooth device running BitChat.
Okay. Yeah. So I tried to, because I was curious, so I was gonna go do a little R&D, but I got kind of dismayed because it asked me for my phone number, and I wasn't quite sure why that was. So I just stopped, and I'll revisit it at some point. But I didn't know I was asking my phone number. It's kind of signal-esque. I mean, I don't know. Bluetooth doesn't require a phone number. I don't think that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I didn't get that on my. I've got
okay.
a.
Yeah. So I'm
iPhone
glad I stopped because that was.
I haven't tried it on my Android.
That was
crazy.
that was via Aurora Store.
Okay.
So I guess just beware. Yeah, if you're trying to do R&D on stuff like this and something shouldn't have something like that. Unfortunately the Android store and some alternatives. Yeah, even like DuckDuckGo promotes a lot of crypto scams.
I would be careful. I remember when BitChat first came out, people were saying there were bad versions for download. So yeah, definitely watch
sketchy
out.
shit as always. It's a dangerous world. But
yeah, I wish I had more. I mean, I've got. We can bring in some of my team if we want to talk about that more.
Anytime.
But yeah, again, the specifics. I'm more like, what do we need to be able to go from Austin to Nashville? Like, what kind of hardware, and then what kind of financing would we have to do to get that deployed? And then getting all the hardware, figuring out what hardware is upgradable. So kind of the idea, if you can start with like a base node and you can plug in different devices to it, possibly Start9 or Start9 clone type of system.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I guess I'll say anytime your team wants to jump in, great. I'll mention anyone that's tuning in on YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, or Zap.stream. Please do feel free to give us a call. PAZNIA.com/PRN is the link to call in tonight. Again, PAZNIA.com/PRN. It'll bring you into our self-hosted, quote unquote self-hosted Jitsi chat. Yeah, you just got to configure the audio and video settings, and you can hop in and chat with us. But I guess one question, because I know this is something discussed, and I'm very 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 curious about this. Because it brings together a lot of avenues of avenues we've talked about on the PAZNIA podcast, where you have like 3D printing. You could 3D print like a weatherproof case for a Meshtastic node that's powered by a super cheap. It requires very little power to transmit the data that it's transmitting. It's like a small solar panel, and you could I don't know how long it would last without maintenance. I don't know how flawless the tech is at this point. But you find if you can get them manufactured for like $50 a piece, and as you're saying, which I think it's very valuable to have folks like you who may not be who may not who not just be able to think about what will be necessary, but how to actually acquire the financing to bring it to fruition. And we don't have that much, we don't have that much funds for, via the PAZNIA general funds. But that's something that's I would love to. There's a guy in the Simplex chat. Listener Cloak Dagger, and he's going super deep into a lot of this stuff. And I was like, we don't have a lot of funds, but hey, if we can help with R&D, with PAZNIA, PAZNIA funds, let us know. Because I think it's so valuable to. I don't know what the range is on some of these things, but line of sight, if you could get, if it's 5 or 10 miles, and you could string, a couple dozen of these, across, like a main line of transportation, across, interstates, which I think might already be happening, to a certain extent, maybe, and then. It's creating first off the alternative communications networks, which are super important now. Because it's great to have Simplex and avenues like that, but what do they rely upon? Well, cellular networks and the internet. So if we need an alternative. So just communications at a base layer, text, audio and text. That's already can be done over mesh networks for sure. And I guess it's just kind of kind of the interconnecting of Meshtastic nodes. I mean, might be multi-purpose ones that might. I don't know how the communication. If you could set up a Meshtastic node that could communicate with the internet, so you could have avenues to actually communicate with the first realm internet if you wanted to, but you could do it in kind of a decentralized manner. Of course, this is going to slow down speed and such, but that's fine for very many cases other than like video streaming and what we're doing right now. But I guess any thoughts on all those ramblings?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's you can definitely, I mean, that's one of the ideas, was have the Meshtastic to internet kind of interchange, and be able to have like backbones across the internet. That's all doable. There's lots of small, like people send Bitcoin transactions over ham radios and stuff, but it's really about like what's the, not killer app, but like what's the thing that's going to get these in enough houses and businesses to be able to be an effective backup communication. And so one of the things we're working on is like application specific nodes. So like maybe a convenience store has a alternate payment system where they've got a Bitcoin node that has a Meshtastic antenna on the roof. And then if you've got those up on, once you spread those out to the other convenience stores, and then, you've got half of Houston covered.
Yeah. And this is even much easier. Like I think in terms of like long distances, because I'm out in a 22-acre homestead in the middle of nowhere, so I'm thinking large distances. I don't even think of Vonu in cities that much. But yeah, to do this in cities would not be that hard. I guess to cover like the entirety of as you say, Houston. So the city folks definitely have an advantage here. Definitely have an advantage.
But back to the rural folks, I mean, like really, that's my true passion, because like everything you need where you are, if I'm driving by your house, I can be bringing stuff from the other citadels. And you mentioned financing, like if everybody's working together on this stuff, like financing is really not an issue, because again, that's our fiat brains going, like, how do we pay for it?
Yeah. So I guess just speaking speaking live on air about collaborations, I guess what we need to talk about more, probably in private, is trying to connect the citadels versus the PAZNIA nodes per se. And find ways, if there's already again, like communications and logistics networks, we need to merge as much as we can, as safely as we can, and then we need to start building bigger, faster. So that's one thing of action.
One of the things I want everybody to start doing is just look at what you need to live. I mean, look at everyone's been looking at their food sources, but like, I mean, I just had to go to Lowe's and get water softener. So now the Lowe's AI license plate thing has reported to the state police that I just went to Lowe's to get water softener. It's like, where's like Sovereign Salt, like, the company that is procuring salt on a Bitcoin standard, delivering it to my house, like every little thing we need to be looking into how do we source these things alternatively.
Certainly, and sounds like someone might have just dropped in. Jitsi here. Caller, welcome to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Looks like you're unmuted. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? Who do we got? Obviously, C. Adams, welcome, but what can we call you?
Well, this is Thane Riddle.
Oh, Thane Riddle. Okay,
hey.
Welcome, Thane.
Yeah, I was hosting a show in here earlier. I think that you said the call-in URL wrong. Maybe I think you might have said PAZNIA.com/PRN.
Okay.
No, it's PAZNIA. No, did you say it right?
Yeah, it was right. I wasn't sure if it was the right one or not either.
Well,
PAZNIA.chat/PRN.
Perfect. Okay. Well, I appreciate the attention to detail is important there, because if you will go into a website or a page that does not exist, or a random Jitsi room, and it's not fun to be in a Jitsi room by yourself. I've been there before. But anyway, Thane, it's good to have you. I know you were talking about some mesh networking stuff today, and we're going to continue, 4 hours later, because this is what us autistic nerds do, is just talk about mesh networks for hours on end. So we'll continue doing it. What are your? I guess I don't know how if you've been tuning in, but any thoughts on the broadcast so far? Any questions?
Well, shit, I don't know if this is a good time to interrupt or what, but yeah, I've been listening a little bit. So your thing is Meshtastic, right?
Yeah.
So, and isn't the way Meshtastic works, just like every node that gets some data relays it?
Yes.
So I feel like, what do you think about Reticulum?
I've messed with it. We've looked at it a little bit. I've heard good things about it. Somebody asked about it in the chat earlier, so it's commonly asked about. What do you think?
I just feel like Reticulum's more. See, I was into Meshtastic a few years ago too, but since I discovered Reticulum, I definitely prefer it because like it seems more efficient. Like it's about routing the data to where it needs to go. Like with Meshtastic, every node just sort of blindly relays everything that it receives, which doesn't seem efficient to me. And have you thought about monetizing mesh networks at all?
Absolutely. Kind of one of the plans would be where you attach a payment to your packet, basically, and that's how it's effectively routed.
Yeah, maybe there could even be like a onion routing where there's a little payment with each layer or something.
Yeah. I've asked my experts to join, but we'll see if they come on.
Got you. Yeah,
it
is a Saturday evening.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been much more passionate about the physical infrastructure part lately, I must admit.
Gotcha.
And that's the is there like a word for your network for you guys that I know about?
Well, we've I guess loosely called the Meshtadel. It's basically a mesh network of citadels, and we just had a big meetup last weekend. I wasn't able to make it, but there's a lot of good work going on.
Yeah,
that's cool. I wasn't trying to really interrupt your interview. I was just
that's all right. Note that we just kind of finished and we just kind of finished up, and this is the I guess the cool part is hopefully more collaboration because he's got like him and Dick Greaser have lots of inroads into the Bitcoin meetups, big and small, and then kind of the Citadel sort of Bitcoiner types. So we're definitely it's definitely a collaboration opportunity for the PAZNIA network, and a really good one because there's
Well, yeah, and back to the Midfest stuff. I mean, it's like we need hubs and citadels and intentional communities and co-working spaces and cottage industries and farmers and ranchers. Like we're all on the same mission, and so this is a big collaboration.
Yeah, I think there's huge potential for tokenizing mesh networking in some way. I'm not exactly sure how. It was really my friend gave me the idea. It's one of the people talking in the PAZNIA Anti-National Security Agency of like I don't know, taking something like Reticulum and then building like a chainless token with like a hollow chain or something. But now I've heard a rumor that the Reticulum people were always had monetization in mind. They're just sort of like putting it off. So I don't know what's going to happen, but it's a big deal, whatever it is.
I mean, it would be nice if somebody, like when Jack Dorsey pushes something, like it gets lots of traction. This is a serious issue. I mean, everyone's talked about it, and no one is really doing anything about it.
But I think that might actually be changing because it's coming into my purview. So obviously we've talked, like I mentioned earlier, we've talked about mesh networking on the Vonu podcast for at least 8 years now. So it's not it's not a new topic for me, but it was never actually something that you could do or that seemed possible until now. Things had to get I don't know. Technology had to get to a certain point. 3D printing had to get to a certain point. The efficiency of solar panels. If we're talking about these, off grid, mesh networks or whatever. But yeah, I think it's getting a lot of attention, and like anywhere I look, whether it's on the PAZNIA SimpleX chat or just in the general technology chats, or on places like what's the Hack Liberty forum. There's a lot of off-grid homesteaders there, and they're doing a lot of experimentation with mesh networking right now too. There's good stuff on this, on a lot of good R&D everywhere. But I know there's probably I don't know. Yeah, we're at a good point where a practical solution is really possible. So it's good it's good you guys are connected now. Hopefully your folks are able to join at some point here soon. And anyone else, PAZNIA.chat/PRN is the link if you want to hop in and talk to me, Shadrach, and Thane Riddle, host of Cloak and Dagger here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. But Thane, any other thoughts while you're here, brother?
Are you doing anything cool besides mesh networking, like distributed data storage?
We've touched on that. We've had interest from different people, like in different industries that rely on that. Again, I think that's when it's going to become important, is when it's important to film companies and music people who are storing and releasing music. I think there's lots of, yeah, I mean, we've definitely played around with different models, but not me personally.
Yeah, and I guess it's kind of connected to the data mule thing, or as I would call that a digital drop, I guess. But yeah, I think there's definitely potential there. And well, something I've been keeping my eye on is the Femtostar satellite network.
Yeah, I heard you mention that. Yeah.
Oh, you're listening to my show.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, Femtostar. I mean, it's not decentralized, but it's kind of a legal, what we call legal interstice thing, because you can't make a decentralized satellite network legally. You have to kill all the military and police first, or at least enough of them for them to give up. But as it stands now, it's an attempt to make a legally viable satellite network that will be anonymous, and stuff like the satellites can't tell where the terminals are, and you pay with anonymous tokens.
Wow.
So it was actually created by people it was actually created by mesh networking people, mesh networking developers and stuff, who got kind of tired of trying to make a mesh network that scales to cover the planet. They wanted to skip to the good stuff. So they came up with something that's not a mesh network project, but it can support mesh networks and help them connect to each other.
Very good.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I guess I'm curious myself, because I'm really big into the something Gary Hunt brought up, probably a decade ago. But what was it called? Dual layer encryption, where so even if something like PGP is broke, which I don't think it is, but even if it is, if you write your message and then you use it, and then you physically encrypt it, like not using digital encryption, and then you run that encryption, via PGP, then you've got extra layer of security. I'm wondering with mesh networking, and this might be a silly question, but I like the idea of merging high tech with low tech. But is there any potential or I guess maybe use at all? I don't know, from going from Meshtastic to shortwave, or I don't know, could you Meshtastic to AM or FM? I guess I just don't know. I don't know what the range of transmission is with Meshtastic, but yeah, any thoughts?
I mean, I'm sure you could. It'd really be about data compression and how much could you get across those, because shortwave, you're talking about whistles and beeps. Meshtastic are small packets of data.
Gotcha.
Now, I was under the impression that Meshtastic was a LoRa specific protocol. Is that right?
I believe so. I mean, there's the Meshtastic software, and then there's LoRa devices. And as you know, the Reticulum, a LoRa device could be Reticulum or Meshtastic.
Yeah, I thought Meshtastic was specifically for LoRa devices, whereas like Reticulum is agnostic to the
Right.
data link layer. Like it could be anything. It could be LoRa, Ethernet, satellites, whatever. So I guess if the question is, can you do Meshtastic over shortwave? I think the answer, if I understand correctly, would be no, because Meshtastic is LoRa, which is specific
Well, I guess
frequencies that aren't.
What about Reticulum then? Maybe not Meshtastic specifically, but mesh networking.
Yeah.
And I'm showing for the
Reticulum can work
video
over.
viewers on I guess YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, or Rumble. I've got a couple little Heltec devices here for Meshtastic, and then actually the one that you gave me, Shadrach, here at Midfest, which I think these are both LoRa Meshtastic specific right now, but I'm sure they could be modified for. They could be modified, but I don't know. They're
Yeah,
cool-
so
cool devices, so.
MQTT is Meshtastic over internet, so it's got to have something.
Yeah, I guess Meshtastic at least has internet bridges. See, it's been a while since I.
Yeah, that's the way I've thought about it is like Meshtastic bridges. So yeah, I don't think that's like I don't understand the actual implementation as I don't.
I see what you mean.
But,
yeah, I mean you could bridge anything with anything, really.
Just is it worth it? Like, do we need to reach our friends on shortwave radio? No, it's not 1990s like Bill Cooper era. Probably not. But
Well,
I would like to just out of like it'd be cool just to be able to operate off shortwave radio and to get a movement of folks on shortwave. I think it'd be cool.
I think there's totally reason to use shortwave radio. The reason is that
I like it.
The reason is that it has really long range with
True.
like hardware that anyone can get their hands on. The thing with shortwave radio is that it's regulated. So you have two options. One is to break the law, and the other, you have more than two options. Well, yeah, one is to break the law. The other is legal interstices. And then there's like a gray area in between where it's like, what if you're using a proxy merchant's call sign? Who agrees to it? Or like whatever. And they don't allow encryption over most of these ham frequencies, like shortwave frequencies. However, we can use steganography to conceal that we're using encryption. So yeah, I think from a technical standpoint, there's plenty of reason to pursue shortwave because
I like this.
Any old idiot can get shortwave radios and transmit a really long distance. So it could have a lot of applications for connecting local mesh nets. Like, for example, LoRa, it's not a big range, but shortwave can reach across oceans.
Yeah, so if you go from Meshtastic, if you go Meshtastic to shortwave and then from shortwave to Meshtastic, I like this, and it just kind of I've wanted to look into like the pirate AM/FM. I'm gonna start recruiting people to become radio pirates for the PAZNIA radio network. When I get the financials figured out, like if I can get like a $500 donation, we'll send you an AM/FM transmitter, and you just gotta like basically rebroadcast PAZNIA radio network streams on. We do not recommend. There are ways to find frequencies that are not used in your area. We do not recommend or advise people use other frequencies. But hopefully we're trying to come up with a plan for AM/FM, pirate radio stations, transmitting this all over the world. But the idea of doing that via shortwave is even nicer. So I'm even thinking about my mind's racing now to I wonder if there are Meshtastic mesh networks to shortwave, sort of like PAZNIA radio network opportunities here too.
There's definitely some crossover, and we've got a lot of guys have gotten their licenses, ham licenses, and are interested in ham licenses. So I love the initiative.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many potentialities. That's what I'm really good at, whether it's mesh networks or buying decommissioned aircraft carriers. There's lots of good ideas, but implementation is what's important. And I think we're at a point where this is actually kind of possible, and not just possible, but a reality. Oh gosh, where do we go from here? I guess it's
Pirate radio is way more realistic than aircraft carriers. That's for sure.
No, that's no shit. Yeah. Again, that is definitely true. Unless we can find someone that's connected and can find us one of those dollar dollar menu special.
You need like $1 billion
carriers.
in crude oil or something to move.
Well, that's
one.
that's probably not. That was back in my pre-breakthrough energy days. It's like, no, of course they're not using fucking jet fuel. Like I'm sure it might be like a backup, but like no, they're using like nuclear power, or that's what they say they're using, nuclear power, but they're using like some crazy shit probably. And that's why you got to be connected. We got to find someone connected that can get us one of those dollar menu aircraft carrier deals, and then we're good.
Well, to be fair, the Eagle Research electrolyzer fuel saver thing could reduce the fuel cost by quite a lot.
Oh god, yeah.
What is that?
Well,
there's
it's that, or just the 1920s Mercedes, or the ones that they're patents for, that kind of the fuel saver kits. Basically the same thing. It's been around for a long time. But go ahead. Go ahead. Thing.
Well, basically, you can use electrolysis to, if you have lye or some other really basic chemical, you can turn water into hydrogen and oxygen gas using electrolysis. And if you add that into the engine, when a combustion engine is going, you can reduce, you can get more power for the same amount of fuel.
At least like 20 or 25%. Increased sometimes.
Well, that's for gas. That's for gas. For diesel, it's up to 50.
Yeah.
And for, I think some of these ships
propane, it's
use,
like 40 or 50% too. So I wonder what it is for ships.
No, I think propane's less. Isn't
Propane's
propane
less.
like 10? But for some of these ships use an even longer chain hydrocarbon than diesel, which has even more savings potentially. I think like maybe 75% or something ridiculous like that.
Interesting,
but no one's done it though. It's theoretical.
Yeah, certainly. Looks like someone else dropped here into the Jitsi chat. We've had 2 callers tonight.
Yeah,
on the very first Vonu podcast live. Thane, we're already beating you, and you're one of the callers on this show.
Yeah, that's Polycarp.
I don't
that's
count.
One of our guys in Austin. We have an amazing. We're actually doing fuel studies there too.
Hell yeah. Well, so I affiliate, and I've had George Wiseman on the Vonu podcast a couple times. I help sell his aqua cures. There's one behind me up there, and that same that he kind of started with technology on cars back in the 80s or 90s. But yeah, his he doesn't necessarily sell the kit anymore. But yeah, for like basically it's like for $100-$200 you can do this, and the tutorial video he has his like 14-year-old granddaughter do every step but one step which requires soldering. So he was trying to show you like, yeah, this is not hard to do, like
wow.
Like to that level. And yeah, it's $100-$200 and cost. It might be up to $200 now with the cost of materials going up, but even then the savings are remarkable. And it seems remarkably simple. Sometime we'll do one here at PAZNIA. I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Awesome. Yeah, well, I got Polycarp on.
Polycarp,
he's the head of our Austin Citadel. If you want to go into some stuff that we're doing with Meshtastic and nodes and.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey guys, great to be here.
Welcome, brother.
For having me on. And so yeah, we can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, we are experimenting with Meshtastic, Bitcoin nodes, BitChat. There's a lot of really exciting stuff out there, and we definitely would like to explore more the idea of running servers and networking equipment off of biofuels. That's like a big focus of ours. So it's really cool that you guys are talking about this. It seems like we're all thinking similar things right about now.
Oh, yeah, it's all about the hydrocarbons. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
they're everywhere.
Yeah, nanotubes with the charcoal as well. I mean, there's so many amazing technologies coming out of renewable alternative resources, and so lots to explore there, especially with Bitcoin mining and what the future of that looks like when we can make our own energy from things that grow out of the ground around us. That's a big focus for us as well.
Yeah.
Do these guys know about Sky's?
That's I was just gonna bring that up. Yeah, I was just gonna bring that up. So there's a guy I've interviewed a couple of times. His name's Sky Huddleston. He is a well, I guess he's probably 31 now. But last time I talked to him, interviewed him, he was like this 30-year-old, just super high powered autistic, but just like a genius. And he's already got his commercial business now is a Liberator rocket heater, which touts like 99.5% efficiency, better than SpaceX. Yeah, he make sure to mention that. But that's the Liberator rocket heater venture, and you can get one now. Those are available. They have been for a year or two. Eventually, when the R&D time is, time and finances are there, he's going to be working on a Tesla turbine that can attach to that super efficient rocket heater, to where you can power your off-grid home with the same thing you use to heat it, and to cook your food maybe or whatever. But I guess one of his other main projects is there's in the 1920s, I guess there was something developed called the Bork engine, and it kind of sounds like it kind of sounds like the engine turns things into supercritical form, and then burns them. And it's like 5 minutes to take the entire thing apart to put it together. And Sky made a couple modifications to it that have made it even more efficient. But it's you can burn anything in it, whether it's like charcoal slurries, whether it's vegetable oil, like anything you can harvest hydrocarbons out of, which is anything. It can burn it. It's super efficient. And again, like it takes 5 minutes to put together and take apart with like one tool. And this guy, 31-year-old probably now, Sky Huddleston, and he every single year he says he's gonna come to Vonu Fest, but something always comes up, and because he's always focused on all this sort of shit. Like he has forsworn the female race, and he is purely committed to reading books on like metallurgy and stuff. So yes, thank goodness for folks like Sky, truly.
Incredible. I really see a movement towards sovereignty, not just with our data, but also with our energy and our food. It's all one holistic sovereign stance, right? It's not like, you can't be sovereign if you're depending on someone else for your energy and someone else is holding your data. There's just no way. And so that Bitcoiner ethos of being sovereign in every area of your life, I just love that Bitcoiners are really pushing that forward.
Yeah, and I'm curious. So, like along that same Bork engine line, he talked about he's starting with he knows better than target the automotives, cars first. People like Alex Stanley Meyer end up getting suicided, so he's going to go for small engines like lawnmowers and stuff first. But he talked about on one of the podcasts that we conducted with him. Basically, like with the cost of these things and like the power they can generate, you could put one in your car and you wouldn't be talking about plugging, like the model now is plugging your car into your house to power it. Well, with the Bork engine, you would plug your house into your car to power the house. And to scaling that up, it would make like the energy's equivalents like of like a small nuclear power plant available to like the individual. So I brought this up to one of my colleagues in the past who was big into Bitcoin mining, and I would love to get your guys' thoughts since you're much more into this than I am. But what if what impact would that have on Bitcoin mining if some sort of like breakthrough, like, and I say like breakthrough energy, not in the sense of like free, like the one of the common retorts is free. Nothing's free. We're Austrian economists, free market anarchist types here. So nothing's free, but at the same time, it's a crazy potentiality, and one that I don't think is very far out of range. So like, what do you think about like some of these super radical energy possibilities and their impact on Bitcoin mining?
I really see it as the impact of Bitcoin mining on the energy. The more this stuff comes out, the more people will be using excess energy to mine Bitcoin. You turn your energy into Bitcoin and then it stays in stasis forever. I mean, that's a miracle.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't the difficulty just go up if the hash rate went up? Isn't that the way it works?
It would, but then anybody paying 9 cents a kilowatt is going to be turning it off. So you know, it's going to level out, and it'll be renewable energies running the Bitcoin network.
I think something that a lot of people fail to consider with free energy is available energy. That's really the big bottleneck. Is you can have something that creates energy, but how do you get it 200 miles away where it needs to be consumed? Right? And so that available energy is really what I think Bitcoin is unlocking, because now we have energy in the middle of nowhere at a gas well, and it's just being burned off. But thanks to Bitcoin mining, now you can capture that value. And there's a lot of things that we spend on energy, like drying our clothing, right? We have clothing dryers that consume massive amounts of energy.
Absolutely. Chemical plants rely on heat to transform chemicals, and we're just pumping it out into the air from Bitcoin mines. I mean, we haven't even started recapturing any of this stuff.
Bingo.
Yeah.
I think the hash rate from the clothing dryers and the renewables in that way is going to absolutely overshadow the mining from big box miners. I don't think that data center mining is really the future. It's finding all of these, stranded energy sources and really utilizing them, or replacing heating elements with Bitcoin miners everywhere in everything that we could think of.
I can see the big mines like stabilizing the grid, but that's all a bit of a scam too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I recently heard something on a show about somebody's building something to do cooling with mining by putting
That's our
Did you
friend
hear about
Carl.
that?
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
a good friend
Crazy
of ours.
Carl or
Crazy
something.
Carl, yeah.
They were on Ungovernable Misfits. Yeah, I heard that's where.
Good friends of ours. That's all part of the Meshtadel community. We're getting crossover.
Yeah.
Well, what does Polycarp think about reticulum? Have you experimented with reticulum?
I haven't, no. I've heard about it, but I haven't done a deep dive on it yet.
I just feel like reticulum is better than all this Meshtastic crap you losers are doing. I thought Meshtastic was cool a few years ago, but like, it's just LoRa, and every LoRa node relays everything it's getting. It's so yesteryear. Reticulum's where it's at. You can use that over anything. It finds a good route.
What's the footprint? I mean, what's the user base of Reticulum versus Meshtastic though? I mean, I see Meshtastic nodes everywhere. Yeah,
I suspect it's smaller. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that's one. I guess that's one argument for Meshtastic is there's more. But like shit, I mean it's not like Meshtastic's that popular, right? But
I mean Meshtastic taken over Austin. If you come to Austin and turn on your Meshtastic, you will connect with like 40 peers immediately. And
okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so that's what I saw connecting with Shadrach at Midfest. He gave me one of his little nodes, and going through the Ghost phone on the Meshtastic app, it's like there's a pretty large network. It's impressive. And I'm not in Austin. It wasn't in Austin, but I'm not going to say where. But there's in cities. And
even I get a message a week from someone flying over my house.
That's awesome.
Really? Okay. So they can connect to your Meshtastic node from a plane, or your
Maybe we just need to bridge Meshtastic with Reticulum, and it would be good if you could use the same LoRa node to do both. It might require custom firmware though.
Sure, or two. I mean, they're cheap. You could just plug two into USB
of
into
course,
your
that's
node.
the easy way.
But you mentioned firmware earlier on your show, Thane, and that's like another thing. We're exploring using different CPUs and stuff to stay open source.
Right, I heard you talking about CPUs or like open CPUs. Maybe it almost seemed like you were hinting at.
Well, Polyzon, is it? What's the one y'all are looking at, Poly?
I might have missed.
Is it Risk
For,
5?
yeah, it was maybe it was the Risk ones.
Oh, Risk 5. Yeah.
Alternate open source CPU, get more open source architecture.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I
Risk
was talking about that.
is included with the framework laptops. So if anyone wants to start developing on Risk 5, I highly recommend buying a framework.
Awesome.
Is framework the name of the company or the laptop?
Both.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, on my show today, I talked about Pine 64 Risk 5 SBCs, but it sounds like what you're talking about is probably easier to work with.
Going back to Meshtastic, one of the issues that you run into with Meshtastic is if there are too many people sending messages, the network really drowns out. You can't get your message through if everyone is texting, and there becomes a lot of noise between all of the nodes.
Yeah,
and so
that's
one of the reasons why the Bitcoin network is so important to mesh networks is the Bitcoin nodes themselves could be the ones that route the traffic, solving the mesh network overloading problem. If you had clusters of nodes together and they routed traffic, you would be able to hop clusters rather than hopping individual devices. And Bitcoin is the only distributed nodal network that's open source and permissionless that we found that we can use as a backbone for building a true global mesh network.
Yeah, this is good. I'm curious your thoughts, Thane, because I know you're into the monetized mesh networking stuff, but I don't. You aren't thinking about Bitcoin as the solution for this, are you?
Well,
at least not initially.
Well, I think there's definitely potential to monetize mesh networks with blockchain-based cryptocurrencies, which include Bitcoin, maybe with Lightning or something. Yeah. It's just that, to me, what I'm really interested in is making a chainless token for a mesh network, so that way you could bootstrap it from nothing, like without the presumption of an existing internet connection.
I think that's where Cashew and eCash come in, because those can be routed around without the base chain being there. They just have to be redeemable upon delivery.
Yeah,
is that like a?
I don't know.
Is that like a blockchain project, but you can do stuff off chain and it just goes to the chain later or something?
It's like Fed. It's the Fed. It's was it? Oh God.
Fediment.
Fediment is one implementation, yeah. But now you can just anybody can run a Cashew mint and issue tokens.
Here in Austin, we have a food truck that is off-grid, and it's kind of a picture of what it looks like to live off the Bitcoin standard. And we allow people to mint eCash from the food truck website to then pay off-grid, peer-to-peer at the location. eCash is extremely powerful, and it's great for Bitcoin. It's a privacy and scaling solution, in my opinion.
I'm definitely gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, this is interesting. So that was Cashew, is what you're mentioning? Cashew?
Yeah, if you go to k.l484.com, you'll see at the bottom you can click the mint Cashew token button and mint eCash on our mint. And earlier you talked about an incentivized mesh network. I believe that eCash, Bitcoin eCash specifically, is the holy grail for scaling a mesh network, because you could theoretically pair eCash with data. So everything is kind of like sending a letter in the mail. You go to the post office, pay 25 cents, send the letter. And so in this new mesh network of Bitcoin, you would essentially send data, and the sending of the data and the receiving of the data is also a financial settlement at the same time. This does two things. One, it makes the new internet that we're building on Bitcoin AI proof. If AI has to have a cash balance to attack networks, it's limited by how much Bitcoin it has, the ultimate limiting factor. It wouldn't bother me if it cost me a penny to log into my email, but it would totally prevent AI from being able to do that. And so that's the one thing. The second thing is the incentivization of the network. If you don't get any type of reward for hosting an antenna on top of your home, then you're probably not going to do it. But if you could put an antenna on top of your home in a tree, and all day you're just pulling Bitcoin out of the air by relaying data to its destination and taking a fraction of a penny via eCash, that would cause a worldwide mesh network to pop up in record time. Everyone would want to be actually getting Bitcoin for the work of relaying data to your neighbor.
Yeah, this is we're on the same page there. This is what I'm talking about all the time.
It's the only way to fix the internet. AI is going to change everything, and right now it's kind of on a leash. Once it gets out of control, or once cyber warfare takes off, a decentralized internet with no central point of failure is the only way forward. There's not really another option. Sorry for all the noise. Busy street.
Oh, that's all right. No, and I guess yeah, Shadrach and I were talking about this before. Like, we're not just talking about like a decentralized internet here. We're talking about like the base things like just communications, or like the entire world is connect. Like if the interconnectedness is turned off overnight or in a moment, everything is dependent upon it. So the time to start building alternatives was like a decade ago, but today and tomorrow are the next best steps, or the next best time. So, yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, about the doomsaying tinfoil hat thing that I do on my show, where I say there's going to be a worldwide cyber pandemic hoax, and that's why there's all these IT outages, because they're testing kill switches. That's my going theory. Anyway, since they had been planning it right out in the open with cyber pandemic war games, and the WEF is saying this is going to happen, so it seems kind of obvious to me.
Yeah, the Starlink one recently was because Starlink has it's never failed before. Like the satellite internet we had out here before failed all the time, but Starlink never failed, and then it did, and it just didn't work. And I reset it. I reset the entire Starlink router and all that, but yeah, it was not that. It was Starlink was down. Not only like for the satellite internet customers and rural parts of the United States, it was like the entire world was without internet, or I guess entire parts of the world, not the entire world. But yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks for doing this. I'm glad you got on, Thane. This is a really good discussion.
Yeah, and Polly too. Yeah, this is great. This is truly great.
Yeah, I had a really great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I guess we'll begin to close out here. It's been about an hour and 15, and we have been going. The stream has been going for over 6 hours today. But anyway, Shadrach, I know at some point you want to get out here to Veritas. So I guess might we see you out here at VONU Fest this year, September 22nd to 29th, and I would go ahead and say anyone that you trust and work with is vetted too. So Paulie, you or anyone else on your team that you would vouch for, is welcome out too. It's gonna be a lot of fun for a lot of regards. But Paulie, step in, brother.
Yeah, we would love to have a presence there. Thanks so much for the invitation. Definitely will make an effort to be there.
Cheers. Shadrach, what about you, brother? I guess that he kind of gave an answer for both of you, it sounds like, but
that's perfect. The only thing, there's the Kansas Folk Festival, I think might be slightly overlapping, but I will go look at my calendar right now. That's awesome. I'll definitely at least be at the end of it.
Right on. Yeah, and most people only come for the weekend, which I guess would be the 25th through, or I guess 26th through 28th or whatever. 29th Monday. So
perfect.
So yeah, the weekends when most stuff happens. It's just we have a lot of nomads, and a lot of them work on their own schedules, so they can stay for a week or two, and we make it a week-long event.
I love it.
So yeah, would love to have both of y'all out there. So yeah, I guess we'll leave it there for this evening. Shadrach, thanks for coming on. Pauly, much appreciate your insights and a lot of the overlapping stuff we've been talking about and how Bitcoin can make that possible. Because I've been kind of black-pilled on Bitcoin and pertaining to the privacy area, but it sounds like you're inspired and working on truly liberating things using Bitcoin. So that makes me happy. Thank you so much for calling in, brother. It was great to have you a part of it. Do you want to? I can do it, but if you're still here, I don't think you've dropped off. But you can tell people where they can listen to your show and find you.
Oh yeah, I have a show here on the PAZNIA Radio Network called Cloak Dagger. That's about like privacy and security and shit like that, and building the second realm. And it's on Saturdays, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep, correct.
And you guys should come into the PAZNIA anti-national security chat or something. Talk about mesh networking.
Simplex chat, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome, definitely.
Also, if you guys are ever in Austin, we have our Austin Lab 484, and we would love to have you guys here, check it out, and meet the team.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Austin's, getting out to Prague is probably gonna be difficult, but Austin is possible. I lived there for a couple months. So yeah, I mean, I might take y'all up on that. Shadrach shared a little bit about it, and yeah, I got to get out more. And thankfully, the Free Elf and I are talking about getting a small camper. To pull around mobile Starlink. She works remote, so as long as we have an internet connection, a place to lay our heads without having to deal with tents. We're kind of sick of dealing with tents. Mobile Starlink, yeah, but yeah, we're good to go. So we're gonna start hitting the road more, hopefully in the next year or two, and we'll make that part of it. But yeah, gentlemen, I won't keep you any longer. Thank you so much for coming on. I will go ahead and close out this Jitsi chat and do the conclusion. But yeah, thanks again, guys. I will catch up with all you guys here later on. All right, now for the rest of you, the listening or viewing audience on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, or Rumble, thank you so much for tuning in to this Vonu Podcast Live episode here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. I guess just to close out real quick, tomorrow I'm going to try to, which I think it's certainly possible. It should only take a half hour or so to get it finalized. But I'm going to try to get the Anarchist Abolitionist audiobook, or I guess the audiobook stream ready to go to start at noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central tomorrow. This is Ben Stone's book, Anarchist Abolitionists, A Bad Quaker's Journey. The audiobook premiere is scheduled for tomorrow, Sunday, August 10th. At hopefully noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central. It'll be about 8-hour stream. So I'm trying to get it up 10 or 11 a.m. Central Time, hopefully. But it might be a little later. We will see. Then we'll be live again here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, Monday, August 11th, for the relaunch of Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora. He'll play some damn good music and give you an entertaining time. And then, this Saturday, as Thane told you, Cloak Dagger. We'll be back 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. PAZNIA.com/radio is the main link for all things PAZNIA Radio Network. You can view the full schedule. You can find the link to join our Simplex channel. You can find ways to donate, ways to reach out, and much more. Got about 5 minutes here to close out for the stream, but I'm done for right now. So much appreciate all you guys tuning in. And we will go ahead and close this out until Monday. Cheers, guys.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you will add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA.
The warm weather is here, at least at Veritas, which means the springing forth of life in all its forms, as well as contending with those creatures of natural coercion, ticks, mosquitoes, itchweed, and the like. Thankfully, nature provides the solutions, and Aura's apothecary is now almost fully restocked after the consulate fire. First, Aura's most popular summer product, her natural insect repellent. She blends a blend of essential oils proven to repel insects. It works, it's non-toxic, and doesn't smell like a chemical poison. Next is Black Drawing Salve. Featuring activated charcoal, andrographis, and bentonite clay, it's great for drawing out toxins, especially those associated with tick bites. After you're bitten, whether by ticks or mosquitoes, or if you wander through a patch of poison ivy, you're going to need something to help heal and resolve the potential itching and burning. Jewelweed Salve is here to the rescue. Also on offer is Time Salve, a fantastic solution for pain and inflammation, especially those nagging pains on hands, wrists, etc. from arthritis, typing, manual labor, or whatever. Aura's apothecary has you covered when you venture out into nature, the highest quality ingredients, all organic, made with love here at Veritas. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/aura. Again, libertyunderattack.com/aura, and make sure you and yours are defended from the natural coercers. libertyunderattack.com/aura.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini, and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. If you're new to the PAZNIA radio network, the overarching vision is much bigger than just the best, most valuable, and most entertaining radio network in existence. We are building the second realm, a parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, voluntarism, and peace. That is, the rebuilding of all necessary institutions upon these frameworks: Department of Transportation, Health and Wellness, Department of Technology, etc. And thankfully, we're at a point where some infrastructure is being deployed or will be very soon. This means ongoing hosting costs, maintenance, and more. We have a little bit in our PAZNIA Monero fund at current, but a good chunk went to the PeerTube instance, aka the PAZNIA LBRY. Other projects include our own Mumble server, think an open source, privacy-friendly version of Discord. This can be used for the PRN call online, in addition to just a cool persistent chat room. A low-data audio-only feed is forthcoming as well. There are always endless projects on the docket, so this could go on. For now, though, the point is, your financial assistance will greatly expedite the bringing of this infrastructure into fruition. To make a donation to our PAZNIA General Monero Fund, just visit paznia.com/Monero. To make a one-time Bitcoin, fiat, or Monero donation, visit paznia.com/shop and use the custom one-time donation option. If you want to donate silver or some other metal, email coordinator at paznia.com and I'll get you mailing information. And finally, if you aren't able to support financially, that's okay. Just talk about PAZNIA, promote PRN, share links to the website, the PAZNIA audiobook, or whatever. It all helps. Again, those links are paznia.com/Monero for Monero, paznia.com/shop for a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. And reach out to me, coordinator at paznia.com, for metal donations. Thanks so much for being here. Onward to the second realm, but for now, back to the deprogramming.
This is the basic law of life, and dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect, lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through, spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of 3 actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the 10 Commandments does not say, in its original form, "Thou shalt not kill." It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, "Thou shalt not murder." So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature. But his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. The nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause, and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech-shaped parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, "Bill, aren't you afraid?" My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. from where I have come, and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA.